conducted as a Zoom webinar pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. This meeting is being webcast on Comcast TV channel 15 and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel at https://www.youtube.com/user/City of Hayward and on the city website at https://hayward.legistar.com/calendar.aspx. The mayor will call upon members of the city council, city staff, and other speakers by name and ask that they state their names before giving comments or remarks. Individuals participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. City council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand feature, and the mayor will call upon them at the appropriate time. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9, and they will be called upon by the last 4 digits of their phone number. It is requested that public speakers state their names and organizations, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received by email at list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov, city clerk at hayward-ca.gov, or via e-comment by 3 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and staff, published on the city's meeting and agenda center under documents received after published agenda, and entered into the record. Documents received after 3 p.m. through the adjournment of the meeting will be included as part of the meeting record and published the following day. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. In order to get the full Zoom experience, please make sure your application is up to date. Public members wishing to speak with the City Council can send an email to list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov or cityclerk@hayward-ca.gov.
And welcome everyone to this meeting of the Hayward City Council that is, yes, starting an hour earlier than our normal city meetings do, but we have a full agenda tonight, and we don't want to be here way past midnight if we can avoid that. So we are starting this evening's meeting at 6 o'clock, and I'm calling this meeting to order, and I will ask Councilmember Andrews if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Here.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you. All 7 members present. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I will ask our city manager I'll ask our city attorney to please make the, Mr. Lawson, to please make the closed session announcement.
Mayor and Council, the closed session convened at 5 with all members present. There was one item on the closed session agenda, and that is conference with labor negotiators. It was completed at 5:50 p.m. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to we have, based on the action we took last week regarding our handbook, which includes the order of things in our meeting, we have moved city manager comments up to the earlier part rather than later part of the meeting. So we now will hear from our city manager regarding any comments she has this evening.
Actually, I think public comments is first before mine, Mayor.
I'm sorry, you actually are right, aren't you? Yes, that's the agenda wasn't switched around that much. It was, yes, okay, we do have, and I do, yes, and I had looked at that. I hadn't seen any, but yes, I'm going to open public comments. This is your opportunity to comment on any items that are not otherwise on our agenda. And I see we do have at least one. So Madam City Clerk, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead and, okay, we will start the public comments after the city clerk has a chance to inform people just how they can do that.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Community members wishing to join the meeting via Zoom can follow the information on the first page of the agenda, which is also displayed on the screen right now. If you are using Zoom to join the meeting, click the raise hand icon to request to speak. When joining via telephone, press *9 to raise your hand. I will unmute your microphone when it's your turn to provide public comment. And I believe I did not change the slide, but it's right there, as you could tell. So with that, Mayor, we're ready to start.
Okay, thanks.
Stop the screen, and
it looks like the first speaker is Brian Taraki.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the United States was suddenly and deliberately attacked by the Empire of Japan.
Goodbye, Mr. Cohan, and good luck.
Goodbye, sir, and good luck to you.
Small unit of the new Chinese army. In its fourth year, the war in Asia shows militaristic Japan still trying to unseat the Chinese leader Chiang Kai-shek and still failing. Japan has both hands full. Each week sees China growing stronger and better trained in the needs of modern warfare. Her air force grows in size and efficiency. From a rabble, China has evolved a fighting nation. Japan is in no position to dictate to Britain. Look at this.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Alyse, A-L-Y-S-E.
Hi, my name is Alyse. I work for the city of Hayward. I've been an employee for a little over 6 years. I used to live in Hayward, but during the pandemic, due to the high cost of living, I did have to move out of the area to a cheaper place. Right now, we're in the middle of bargaining, and I just wanted to remind City Council to keep us in mind and to give us a fair contract, because up until the pandemic, I was working and living in Hayward, and we are people too. And I work for Animal Services, and we've been here the entire pandemic. We couldn't work from home because of the nature of our work, and would just really appreciate it if City Council kept that in mind. Our pandemic, we've been on the front line the entire time. We didn't have the luxury of working from home. In fact, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deba G.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I'm calling to ask the council to vote no on the Lexipool use, the drones. I believe that this violates my privacy. And I think it's also going to put the city of Hayward under legal liability for using such technology. That's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Alice. Actually, I will say that actually was a comment on something that is on our agenda later, but so just if you did want to comment on that issue, please wait until the item is called, which will be in a while. It's the third item on our agenda under legislative business. So Alice.
Yes, I am inviting everyone on this call to join in a 50 states discussion of what it means to be a de jure form of government rather than a de facto form of government. The conversation will take place starting August 30th. Find more information at the website dejureforsure.com, which is spelled DEJURE 4, the number 4, SURE.com. And again, the conversation will take place starting August 30th, though there is some information there now. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Alice, correct? So I'm not seeing any other hands raised for public comment. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of anyone wishing to speak?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comments and we'll go to city manager comments now, which, as I said earlier, has been moved up to earlier in the agenda. So go ahead, Ms. McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to ask if the city clerk could share a PowerPoint slide on the screen quickly for one of my announcements. Miriam, are you able to share it? There we go. Thank you. There. So as some of you may have seen a STAC newsletter, email newsletter article and a press release from the city regarding an explosion that occurred at the Russell City Energy Center on May 27th. The California Energy Commission is having a virtual public hearing to consider the restart and reopening of the power plant facility. That hearing is being held this Thursday, July 15th, and starts at 10 a.m. The mayor, the fire chief, and I are anticipating testifying on behalf of the city as part of that public hearing. But there's also an opportunity for public comments, and members of the public can participate. We have shared on the screen. It's very similar to participating and making public comments during a city council meeting. So we wanted to share how the meeting can be accessed this coming Thursday by members of the public. And this information, the meeting will be conducted by Zoom, and on the screen is the meeting ID and password. The city also has on our website a web page that is devoted to the issues related to the Russell City Energy Center. It's www.hayward-ca.gov/Russell, RUSSELL-city-energy-center. And that also has the information for how you can log on and make public comments this coming Thursday. So we will keep the community apprised of those comments as they're made. And I think everyone has seen our position that while we understand the state's need to produce energy, we also need to keep our community safe. And so the mayor and I will be making comments to that effect in terms of completing the full investigation before considering reopening and restarting the power plant. So thank you, Miriam, for sharing the slide. The second, I want to, in good news, if anyone has driven in downtown today, the fence is down on the Library Plaza. And this coming Saturday, July 17th at 10 a.m., we will have a official ribbon cutting ceremony to welcome people back into the Library Plaza Park. Very excited. Looks awesome. And already saw some folks wandering around in the park this afternoon. So very excited to have that finally open, and grateful to our teams for trying to push hard on the contractor to get that work done. Last comment I want to make is we are having another community meeting this coming Monday, July 19th on the Patrick Avenue bike lanes and street improvements. And that will be held at 6 p.m. on Monday, July 19th. And it's going to be taking place outdoors in person. And so it'll be the meeting at Weeks Park at 6 p.m. on Monday, July 19th, in the staging area behind the Weeks Park Community Center facing the park. So we'll have some tents, we'll have seating, and then we'll also have just available so folks can socially distance, but also be in person for the conversation. So more information can be found on our website. If you enter in the search bar Patrick Safety Improvements on the homepage, you can hopefully find it there. And so just wanted to highlight that for the community. And I think that is all I had for city manager comments this week. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us now to our action items this evening. As I said earlier, our consent calendar has been put to the end of the meeting. So we're going to go right into legislative business, and with item number 1, which is Let's House Hayward, our strategic plan. And we're being asked to adopt a resolution approving the Let's House Hayward strategic plan. And we'll start off, I believe, with a report from our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Ott.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm going to turn it over to Amy Cole, our Management Analyst in our Community Services and Housing Division, and she will walk through her presentation and the recommendations tonight. I would like to give a shout out to Amy Cole and Jessica Lobadan and the whole team that has been working on this over the course of the year. So really appreciate all their hard work on this.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you. And Jessica is sharing the slides. So we'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Council and Mayor and our community members attending. My name is Amy Cole Bloom. I am excited to be here tonight with our Acting Community Services Manager, Jessica Lobadan, to present the final version of the Let's House Hayward strategic plan. Go to the next slide, please. So throughout the past several months, Council and members of the Homelessness and Housing Task Force have reviewed and provided input on pieces of this plan. And tonight you are seeing all those pieces brought together into the full plan. Before we get into the details, I would like to take a moment to thank our team from Homebase. Amanda Wehrman is here. She's the Director of Strategy and Evaluation for Homebase. We work closely with Amanda and her colleagues, Lauren and Melissa and Katricia, throughout this process. We are so appreciative for their expertise, their willingness to take the time really to get to know Hayward. So we really wanted to express our appreciation up front. So we'll go ahead and dive into this. You can go to the next slide. We're going to start with an overview of the purpose of the plan and how it was developed, and then we'll move into a more specific summary of the content. You can go to the next slide. So this is one of the pieces that I believe the council has seen before, but we want to restate to kind of ground us all on the same page of what the purpose of the plan is, why we needed this plan to begin with. The Let's House Hayward plan uses a racial equity analysis that is anchored in an understanding that homelessness, not just in Hayward, but in the region, and systemic racism are inextricably linked. And that in order to understand the issues of homelessness, we have to be looking through a racial equity lens. The plan itself also aligns with regional plans, including the county's Homelessness Action Plan, the Everyone Home Plan to End Homelessness, ABAG's work, and we've also worked to align with All Homes Regional Plan, which was developed during our planning process. We were able to try and pull things in towards the end of our planning process that align with their 1-2-4 model as well. The Let's House Hayward plan really strives to center the experience of folks with lived experiences of homelessness by bringing them into our data collection, our steering committee, and making sure that they have a voice from start to finish with the development of the plan as well as its implementation. The plan also is intended to leverage both Hayward's unique strengths and needs and challenges. So we worked really hard with Homebase to make sure that it wasn't just a cookie cutter template of this is what people do for this, but actually really centers Hayward. And then the plan also establishes a pipeline of projects and programs that came from our engagement with community members, as well as best practice research and the input from council and our other stakeholders. And the purpose of this is that we recognize that we can't fund everything in the plan right out the gate, but when potential funding sources arise, we have a strong pipeline of already researched and established potential projects that we could pursue funds with. And go ahead to the next slide, please. So when the citywide strategic roadmap was adopted back in January of 2020, it included projects to both create and implement a homelessness reduction strategic plan as part of its Produce, Preserve, and Protect housing priority area. So this is that project. In September of 2020, Council approved the contract with Homebase to create the plan, and their team hit the ground running, and we've been working on it since that September contract engagement. And there's a big line here that you've all seen before of all these different steps. I'm actually going to talk a little more in depth about them on the next slide. So you can go ahead and advance. I wanted to summarize for you all again the variety of community and council input that has been heard throughout the plan development process. So this is in addition to best practice research and analysis of available data sources. Homebase spent a lot of time talking to Hayward stakeholders. They did interviews with individuals with lived experiences of homelessness, focus groups, and interviews with our nonprofit community services agencies that provide homelessness services, our downtown business owners and representatives from those groups, education partners from the school district, as well as Hayward Promise Neighborhood. And they've also had conversations, really wide-ranging conversations with community members. They did a series of community forums virtually, which were attended between 40 and 80 people. It was really an exciting turnout where we were able to kind of dive into specific topics that folks were passionate about over a 2-day period. They also did a listening session with our Community Services Commission early on in the process to get an idea of the Commission's priorities as well as their perspectives regarding the strengths of the current system of care, as well as some challenges and opportunities for improvement. On the staff and council side, Homebase did a variety of focus groups and one-on-one interviews with our city staff across departments and divisions. And you can see them listed out there. It was really all the staff across the city who work closely with the city's unsheltered residents. Additionally, Homebase held a listening session with our Homelessness and Housing Task Force early on in the process around December of 2020 to, again, similar to the Community Services Commission, get their initial input and thoughts into what the plan needed. And then they also went back to the task force with an update and a work session with council. So a lot of this will probably look familiar because a lot of you have kind of seen this as it moved through the process, but we're all putting it all together tonight. You can go ahead to the next slide. I do want to take a moment to thank and acknowledge our steering committee. The steering committee was a vital part of gathering input, vetting the development of the plan, really making sure that we were kind of right-sizing these ideas and these policies and programs for the Hayward community based on the folks who are out there doing the work every day. And so we just wanted to take this moment to acknowledge these folks. They're across different public sectors, private sectors, community members. So thank you to everyone for your contributions to this. It was really important. And so now we're going to transition to talking about what's actually in the plan itself. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So we start with a vision statement. A vision statement really sets forth the city's meaning and purpose for addressing and preventing homelessness in Hayward. So this was developed through feedback from community members, from staff, from you all, and from the steering committee to flesh out this vision statement. And I'm going to read it to you here because I'm really proud of it. So our vision is for the city of Hayward to be a leader in ensuring an end to homelessness by empowering individuals through accessible, dignified treatment and services. You can go ahead to our next slide. So our strategic plan has this overarching vision statement, and then within it are these three big goals that are, once achieved, intended to reduce homelessness in Hayward. So I'd like to think about these three goals kind of in buckets. The first goal is really our coordination and communication bucket. It's formalizing a coordinated and compassionate citywide response to homelessness and develop a wider community understanding and engagement around homelessness. The second goal is really a broad, you can think of it as our services goal. This is increasing the availability of and reducing barriers to homeless crisis response services. And homeless crisis response services is a really broad brush of services, but our plan kind of breaks down what those look like. And then the final goal is really our housing goal. So ensuring access to and retention of affordable permanent housing. And when we dig into the details there, it's really focusing on the affordable permanent housing for folks who are experiencing homelessness or at extreme risk of homelessness. We can go to the next slide. This is just kind of to give you sort of an idea of how the plan is structured. So as I said, we have this vision statement that guides the work. There are these three broad goals. Within each goal are a series of strategies that are designed to achieve those goals. And in turn, each strategy is associated with specific action steps, which show up as different projects or policies, or maybe some specific staff activities that are in line with the strategy. And that's how we will accomplish those strategies. You can go ahead to the next one. So what I'm going to do for you all tonight is, first of all, acknowledge that there's a lot in the plan. The implementation addendum towards the end of the plan itself, which was one of the attachments tonight, really goes into extreme detail around what are these specific action steps, as well as what are the costs associated with them, what is the staff time associated with them, and what's the timeline for implementing them. I'm not going to get into the weeds on that piece tonight. Instead, what I want to do is give you an overview of what the strategies are for each goal, and then talk about just highlight a few action steps that are important to that goal, and maybe some new things or some new exciting things. So this is by no means comprehensive. I want to be really clear that there are things in the plan that I'm not going to be talking about, but you have that attachment to go through the full detail. So for our first goal, you can go ahead to the next slide. We've got three primary strategies, and here are some sample action steps that go along with these. So again, this is our coordination and communication goal. The first strategy is to formalize our interdepartmental and interjurisdictional partnerships. So some highlighted action steps here. The first one is continuing our existing internal collaboration work. One of the things that we learned and are proud of is that the way that Hayward staff interact across departments and divisions when it comes to addressing homelessness is not necessarily how every city does it. And that's a thing that we think is a best practice that works well, that we want to continue. So we included it in the plan. An additional sample action step is providing quarterly updates on the plan itself, particularly to our nonprofit providers and individuals with lived experience. We heard from those folks that there is a desire to be at the table more and to be in the loop more. So that's in response to that moving forward. Strategy 1.2 is developing funding and evaluation strategy that reflects community priorities identified in the plan. This is a pretty big one, so there's a lot going on in here, but one of the key action steps is conducting further research on different revenue options. So we're trying to be really intentional about, one, acknowledging that we can't fully fund this plan right now, but that it's important that as part of the plan, we are actively seeking ways to make it happen and identifying innovative, whether it's through private philanthropy, other federal funds like our American Rescue Plan that we're utilizing, and you'll hear more about that tonight. But that's one of the key action steps for this one. And the final strategy as part of this first goal is educating and engaging the community regarding the homelessness system of care. This is a big activity, but the main focus of this one is developing a public education campaign to educate our Hayward community members about both our ongoing homelessness efforts as well as how our system of care operates in an effort specifically to really build understanding and compassion around the fact that these are people, they're real humans, they're our neighbors, and that we can understand their experiences more while implementing this plan and doing this work. And I think just as an example for this from our task force, I think Councilmember Salinas, I believe you asked for more posting of like Measure A1 funds at work. So it's like these types of things to educate folks about what we're doing, but also more of a PSA to help folks kind of build some empathy and understanding for what's actually going on and how folks can help. Next slide. All right, so this is goal 2. There are more strategies in this one because it's a bigger chunk of work. So we can go to the next slide. The first strategy is expanding our housing-focused shelter capacity. So this is shelters that the city is funding that are focused on transitioning folks from the streets to permanent housing. So 2 projects that we wanted to highlight or action steps for this one are, one, the navigation center implementation. So continuing to fund our nav center, as well as expanding the nav center annex, which is the hotel version of the nav center. So it's non-congregate shelter. Folks are in their own rooms, and it's for folks who may be more medically fragile than those who are at the general nav center. The second is expanding our existing winter shelter, which is a contract that we have with First Pres to operate year-round, as well as expand to day center. And we wanted to highlight both of these because these are both 2 projects that we've proposed for ARPA funding, and you'll hear more about those later. Strategy 2.2 is developing our homeless crisis response services to protect dignity and health of unsheltered folks. So this is has a bit going on underneath it, but in particular, we wanted to highlight 2 projects which are exploring funding and feasibility for, 1, a sanctioned encampment, and 2, safe parking programs. These are both things that would require additional funding as well as additional work. So we've put them in the plan to kind of build a foundation to continue to pursue and learn more about these opportunities and funding as it comes up. Strategy 2.3 is develop and test innovations to improve outreach and engagement. And one of the projects we wanted to highlight here is racial equity training as a way to improve our outreach services to make sure that we are bringing a racial equity lens to that work. You can go ahead to our next slide. The last 2 strategies for this goal are increasing diversity and availability of holistic supportive services. What we mean by that are more than just shelter services. So this is kind of it can be anything from mental health, education, economic development, and job training and placement. So an example here is supporting the policy innovations workshops projects that are related to homelessness. On 2.5, that strategy is supporting providers and staff capacity in order to deepen the impact of the services. So we heard a lot from staff and from our nonprofit partners about the emotional work that is required in the day-to-day of their jobs. And so we're looking to explore different opportunities to support our contracted providers as well as our city staff to help prevent burnout and staff turnover and support them so they can do this work meaningfully. Let's go to our next slide. So our final goal is ensuring access to and retention of affordable permanent housing. So we've got two main strategies here. The first is to continue investing in eviction prevention and anti-displacement resources. There are quite a few action steps under this one, but one of the ones that we called out was identifying funds for and developing a shallow subsidy program and some ongoing or potentially ongoing rental assistance for extremely low income and high rent burden households. We called this one out because similar to the annex expansion and the winter warming shelter expansion with day center operations, the shallow subsidy program is one of the projects that we propose funding with ARPA stimulus funds. This is really the prevention focused of our three projects that we're proposing for funding this evening. So this program would provide a small monthly stipend to folks who are already very high cost burden in their, meaning they pay a third or more of their income on rent every month. So it'd be helping reduce that cost burden to ultimately reduce the risk of them becoming homeless. And the final strategy is prioritizing the development of housing that's targeted specifically to people experiencing homelessness. Again, there's quite a few activities under this one, but the one that we highlighted, because we heard this come up quite a bit, the desire in seeing hotel and other conversion projects. So this is continuing to leverage our partnerships between nonprofit housing developers and the county and other regional jurisdictions to support the creation of these conversion projects. Let's go ahead to the next slide. This is actually the point where I'm going to transition it over to Jessica Lobanon to talk to you a little bit more about our funding recommendations for the American Rescue Plan Act.
Thank you so much, Amy. And just another huge congratulations and awesome job to you for project managing this. You've done a fantastic job. So I will be talking briefly about the American Rescue Plan Act funding recommendations, specifically related to the projects identified in the Let's House Hayward plan. I am not going to go too in-depth into the background on the American Rescue Plan Act funding. That will be the next item that Assistant City Manager Ott will be discussing. But as a summary of the $38 million that the city will receive through federal stimulus funding, staff have recommended allocating approximately $11.75 million to housing and homelessness projects. Within this nearly $12 million allocation, staff has recommended allocating approximately $7.5 million in stimulus funding towards the homelessness projects. And these projects were selected based on the feedback received through the Let's House Hayward community engagement process, as well as really identifying how to fund projects that address the breadth of services related to the homelessness services spectrum. So increasing placements into permanent housing, providing emergency shelter, and preventing future homelessness. Additionally, staff has recommended a contribution to the existing navigation center to ensure or to help ensure fiscal stability as the city's budget recovers from the pandemic. So the projects that have been selected for recommendation for federal stimulus funding are the following projects. And again, this item will be the next item on the agenda. So the first project is extending the hotel annex program. The entire recommended allocation is $3 million. This is for both hotel services as well as nonprofit operations. And the implementation would be in fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. The second project is expanding winter warming shelter to a year-round nightly shelter with a day resource center. The recommended allocation is $2 million, and this would be implemented in fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. The next is the shallow subsidy homelessness prevention program. The recommended allocation is $1.5 million, and this would be implemented this fiscal year, next fiscal year, and fiscal year 24. And then the last project is the Navigation Center contribution of $1 million. And that is to offset the city's general fund contribution to this existing service. That concludes our presentation on the Let's House Hayward plan. Our recommended action this evening is that the council adopts a resolution approving and adopting the Let's House Hayward strategic plan. Again, as a reminder, the American Rescue Plan Act appropriation will come next, and then the associated contracts will be in the consent at the end of the agenda this evening. And we will now take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just know I'm speaking on behalf of all of us when I thank both of you, Jessica and Amy, and all of the people on the committee, including our own council member, Sarah Lamnan, who helped put this together. Really appreciated the, the broad outreach to different sectors of the community that tries to provide and help people through this issue of homelessness. And so I think, and I do think that you came up with a very thorough and detailed plan. Whether we can actually implement and pay for it all may take some time to discover, but I think that we may be, especially with the American Rescue Plan, may be off to a good start in that. So we will go to right now, Council, just questions. So Council Member Zermino.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Jessica, for the presentation. Very detailed and good. What is the capacity of our navigation center at the moment? COVID?
We still are required to have socially distant beds at the Navigation Center. The current capacity is 33, and we are in close communication with the county around when we can let up on the social distancing requirements.
In the annex?
At the annex, the current capacity is 35, and we are exploring, as part of the contract, increasing that up by about 10 beds or 10 rooms.
Okay, all right. So at the moment we have, the last count, we have 457 homeless, unhoused individuals in the city of Hayward. I am really interested in finding out how many unhoused individuals are in Union City, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, Castro Valley, Newark. Is that something that you have, or is that something you can find out for us?
Yes, it is something I can find out momentarily. It's all part of the 2019 point in time count, the numbers for each of the areas within Alameda County.
And the reason I'm asking is, if we are the only city doing this, that's not right. In my mind, every city should be doing this, especially our neighbors. So otherwise, I can see 457 all of a sudden balloon up to a larger number that we can handle. So I want to make sure that this becomes a regional issue, not just a Hayward issue. Okay, let's see. The Calpine explosion did some damage to the roof of one of our modules. Are we preparing to ask them to pay for the repairs?
Councilmember Zermino, yes, we are working with the city attorney's office to prepare the appropriate claims for that damage.
Okay, all right. And then my last question on the staff report, I don't quite understand the use of the word shallow when it says shallow subsidy homeless prevention. I'm not sure I understand.
Shallow refers to, it's actually a small monthly stipend. So it would be based on a lot of factors, including housing size and their monthly rent, or household size and their monthly rent. But the point is that it's just a small stipend every month between $150 to $500, depending on those factors, just to help bring that cost burden down so that they can either start to build savings or spend money on basic needs like food to reduce the risk of displacement or homelessness.
So it's me, small contribution. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. I don't know who, I guess any one of staff can answer this question. You know, I was thinking about, as I was looking at this again, you know, will we be, you know, sort of surveying the landscape countywide and this is kind of alluding to what Councilmember Cermeño just mentioned, but will we be surveying countywide services and programs to see what else ongoing, to see and sort of continuously take inventory on what is being offered in other cities or even being offered by the county? Have we thought about that?
We meet very regularly, both with other regional partners as well as county staff, to be aware of all the different services that are being offered throughout the county. So it is something that we are very in close communication on, is what additional services are being offered elsewhere.
Good. And then, the other question I was going to ask, and it seems like I ask this question a lot, but, are there things that we're doing that we're taking the county off the hook of, right? I know there's a lot of stuff that we're sort of, that we're applying the stimulus money to, but, I guess my question is, are we doing things that the county, are we bridging a gap, right? Like, is the county not meeting its obligation, and so we're stepping in? Have you thought about that?
I think that's part of the ongoing conversations that we have with the county as well as our other regional partners, is how to strategize, how to strategically address this crisis across the county. Kelly, John, do you have any additional comments?
I was just going to add, I think it is a balancing act. On one hand, I think we feel a real need to be responsive to our residents and the needs of our residents. And so we are stepping up maybe more than some other local jurisdictions, but I think we are also very trying to hold the county accountable. We're trying to be strategic about doing things that complement what they're already doing or leveraging what they're already doing. So we try to do that, but to be honest, at some point we have to provide, we have to try to address our issues too. So it is a balancing act. I will say, for example, we had a rent relief program initially. Once the county received funds from the state and the state started their program, we started to back off of those, that type of program, and let them take that over. So that's an example of how we pivoted. Once we knew there were other funds and other agencies providing those resources, we pivoted, used our resources for something different. So we do try to do that, but we also really want to be responsive to the issues that we're facing in the city.
I'll just add one more comment. The mayor obviously sits on the Alameda County Mayor's Conference, which is a group of all of the mayors throughout the county. They have a homelessness working group that meets pretty much monthly, and they have designated a subcommittee of several city managers, myself being one of those who volunteered to work on that committee, and with county staff to work on the funding challenges and how do we better partner between the cities and the county staff on these funding issues around homelessness.
Yeah, because my last question was precisely about duplication of services, and and I know we're mindful of that, and I know we're kind of and I know others are sitting on these sort of county committees and and county bodies to ensure that there's no duplication. But so that's why I brought that up. Anyways, my last question is, I know we're applying $11.75 million to this plan, and just for clarification, this plan isn't fully funded, right? There's parts of the plan that's not funded. And so as time passes, we will be, as the plan puts it, we'll be leveraging services, leveraging sort of our investment to get funded. And so I just want to get clarity on that.
That is correct. Oh, sorry, Jessica.
That's correct. And additionally, it's $11.75 million to homelessness and housing projects, and $7.5 million of that to the homelessness projects identified in this plan.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just also want to echo my compliments to everyone who worked on this, including our community members. think it's a very comprehensive approach and just happy to see the breadth and scope of it. I'm just wondering, in terms of the regional discussions, do we know how many cities within Alameda County have and are operating their own navigation center?
I believe it's just us and the city of Berkeley, but the staff team can confirm.
Actually,
Fremont.
And Oakland.
Oakland, yeah.
Oakland. Okay, so is that part of the regional discussion, getting to a place where every city has a navigation center?
I think there's interest from some other cities to open up their own navigation centers, and I think other cities have a different appetite for that. But as a city, or as the city leads, we all do meet to discuss like how to strategize around being city leads of these centers.
Okay. And then I'm also aware of BACS opening up the housing resource mid-county, I guess you would say, basically it's a resource for anyone needing assistance with housing. So that operation, that's independent to this plan, correct? That was already in the works. That has nothing to do with our role in
That's correct. Okay. BACS is the new contract holder for Mid-County's Housing Resource Center. And so previously it was a different agency, and now it's BACS, and it's operated out of HEDCO Housing and Wellness Resource Center. And so that's the new entry point for Mid-County where individuals can access resources.
Okay. And then can you briefly, just for the benefit of the public, just kind of highlight the main reasons why people would utilize that agency, that service?
Sure. It's to access either housing or behavioral health services through one centralized location. And it's to get connected to, again, kind of the breadth of services. So it can be prevention all the way to emergency shelter and housing navigation to get people into permanent housing.
Okay, thank you. And then in regard to the shallow subsidy, are we going to be looking at partnering with any other additional nonprofits? What I'm looking to see if someone could, after we have the application for the family, the household, the individual, kind of assess their needs. And if the individual is open, interested, healthy, and can, are there kind of short, mid, long-term goals we can help them achieve so they can actually improve their economic situation? Are we going to be looking at any of those type of support, that type of support or referrals?
Yeah. So this is going to have to go out to RFP for the agency that would be contracted for this, but a component that we are, that's part of the concept for this is case management services. So it's not just every month, here's your check, but that it's another linkage point to the system of care, so that there are folks paying attention to these households and identifying when they need support getting food stamps, support getting other types of benefits, other types of housing problem solving, economic development, job placement training, all of those types of things would be part of that case management, which is currently not something that like city staff have the capacity to do. So that would be part of that program.
Okay, thank you. And I know our assistant city manager in the past, we had put an RFP out when we sold public lands. Can you remind me of, I believe it's a state provision that requires us to do that. Can you please remind us of what that is and the last time the city actually implemented those efforts?
Yeah, sure. I think you're referring to the Surplus Lands Act, which is the state's new law. It was actually amended recently and is now much stricter. And so just to kind of, if you're referring to kind of some of the comments we received about public lands and any city land, and I will say other than the 238 property, because we are exempt because that's subject to special legislation through the state because it was land that came from the state. Any public lands that the city owns has to go through a very kind of detailed process and procedure for first offering that land to affordable housing service providers. There are some ways that if you do enough affordable housing, you could do a mixed use project of like, I think it has to be a minimum of 300 units, but a minimum of that has to be 25% affordable. So there are some ways that if you have a lot of land and you want to do something. So for instance, we're looking at that for potentially for the city center property that would be subject to surplus lands. So there are ways that if you have more land and more units, you'd still have to provide a significant amount of affordable housing. and provide a certain number of units. But in general, it requires that all of our city public land, if we're going to sell it and surplus it, has to first be offered for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. So that's a state requirement. But that
is. And then all the 238 properties, just to be as a summary, right now, we're currently anticipating 25 to 30% of all the units that are built on the city's 238 properties will be affordable housing.
Okay. And then I know when we adopted the updated rent stabilization ordinance, there was also a request to have a review after it's been in place. I don't recall if that was, we're going to do a year out, 2 years. Is that scheduled on the Housing and Homeless Task Force to review any kind of updates and just in terms of how the program is actually working?
Yeah, we did initially when we adopted it, we had a 6-month review, which we did conduct that review already. So we don't have another kind of formal review, but I'm happy I will say with all the housing programs for the stimulus, we have a lot on our plate and the housing element as well. And then I think there's a desire to kick off a review of the affordable housing ordinance by the end of this fiscal year. So we have a lot on our plate, but we could potentially do an informational report sometime this fiscal year on how that's going and what we're seeing. So we'd be happy to do that. But I think we'd want to, given everything else we're trying to tackle, I don't know that we want to do an entire formal review. So we can bring that informational report to the task force.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I want to build on some of the comments from my colleagues. And I do have comments of appreciation, but I'll hold those for
Lamnon, you do
comments time.
We're on questions.
Right. So yeah. I have questions.
Okay, good.
But they build on the questions of my colleagues is what I was trying to say. Anyway, so regarding the HEDCO and the /BACS contract for Central County, was there thought about having them do this convening meeting that is proposed for quarterly, so that it's, take it off of staff's? I would still think staff might participate, but in terms of the convening part.
Is that in regard to the report back to the service providers as part of Goal 1?
It was part of Goal 1, and that desire to have service providers and folks with lived experience be part of the conversation with staff.
I think what currently we're envisioning is actually tagging it onto an existing meeting that we have with a handful of our service providers and also representatives with individuals with lived experience, and extending the scope of that existing meeting and then inviting more members of the public to hear those reports.
Nice. Okay. Thank you. And that sort of leads to my second question, which was also alluded to earlier, of there are a lot of meetings. And there's a pretty long list in the plan. When I asked some folks in the community about that, there was even other meetings. And then we talked about the county advocacy and so on. So I was just wondering, is part of the plan, and if this is called out and I missed it, I apologize, but is part of the plan kind of this ongoing county advocacy to sort of streamline the processes, to facilitate funding, to increase access to substance abuse services, mental health services, et cetera? What's the thinking on that?
Sorry, unmute didn't work. Yes, that is part of it. I think that it kind of folds into a lot of the day-to-day that staff are already doing, which is actively working to improve our communications with the county around these things. I'm honestly blanking on where in the plan it is, but I know there's a list of all the ways in which the city is currently engaging with the county. And so I think that it is really focused on maintaining those engagements and moving things forward through kind of our already existing county work, as opposed to bringing on more meetings with the county.
Yeah, actually, part of the advocacy is don't have so many meetings. And one of the things we heard in the meetings about this was that despite all those meetings, the system still feels siloed. And so advocacy about really how many meetings do we need to have?
Yeah.
Really, how many layers do we need to have between the taxpayer dollar and the recipient of that intended dollar?
Mm-hmm.
Those kinds of things. So
I think that's also part of I think actually you gave us feedback to do that early on. And that's one of the reasons that we're looking to tack on to that existing meeting that Jessica's talking about for the nonprofit piece. And we've been pretty strategic on the county side too, to like outline what we're currently doing and figure out ways to leverage those spaces to keep our county engagement going.
Okay, thank you. And then the shallow subsidy program, we're talking about sort of approving allocating some funding and some high level concept that it's a prevention program, but not necessarily approving the nuts and bolts of that program tonight. That's more in January.
That's not on your consent calendar tonight. We need to do more work to set up the RFP to identify a vendor, so that you'll see that hopefully in January is our goal to come back with more detail about what those, like you said, nuts and bolts would be.
And is there the opportunity maybe at the next housing and homelessness meeting to talk about that? Because there's, I had mentioned in the past, I still have some questions about that program, and I think it sounds like more work has been done, and so to kind of have more dialogue about that in September, does that make sense?
Yes, I think I did just check, and Councilor Marquez, as a follow-up, we do have a review of the rent stabilization ordinance on the September task force, so we will be taking a look at that. We also have a kickoff of the housing element on that same agenda. So it is a lot, but I think maybe we could bring, a short presentation or just kind of almost like a kickoff. Here's some ideas, because we are looking at other programs that have already been implemented. So maybe we could do a quicker item if that makes sense, since those are two other meaty items, but I'm happy to do that. And just on the shallow subsidy, just to talk a little bit about the concept behind it, is there's a lot of regional movement towards prevention, because what they're finding is that for every one person that gets housed, unhoused person or homeless individual gets housed, 3 are becoming homeless. And so there's a real shift of money and focus to prevention. And that's why we think this program is so important, is to try to, it can be a lot more affordable than supportive housing, which costs $600,000 plus per unit, where you could do maybe smaller, shallow or subsidies to keep people housed. And then you're actually you're able to kind of have a more affordable way of addressing the homelessness issue. So I just want to share that as kind of the concept behind the program, but happy to bring more details back.
Yeah. And I think, as said in the past, I'm wondering about also, are there some ways to shift people permanently out of crisis with some of that money? So I'm looking forward to that dialogue. And sort of to that point, lastly,
You're muted.
I got that. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I shifted my notebook and it muted me. That'll teach me to take notes. So regarding the tenant right of first refusal, I know we've talked about that multiple times in the task force, and as I recall, we put that on sort of future conversation regarding incentivizing housing production and the questions about the community land trusts and developing the infrastructure to really address some of the long-term systemic issues around racial disparity in housing. So we're already sort of looking at that, right?
Yeah, and maybe I could speak to that a little bit. I think we do see the programs that you'll see, the housing programs that you'll see under the stimulus, one of them, which is to acquire the tax defaulted properties or and work with land trusts for that. We do see that as kind of almost like a pilot or first step towards evaluating the need for something like a first right of refusal policy. And so that's a way of really kind of seeing how the tenant participation is, whether or not we have a program that makes sense. And so I think we'd recommend implementing those programs first before adopting a policy, because what we did find when we researched those, the biggest and most successful program is in Washington, D.C., but they actually have significant legal and financial assistance to help those tenants and acquire those properties. And so it's not something that, is in a significant administrative staff to manage those. So I think it would be something we'd want to be really careful about implementing quickly or easy, cost a lot of money to do it right, is what we found out. And so I think we see the land trust and the tax defaulted property acquisition program as a first step towards gauging the success of that type of program in Hayward.
Thank you. I do recall those comments from the task force and just wanted to bring them into this discussion as well. So thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. And I had a question about the beds and wanted to know, it seems like there were not that many beds for families, and if there was any opportunities to look at that makeup.
Are you talking specifically about the Navigation Center?
Yes, because it seems like I think it's for individuals for Navigation Center, correct? And then I think Love Never Fails and another organization has more for the family configuration. So I just wanted to see if there were things that we were looking at in terms of family configurations.
Yeah, so for the Navigation Center, that program was specifically designed to serve individuals because of really the unmet need in Hayward around providing shelter and housing services for single adults. In terms of helping support nonprofits who are addressing family homelessness, we are working also with Ruby's Place to provide them with some trailers so that they can expand their capacity through non-congregate shelter, both for the duration of the pandemic. And then additionally, they're working on some infrastructure projects so that they can continue serving folks while they are redoing their building.
Great. And then it wasn't a surprise to see the disproportionate number of homelessness that are African-American. And I wanted to know what African-American led organizations were approached for this project. It was a good makeup. I'm happy that Downtown Streets team and Everyone Counts and PD, those different organizations were part of this, but I wanted to know if there was any organizations that can give more context to this community.
Off the top of my head, Love Never Fails is another one. Okay. I'm trying to pull up my list. Amanda, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Amanda, but since you were doing more of the data collection, do you happen to know that off the top of your head?
That was one that was coming to mind. I'm not sure offhand. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. Well, I definitely recommend that be an opportunity for you all, is to, you seeing this disproportionate number, just getting more people who know the community to help out with the community, if that's a possibility. And then I'll save my comments regarding that later, so I can continue to only ask questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Yes, thank you. But I do want to mention, in answer to one of your questions, that I believe FESCO is still a shelter in our city that is specifically serving families, specifically people with children. So that there is some availability there. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say kudos to staff. I know that this is something that I've been excited about as we discussed it on the Homeless and Housing Task Force. Just real quick question in regards to staffing levels at some of the nonprofits that we've worked with, and the amount of individuals that come through and the resources, and the fact that, we have a district command unit that also operates, throughout the day and throughout the city. What is the capacity and the requirements for the nonprofits on a 24/7 basis and staff capacity?
Both the Navigation Center and the Hotel Annex have 24/7 staff on site. The other nonprofits that we work with, I can't speak to what their staffing levels is, but those city-funded programs are 24/7 staffing on site.
Okay, and do we have this in contract language as to, we are requesting not only 24/7 service, but also may staffing, let's say one staff per every 5 people or whatever the case.
We have case management ratio within the contract as well.
Perfect. Thank you. And then as far as, and I'll ask about the, sorry, and I know Assistant City Manager knows the programs that we have that are going to be on the funding item next. I do have some questions about that, but I'll reserve my questions then. One of the questions I have is, we talked a little bit here about the differences of what our city is doing versus some of the regional partnerships and so forth. My question significantly is going to be, what are we doing in regards to the ongoing services? So this is, one-time funds that we see here. It's a significant chunk of funds. What are we going to be doing next year, the year after, and making sure that these programs stand up on their own feet?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a constant struggle. I mean, we have and that we believe the Hayward Navigation Center is an ongoing program that we anticipate funding on an ongoing basis. I think we've leveraged about $7.7 million. I think Jessica can of outside funding for, I think, about $3.5 million worth of city funds. So a pretty significant amount of outside funding that Jessica and her team have gone after. And so we will continue to do that. We don't see that letting up given the magnitude of the problem in the state. We know the state right now with the surplus is allocating billions of dollars towards homelessness. So we are very proactive and aggressive at trying to look for funds. And we're hoping that some of them will be sustainable so that they're not just the one-time funds. I mean, we've been able to cobble together one-time funds to keep this going, to try to minimize the contribution that the city's general fund has to make towards the Navigation Center. We'll continue to do that. But I don't have a guarantee, for instance, that we're going to know exactly how to fund this over time. But we will keep looking, and we do see it being a very positive environment for continuing to find outside funding sources.
Definitely. And if you can go back to...
Councilmember Wahab, just to add to that, I will say that is definitely a focus of the mayors who are meeting, on a pretty much monthly basis to, particularly the mayors who have, more serious homeless issues in their cities, to work with the county to get more agreement, more, commitment from them for ongoing funding for some of these operations we have set up.
Perfect. Can you guys go to slide 21?
Yes, I will pull it up.
Thank you.
Well, that's occurring. We did find that Magnolia House, is an African-American led organization that was consulted and part of our process. So I just wanted to follow up on that.
And I would also add, Everyone Home is a Black-led, the Continuum of Care consortium group, and they also have a racial equity report that they recently released in partnership with the county. And I know that Homebase used that framework as well in this work.
Okay. Two questions here. The expand winter warming shelter year round, which, genuinely I appreciate. I've asked in the past in regards to a lot of these shelters, a lot of the individual unhoused individuals that I've met with and interviewed. They talk about how they cannot have their belongings, remain at whatever shelter they're at. Has that been discussed and kind of finalized? I know in the past I've asked about this. I just want to see if there's an update.
So we're actually still working out the details of what the Day Resource Center is going to look like. During the pandemic, the First Presbyterian Church of Hayward has moved to more of like a cohort model. And so I think the possibility of, having some items on site is probably within the scope of work that we can continue discussing with First Pres. And then, I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head whether or not they allow pets at Winter Warming Center or at the First Pres South Hayward Parish site.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is because as people move, and let's say look for jobs or things like that, they shouldn't and they can't necessarily lug out their material and so forth. The second question is the Hayward Navigation Center contribution. It says fiscal year 22 versus or fiscal year 23. Is there a reason for the or?
No, I think it should say, if you look at the stimulus expenditure plan, it is for this coming fiscal year. And that is really to stabilize the city operations and potentially, be able to fund some other priorities of the city that have gone unfunded due to the COVID pandemic.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Wahab, if I could I think your question about pets, I just Googled it and they do with proper leashes and cages and dependent on behavior.
Okay. And this is for the warming shelter, correct?
No. Oh, yes.
The winter shelter.
Yeah. The winter warming shelter, if you will. But yeah, and BACS also allows animals as well.
Yes, at the Navigation Center and at the Annex, it's housing first. Pets are allowed storage. We have 2 storage facilities, and it's co-ed, so partners are allowed, and just no children.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I think I don't think we had any more council questions right now, except I was just going to ask, the public education campaign that is mentioned, I didn't see that was really, fleshed out. And so I'm just wondering about that, and particularly the focus and, the way, not just understanding what we're doing about homelessness, but what homelessness is, why people are homeless, and the human face of that, which I think could be a really big help for people understanding, what we're doing to, to address it. And also, we do have a compassionate community. And while people do complain about some of the, rightly so, I think, about some of the more negative impacts of, homeless populations living on streets and impacting, certain quality of life issues. I do think we have a compassionate community of people who are ready to help. And so I wonder if there's anything in this plan or, what you would say to the idea of how we promote not only public education, but perhaps volunteerism and donations too.
That is all. I think Mayor kind of hit the nail on the head with the purpose of that campaign, that it's both here's what we're doing, but also a kind of building an understanding for why homelessness exists, particularly within our region. All those things you said are part of that activity. And one of the reasons that activity emerged was from people saying, I want to help, but I don't know how. So that would be a part of that campaign, is identifying opportunities to link community members to volunteer opportunities. We already, as staff, on like an ad hoc basis, do that quite a bit. People call our office and say, I have stuff to donate. And we link them to our nonprofit providers all the time. But this is a more comprehensive, we had folks attending those community forums who were just there to learn more, who were like, I don't know. They said they had nothing to contribute. They obviously contributed quite a bit. But we identify as well that there is that need for folks who want to help, and that campaign would help educate them on those opportunities. Great. But for folks who are listening, if you ever want to help, you can always call our office, and we're happy to connect you to those opportunities as well.
Yes. Why don't we pop that number up there right now in case anybody is listening?
I'm sure our team is like, why are you saying call us more? But it really is, it's something that's what we have these nonprofit partnerships for.
Okay, thanks. And then, so I don't see any more council questions. So now we're going to open public comment on this item. And I do see we have some hands raised. So we will, Madam City Clerk, are you ready to take public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and so we will start with Donna Whitmore.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Hello, Council. There are many of us in Hayward that are the other side of the equation. We're very disappointed that our City Council continues to fail Hayward's homeless and the folks that have to live with them by continuing to support unhelpful and unsuccessful programs. I'd like to address the attachment 3. Same old stakeholders, advocates, nonprofits, city personnel, all sharing the same philosophy. Not a lot of different viewpoints. Talk to us. In the past week, there has been over 850 posts on this subject that has to do with First Pres on Nextdoor. Same old programs. Every city has got these. Navigation centers, shelters. Now you want to go with safe parking. Same old results. Look around the neighborhoods in Hayward. The present programs are not working. Goal 1 speaks to turning naysayers and NIMBYs into compassionate human beings. We are compassionate, as the mayor said. We all want to make this work for everybody. The problem is we have to solve it together, and not just one philosophy and not just one way. Right now, the program doesn't work for the homeless or for the folks that coexist with the homeless because of the negative behaviors. The present programs don't set the homeless up to be successful, which does affect the community they live in. Goal 2, you're continuing now to fund programs that haven't worked. Let's look at new ideas. Wellness centers for the mentally ill and substance abusers. Let's try repurposing unused office buildings and other buildings. If the centers manage the program well and start involving the people in their own recovery, people would never object to them in their community. It's the behaviors that are the issue. Goal 3, the more you try to force things down people's throat, the harder it will be to get anything built. Stop building only housing. Many folks are not able to live without managed services in a residential setting. And lastly, strategy 2.1, that was in one of the slides. This is what the problem with First Pres is. No rules, no expectation of participation in programs, and they're calling for no safety measures such as sobriety, no drugs, and criminal background. This is what causes the problems. This is what the 850 posts have been. We have to try something new, and we are compassionate. We do want it to be successful, but we want to see some new ideas. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, next is David Watley.
Hi, Council. Good evening. It's good to see you guys again. Welcome to the new council. I guess this is a new council. Welcome, Council Member Andrews. Haven't had the honor to meet you, but welcome and congratulations. Thanks so much to staff for the report. I appreciate, I apologize I came a little bit late, but I appreciate the information that I did learn during the staff presentation. I wanted to speak briefly about, I don't know if anyone on the council, whether it be staff or council members, have heard of programs that are happening in Southern California to address homelessness that involve incorporating the fire department. There has been success in multiple jurisdictions throughout in other parts of California where they, I believe it's called like community response unit. I don't know if that's ever, I didn't see anything like that in the staff report, but I'm not sure if that's ever been discussed or thought about, but it has been successful in other jurisdictions throughout the state. And it's something that perhaps the city might want to take a look at and how it can, link the fire department folks with the navigation center in addressing homelessness, et cetera, the service providers, because there has been reports of significant success from what I've gathered or heard. So yeah, that's one thing to take a look at. And then secondly, it was mentioned, like what's causing homelessness. And I know that in the past, I have talked about this issue previously. It has to do with sort of, I guess, the laws that govern certain types of industries in California, like the technology industry, for example. And a lot of people know that, one of the things that I do is that I work in the performing arts and that I'm an artist with San Francisco Opera. And during that time period, I was, driving for Lyft, and I also worked for Amazon, part-time. And I shared I believe with this council or with the previous council, some concerns about their labor practices that these technology companies have with their employees. Now, thank God I didn't have to work there full time and raise a family, but a lot of my coworkers did. And they did rely on that to support their family. And it's really not feasible when the laws that are passed by Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. allow for these types of technology companies like Lyft and Amazon to mistreat their employees and not allow them to be paid fairly. So I think that if I know that Amazon has a presence and establishment in Hayward, so that's something to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Gunn. Sorry.
Hello, new headset. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you so much. Just looking over this plan, it looks pretty good. And so it's not perfect. It doesn't answer every single problem that we face as a city when it comes to the unhoused, of course, but it looks pretty good. My concern is some of the response questions that I heard from council has optimistically, if I'm looking at this from an optimistic point of view, I could say, hey, they want to make sure the rest of Alameda County is doing what we do. They want to be the pillar. They want us to be the pillar that can be looked to. The other side of this is this appearance that council is saying, why should we do it if nobody else is? Or maybe somebody else can do this instead of us. And I'm really wary of hearing that sort of thing. Connected with this is the public education aspect, which I'm glad you included. Going onto social media, it's not too hard to find people that see homelessness and issues with unhoused people as a issue of inconvenience or an issue of a blight on the city somehow. And it's very apparent when you see it among people. And I would love if in response to this, when council members are interacting with the public, and they could use this as a point of education to say, listen, these are people. These are people that need help, not, oh, yes, we're going to clean this up. Come at this. And I understand not wanting to be confrontational in a social media aspect, especially when you're up for re-election. But I would say that if you approach this from an educational standpoint publicly more often, maybe people can learn something about how they can help. There was a time period myself where I was very nearly homeless. If it wasn't for family help, myself, my wife, and my 2 kids would have been homeless. It's been difficult. So I appreciate your efforts to not only prevent homelessness, but also to help people that are in this particular situation. I would just like to see more of that leadership role that Hayward can play, and less of looking to somebody else to do this. That's where I'm coming from. All right. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Muting. Next, we have Lacey Amadei. And thank you, Mr. Gunn.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Lacey Amadei with the Hayward Collective. Similar to what's been said before, and a couple of us said this during the Homelessness and Housing Task Force, just thanking and congratulating staff, and also, community members, stakeholders, and any of you that were a part of making this report happen. It shows a serious investment in our unhoused neighbors, and it shows a real commitment in staff suggesting that such a large portion of stimulus dollars be to serve our unhoused neighbors. So thank you and congratulations. As Jess Gunn said, it is a good plan. Again, I do want to congratulate you on, especially reading this final report, the thorough and thoughtful racial equity analysis. It's very much appreciated, and just thank you. And it was just very well done, very thorough. I also want to applaud, there's many things to applaud, but especially having the housing first concept, the idea of getting people into permanent supportive housing as a priority. So congratulations on that. I hope that you all had the chance to at least skim the letter that me and a couple other collective members put together. We spent some time on it. I just want to thank Colin Thurmoto and Dr. Shanda Goward. They both let me know they couldn't comment tonight, so I'm kind of commenting, on part of the group that put that letter together. So as we were saying, it's a good plan. We do have suggestions for how it can be made better. I do understand that this is coming towards the end of it, so I hope that this will be considered, especially for council members that do like these suggestions, for when the housing element discussion comes up, because there are going to need to be policy and actionable items in the housing element. So especially considering that, the idea here is just to continue with our ordinance as it is, our rental stabilization ordinance, and especially considering that many, many units can't be covered by any rental stabilization ordinance because of state law, it's really important that we look at other ways for there to be stabilization and preservation and anti-displacement measures. Just looking at the affordable housing field and us putting our heads together and looking around Hayward, we very strongly suggest that a TOPA policy or a COPA policy, a Tenant Rights to Purchase Opportunity Act, be considered. I know that there's some other ideas about how to pilot something similar, but that it really be considered and that it be moved up and looked at and studied. Second, an equity impact report required of all major large developments. I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that some of you maybe supported that during the strategic roadmap discussion. That would be an excellent anti-displacement policy to bring up now, or even at the housing element discussion. And lastly, a local public lands ordinance, so that there's a consistent way that we deal with public lands. Of course, there is state law. There's all kinds of ways that agencies argue that state law doesn't apply to it. So there are a lot of inconsistencies even given that. Thank you all very much. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Ellen Morris.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Morris. I'm an Associate Director of Development at Eden Housing. If you're not familiar, Eden is a local nonprofit affordable housing developer based in Hayward. And I just want to thank you all for the opportunity and inviting Eden to participate on the Let's House Hayward working group. Personally, I learned a lot about all the work Hayward is doing to provide quality care to its unhoused population. And I'm just really impressed with the passion and the deep knowledge that was represented in the group and by city staff. In particular, Eden is glad to see solutions for permanent housing represented in the plan, and we strongly support its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley J.
Ashley, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. My name's Ashley. I am a resident at the tiny home with You Spirit Artworks in Oakland that opened up just recently. And as far as the concerns that I have, it was more based off of how the program can help for unsheltered students in Cal State East Bay and everything. I know that the cost of living is very hard being an unhoused student, just having to figure out housing. Maybe if there's anything we could specifically do to find affordable below the market housing for the youth and the students, just to kind of take it off. I know with mental health and everything, being homeless, it's kind of hard to finish school, do anything with school. When you have nowhere to live, when you're sleeping in a car, it's very hard to accomplish anything. So definitely just anything as far as affordable housing for students or youth specifically would definitely be something that could help out a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Colin Thurmoto.
Hello, my name is Colin Thurmoto. I'm a member of the Hayward Collective, and I wanted to just comment and praise staff for all the hard work they did in making the Let's House Hayward strategic plan happen. It looks really great. And definitely having the $7 million proposed currently is a massive investment. So thank you all for that. We do think it's a great plan, but want to, as Lacey said, sort of try and encourage the council and the staff to push things a little farther, to include things like a public lands policy, to complement and perhaps go even farther than state law. A tenant's right to purchase policy would be a great thing to explore as well. And also a requirement for an equity impact report by all major new developments to consistently analyze the displacement risks and racial equity impacts of the proposed projects would go a long way towards addressing the outsized impact that homelessness has on people of color and other minoritized groups. But again, we think it's a great plan, and we would love to just see the council go a little bit farther and really make Hayward a great place to have other cities and the county and even the statewide look toward us as a way to really make things happen on a local level. So thank you very much, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ro Aguilar.
Good evening, council members and staff. I believe you've all heard me speak before. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I came in late because I thought it started at 7. My apologies. And so I'm a little behind the 8 ball here, but I am familiar with the plan. And I want to applaud the efforts of the council and the staff and the community to focus on homelessness and some really important stuff in this plan. The vision statement, be a leader in ensuring an end to homelessness. That stands out for me. And the word that I want to emphasize is leader. And when you say leader, that means you don't necessarily need to have everybody following behind you in the county or the state. Leader means you get out there and you do what you know is possible and healthy and safe for your residents, and you don't worry about everybody else, and they will follow you when this is successful. Now, goal number 1, I like public education. Definitely think that's an important one. And hotel motel leases, I guess that's part of the hotel annex program for the $3 million. I can't emphasize the importance of that. That's one of my favorites for housing homeless, for providing them service, for getting them into permanent housing. I think that is so important, and I appreciate the $3 million going toward that. However, goal number 3 in the plan, which moves toward permanent housing, little weak there, folks. A lot of bureaucratic speak. For example, the city will explore the feasibility of expanding permanent housing. Why are we exploring the feasibility? Why don't we just say the city will expand permanent housing options, such as we need the political will. That is what is going to do it. We can't be wishy-washy looking at feasibility. We just got to come out and say, we will expand these options, such as, and as you all know, the Mission Village development, which I tried again to get 3 or 4 affordable apartments into that at the Planning Commission meeting. I'm sure some of you are listening, and I failed. Look at that development. Look at it and promise that you will never do a development like that again without any low-income housing at all, not one, and so close to transit. Please, let's agree right here and now. And there's still a chance for the council to change that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Alexis Villalobos.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Alexis Villalobos. I want to reintroduce myself. I think for the last 6 months when I call in as co-chair of the Hayward Community Coalition. We've recently had our re-elections and I have switched roles now. I am now the research chair of the Hayward Community Coalition, and that's much more of an information gathering role. I used to speak on behalf of the coalition. Now I gather information on behalf of the coalition, but I'm still very much with Hey Coco. I want to say, first and foremost, I'm not saying this on behalf of Hey Coco, but just saying it as I'm listening, very pleased to hear what staff has put together. This has been really helpful in my new role to see what it is that staff has put together, what the basis of the programs and the policies are. This is incredible. This is, fascinating. I didn't expect this a year ago when we started Hey Coco that I would be impressed with the staff reports. I thought we would be fighting with staff. I thought we would be calling and yelling at everybody, but this is really exciting. But as the research chair, I do want to get a little bit more information on some of the basis of the questioning that I hear from people like Mark Salinas and Francisco Cermeño. Not trying to make a judgment call here. I know these were just questions. We haven't heard your discussion or your vote yet, but I want to know more about the basis of your questions. So expect an email from me to ask more about why you're asking about the comparative politics of helping unhoused neighbors, about why Hayward should be the first to help somebody who is unhoused. These are, I want to know exactly what it is. What is the root of those questioning? Why do you have this line of questioning? What is the interest that you have in mind? What is the problem that you might see? Because what we see here is a humanitarian issue, a human rights issue, and you're asking questions that to me seem a little petty, but I want to know more. So expect an email from me. Thank you, Aisha Wahab, Councilmember Wahab, for asking things as simple as about, pets, because it might seem, really simple to some, but it means a lot. I think if anybody here who has a pet at home, you know how much that means to you. And it really reminds us about how much these people are really just human beings. These are our neighbors, just like any other neighbors who have pets that walk with their pets in our neighborhood. And you're thinking about their hearts. You're thinking about their friends and their families, whether they're human or dogs or cats or whatnot. So thank you for making such human-centered questions about these policies and these programs, and not about, what is Union City doing, or is this giving the county off the hook? Thank you for that. But yeah, I just wanted to share that, and thank you all so much. This has been an exciting, night. I wasn't expecting to call tonight, so that's why these comments don't seem very well prepared. But I couldn't help myself. This is cool. All right, I'm gonna yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Jonathan Russell. Jonathan Russell.
Oh,
there.
Looks like I accidentally muted myself. Apologies.
Hear you now.
I just wanted to first show our deep support for this, not just the result of this, but the process. Having participated in various kinds of strategic planning processes, I just want to commend Hayward for the intentionality, and certainly for home base for the facilitation and the inclusion of those with lived experience, not just in participation, but in input and feedback and just really honest conversation. So I think that it's not just a model plan, but it's a model process. And so I just want to lift that up and say thank you for that. And also say just as an encouragement to these critical questions about regionalism and the importance for coordination with the county, specifically around the proposed programs on the shallow subsidy side. I just did want to lift up that there has been a lot of research at the county level. Systems Modeling Committee did a racial equity report across the whole county homeless services system and identified that there are roughly 13% of the Alameda County's homeless population could have been prevented from homelessness with shallow subsidy support, which equates to about 1,800 slots of shallow subsidy support across the county that would be needed. So I did want to lift that up to say that this local model does complement the larger regional approach to look at the whole array of interventions we need to support homelessness prevention. So just wanted to lift that up and identify that and say that we need to continue that process of having to be regional. And I think that's a very regionally complementary idea. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And that is the last hand I see raised from members of the public. If there is anyone else who would like to, I see another hand going up. So we have Zachariah Okenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Zachariah Okenda here. I'm on the City Planning Commission, used to serve on the Community Services Commission. I wanted to comment, I was a part of the process. I was one of the people interviewed on the Community Services Commission. I've definitely been following this process for the development of the strategic plan for a while, and I'm really happy with the work that staff has done. And home base, I'm really pleased to see all the ways that you've pulled in a lot of the community feedback and ideas. I know a lot has already been said on the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Acts and different strategies, as Assistant City Manager Ott had mentioned, for kind of reviewing that moving forward at different times, but staff capacity pending. I just am really proud of the city. I know this is a big step forward in a lot of this work. There is only one thing that I wanted to lift up in implementation moving forward, and it's the way that we can continue to kind of center and lift up the folks who are most impacted in experiencing homelessness, and those are people who are in reentry or impacted by the criminal legal system. That is spoken about in the strategic plan. I know it came up in several meetings. I personally have brought it up myself, and it's something that I'm passionate about. And I think as a city, we need to be mindful that many of the people who are experiencing homelessness, or at least who are most likely to fall through the cracks of the support services that we will develop, are lacking reentry services, are people who are impacted by the criminal legal system. And we can do more to support that. That is unfortunately an area where the county is failing, and the city does need to do more to step up. So I just wanted to leave that there. Thank you again so much. And I appreciate council for all the work that you've been doing to be diligent on this issue. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Pastor Chuck Horner. Pastor Horner.
Yes, I'm not here on the subject of homelessness. I'm here on the subject of the unmanned aerial system.
Oh, well then you want to speak later. We aren't on that item yet. That's
yes,
coming
ma'am.
up.
That's why I didn't raise my hand. Okay,
I did see your hand raised there, so I'm not sure what happened.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Forgive me.
Yes, that will be item number. We have. Let's see. Yes, that will be after the item.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize.
Item 3. Okay, thank you. And with that, I don't see any other hands. If there is anyone else from the public who would like to speak, raise your hand now. Not seeing that happen, so I am going to now close public comment and return to council for comments and hopefully a motion. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I will make a motion to move this item. I do want to highlight a couple of comments. One, I just really want to thank our housing staff, Assistant City Manager Ott, Christina Morales, Jessica Lobedon, and Dr. Cole Bloom. I think that you guys have really, really heard a lot of what we've said over the course of several years now, and really tried to make it as comprehensive as we could possibly make a project like this of this magnitude. I do also want to tell the public that some of the comments that I heard, I genuinely appreciate, the comments that were made very early on where it said that, these programs don't necessarily work and, some of the criticism there. I will highlight the fact that as cities, we don't often have extra funding to fund these particular types of programs in a real substantial way. And the funding that we are going to be talking about is actually pretty substantial. I'm actually very proud of this council. In the last, I want to say a month and a half, we also invested $5 million in closing the gap on affordable housing. This includes senior housing. This includes rental properties as well as home ownership opportunities. It was like 4.9 million, but I'd like to say 5 million right there. Even on this, a lot of what we're trying to do, rather than doing some, fancy project for the city and making it more inclusive or gentrification of some kind or anything like that, we are actually investing in these safety nets. And again, we have not been able to do so to the degree that we wanted to because of the lack of funding. So we have prioritized housing, as we know, is the number one consideration from our homeless population. I will also say that we have our district command unit that does belong within our police department. So it was something that, was referenced earlier, that do go out and talk to different, communities and areas where homeless are and so forth, and connect them to services. And we work hand in hand with the nonprofits. Now, I would like for staff to definitely, widen the net of who we engage with. For example, I will say some of the groups that I have not seen is definitely some of the communities that are monolingual, new arrivals, special immigrant visas, that new arrivals that are coming in, landing in Oakland and throughout the Bay Area. So I did not necessarily see an appropriate partnership that I can say that, addresses that community in particular. I will also say that, I do want to thank our steering committee, primarily every single person that has spent hours kind of providing input. And I do also want to highlight the Hayward Collective's letter. I genuinely obviously agree with a lot of the anti-displacement moves and so forth. And the tenant's right for first refusal. Now, that is something I have brought up for, almost on every housing committee meeting we've had. That does take a significant investment as well. And city manager or assistant city manager, Ott, would you be able to explain a little bit of that? I just want to highlight what we mean by investment.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. And just to make sure folks understand what that is that when a unit or a multifamily unit or even a single family home has tenants in it, so it's an apartment complex, when they're being sold, that there's a first right by tenants to potentially buy that unit and have more of a cooperative type of housing that essentially minimizes displacement and helps stabilize housing. My understanding, and I think Christina Morales is on the line as well, is that the DC model excludes single family homes, but it would be so for multi-family apartments that would get sold. And so what DC has done is that if you're going to organize tenants in a building to purchase a project, that obviously takes a lot of effort, legal effort and assistance, financial assistance, and helping them do that. And so that's what I mean by investment, is that the programs that are successful, that have policies like that, are ones that also bring to bear legal assistance and financial assistance to make sure that tenants are successful when they do that. Because I think we don't want to set a program up for failure and have tenants purchase a unit or their unit and not be able to afford to maintain it or to be able to kind of do it in a successful way. And so that's what I mean by investment. And some of these departments and cities that have successful programs have pretty significant administrative staff to manage and manage those programs. So I think that's why we really see starting with the tax defaulted program, the community land trust, as a way to dip our toe into this and see how we can do it, and then continue to evaluate and explore the potential for a future policy.
Definitely. And it's funny that you mentioned Washington, D.C. And the reason why I find it funny is because the individual that, I was talking to about this proposal actually stated that he bought his home in and referenced that program. So that's why it was top of mind. I also want to highlight some of the comments about the county versus us. I am of the mindset that I don't necessarily care to wait for other institutions to particularly take the leadership if we can. I know that we've done a lot on the housing. We've done a lot on some of the other items that, the city has tackled. I do believe Hayward, it has been leading the charge on a lot of different areas. As I mentioned, again, the $5 million investment, a lot of these programs, it becomes harder and harder. We are a smaller city. Funding doesn't normally come to us as much as it comes to some of the larger cities. And I think, we are definitely leading the charge there. I will say that, we have dealt with a lot of input from different folks, saying that it's not our responsibility, or, the more services you provide, the more negative it will be. I don't agree with that. I do believe that the city of Hayward can and is being a leader in providing more services and in actually investing in our community. And to the point is that housing is incredibly difficult to tackle, and we needed also funding. So I'm really proud of the city. I'm proud of the work that we've done. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Salinas and Councilmember Lamnin, for serving on the Homeless and Housing Task Force as well, and this council for approving a lot of the funding and projects that we have done for expanding safety nets, as well as trying to do things through an equitable lens. So thank you.
Second the motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to actually, you want to second the motion?
Yeah.
All right. I was going to give that honor to Councilmember Lamnin, who not only served on the committee, the steering committee, but also is the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Task. Would you like to second it, Councilmember Lamnin? You don't mind, do you, Councilmember Zermeño? Okay.
So actually, I really appreciate that, Mayor. And if you could ask that question on the next item, that would be, I totally appreciate why it's on this item, but because I was part of the task force, I'm willing to defer.
Okay. All right. We'll go back to Council. Thank you for that. And we'll go back to Councilmember Zermeño. And so, yes. So Councilmember Wahab has moved basically the staff, the staff recommendation. You're seconding that motion. I understand, Councilmember Zermeño. Okay. So go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thanks to our staff for the great work. Thanks for all the public comments. I really appreciate that. All the input, all the community meetings, I think are very, very important. I like colleagues Andrew's point upon making sure that every community organization is contacted on this, and we have a couple more that we need to contact. So I'm sure that that'll happen pretty soon. And what we're doing is tremendous. I think we've been working on this for a while, from establishing the task force to actually putting out some money. And this is serious money. This is only $8 million. So I want to make sure that staff, question for you, are we going to apply for any of the funds from the $12 billion that Governor Newsom has just announced?
Absolutely. We'll be looking at all of those sources, and to the extent we're eligible, we'll be actively pursuing those.
Okay, very good. Because one of the questions that it's on my mind is most of these funds that we're allocating, almost $8 million, are up to year 2023, 2024. So I don't want this to be a stopgap process, but I want it to continue as much as we can. So we have a solution for 3 years, but we need to ensure that we have it permanently to a degree, because homeless folks and unhoused folks will not disappear in 3 years. We're going to have them for a while. What is it? Something like 28,000 homeless in the Bay Area and something like 161,000 homeless in the state of California. So it's not going, we're going to have to work harder and more permanently in order to find a good solution to this. I've been to a couple of meetings, Association of Bay Area Governments, where a couple of my colleagues from other cities have stated, we don't want those people here. We're not going to do anything. So we have 102 cities in the Bay Area, and we only have 3 navigation centers. I find that shameful. I find that really disgusting. I've actually have written to Newsom saying, we got to force these cities to do something with these navigation centers. Any reason for only Oakland, Berkeley, and Fremont? No, there are 4 to have navigation center. He hasn't answered. So
Well, that's just in Alameda County. So there are other navigation centers in other parts of the Bay Area, Vallejo, San Francisco. I know San Diego is very proactive with their navigation centers. So there are other cities in California that have them. But, I think we agree with you. The more we can implement navigation centers, it's a great, especially the housing first ones where it's all, you're providing services for helping folks get into permanent housing. We agree. And it can be something that we continue to advocate for.
And I'm consistent in working and pushing for regionalists and regional solutions with stopwave.org, ABAG, and with our city, because it's very, very important that we all tackle this. Otherwise, it's not going to be as successful as we want it to be and as it could be. I think we're setting a very good example as what can be done. And I'm certainly happy that we got some extra funds for the ARP in order to be able to do this. Navigation center that needs to continue, the Vagabond Inn, the other annex that we're going to have over one of the schools. Those are very, very important. Let's see. Ridiculous. Okay, so 2024, we're going to work on that. Let's see. One of the, what was lacking in the report was some kind of a mention of mini houses, mini homes, container homes. I think those are possible solutions to finding homes, not only for the homeless and unhoused, but also possibly students. We have homeless students at Chabot College. They're called couch surfers. And if we could provide something, boy, it'd be tremendous. To find an empty space, a mini home is worth about $30,000. Container home can be refitted by $20,000, and they only cost about $9,000. And I think that's something that we can do in order to meet that goal of prevention. If we can start working more on the preventing homelessness, I think that certainly would work out. And I'm sure we have some homeless folk out there who would not mind a mini home. Okay, I think those are all my suggestions. I'm very happy, and I certainly hope that the rest of my colleagues go along with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to bring up the question of equity, and I know this was brought up when we were reviewing the GARE team's report on equity, and that was back when I was on Planning Commission, and one of the questions came up was, can we look at equity as part of the review process for projects? And I know the Hayward Collective brought this up as well, but I wanted to see if the GARE team had an update on how can we include equity as how we look at projects through the CEQA and how they have cultural, noise, traffic, equity. Can we just add that on as one of our lenses that we look at projects as part of the project?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something we're going to have a joint session with the Planning Commission in September and to kick off the housing element. And I wonder if that might be a really great way, thing to add to that and to talk more about that. I do want to mention that we, all of our housing division, community services division staff reports, and many of the other departments too now use a racial equity lens when we're analyzing projects. But those are more city projects. And I think what you're suggesting is the private projects. So I think that's something we could look at through the housing element process as well.
Great. And then I did want to make a comment regarding wellness. And I'm so happy that Donna Whitmore mentioned the word wellness. And is BAS considered a wellness center? I just want to confirm that is considered a wellness center, correct? Not just a navigation center. It has wraparound services and all that.
So HEDCO, which is a housing and wellness resource center, because they connect both to the housing system of care and the behavioral health system of care. And then on site at the navigation center, as well as the annex, it's a holistic approach to offer case management, connecting to substance use, behavioral health services, education, to connect individuals to whatever services they may need to be successful in permanent housing.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that just for clarification. And then also, I understand I believe there is a wellness center in Southland Mall as well, Alameda Health System. So we do have multiple health systems here, wellness centers in Hayward. I do also want to just highlight that a lot of communities don't necessarily feel like a wellness center is for them, even though it is. And so I do hope that you all will also work with these wellness centers to be a welcoming environment. For example, a lot of Black women do not go to the hospital to give birth to their children. They trust a doula because the health system has not been a strong advocate for them in understanding our needs. And so I just want to make sure that as we see these disproportionate percentages of homelessness and understanding what are the challenges there, also making that wellness appropriate for that community. Same with other communities that other council members have highlighted, just looking at it from that lens, because it's not a one size fit all approach when it comes to wellness. So that's one thing I wanted to comment on. And then the last thing I want to comment on is getting more information about specific job skills that are lacking. I did see in the report there was an overwhelming percentage of wanting more job skills, and what are those skills? I know we have EOP, we have a lot of different organizations. We have the Chamber, we have Hayward Unified and their after school programs and all that. But I'm curious to see what kind of skills are they looking for? Is it coding? Is it manufacturing? Computer skills? I know that there are other organizations that target specific communities and getting them coding classes. So, for example, the Hidden Genius Project targets a specific community to get them the skills to get them hired in the cities that they are getting gentrified out of. So I just want to make sure that is something that's a focus as a wraparound service as well. So that's all. Thank you. And thank you for the report. It was very comprehensive, and I appreciate all the work you all did on the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for the earlier comment. Yes, I want to start with a lot of appreciation. We've come so far in this city, and I'm so excited about all of that. And the way this was approached, the work of home base and of our city staff, the inclusivity, the listening to long-standing issues within the community, to new emerging issues, and making sure that this was such an inclusive, warm, welcoming process. Amanda, from the ways you led the meetings, Amy and Jessica, the way you responded to what the community was saying, and yes, even what I was saying, but that this is a beautiful document that I am super excited about. So thank you all for that work. And I want to appreciate some of the comments I heard and respond to a couple of them very, very briefly, because we've still a long agenda to go. But that are to Angela's point, or to Councilmember Andrews' point about one size doesn't fit most or even all. It's a great point, and I think it's sort of to Ms. Whitmore's points that a lot of what is now happening is new. Jobs was not an approach around homelessness for a really long time. And now we have Downtown Streets team. Now it's actually part of the strategic plan. And a big piece of this is bringing the ROPs and the schools and the city and the other employers into an integrated system that looks at the whole person and really comes from a strength-based perspective. And the shift and the tone that is outlined in this report to that empowerment place is really exciting. I mean, it is in the mission statement. And I appreciated the comments from the Hayward Collective. And I think I look forward to further conversation about that as we get into the housing element. I think they are bigger policies related to that. So look forward to conversations with members about that in the future. And I appreciated the comment about students, obviously, that, and I agree with you, Councilmember Zemenu, that tiny homes is absolutely a solution. And it's one of the reasons I sort of keep pushing at this shallow subsidy idea that, it's a shallow subsidy every year, but if we, for 40 people, but if we did that all at once, and I realize not all of the money is available at once, we have to sort of strategize that. But if we looked at that as a bucket, it works out to be almost 30K. And so are we buying a home? Are we doing a subsidy? So I'm looking forward to some conversations as that project evolves to see if we could really learn from the lessons of YSA and some work that architecture students do at USF, and really see if we can bring together some village opportunities. And of course, that is complements the work for our immigrant youth who are unaccompanied in our community with the new center that's going to come online this fall as a shelter program for youth. And of course, the integration with the school system will help a lot of our immigrant families here in the community. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of folks were part of this process. And so many, many thanks. And I'm pleased to support the item.
Okay. Thank you. And Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to be brief. I apologize, but I'm starting to get really sick, as you could see me sneezing throughout the meeting. So I will do my best to keep my comments concise. I first want to really acknowledge and thank Councilmember Lamnin. She was the first on this council who, I can't even remember what year, but you've always been a strong advocate for the unsheltered community members, and not just advocating and wanting them to have a voice at the table, but I know that you've been instrumental in ensuring that people with lived experiences are part of this discussion, part of the implementation, and will consistently have a voice and be acknowledged for their experience and their expertise. So thank you for always reminding us of that importance. And also, whenever we talk about this type of work, I can't help but to remember Betty DeForest, Kimberly Burks, and just amazing, strong leaders that were always strong advocates. So I want to acknowledge them at this time as well. And just want to encourage, there was a lot of comments made about humanity and the importance of, trying to be less restrictive to allow flexibility. Individuals are attached not only to their pets, but their personal belongings. I've had the opportunity to volunteer at multiple shelters here in Hayward, and I encourage everyone in Hayward to do what you can, really get to know these individuals. There are some amazing, amazing people, and very open-minded, very candid, and everyone just wants to improve their situation. They just need some support and assistance in doing that. So I'm really happy with the way that the city of Hayward has led. Just to be clear in my questioning, it is to emphasize that we are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. We are committed to doing that work. We're not going to let up, but it will only be stronger and more beneficial if our neighbors do the same thing. So we do need to approach this regionally and on the state level as well. I'm very pleased to just share the great news. I know lots of members have already mentioned, but there's been lots of funding going into affordable housing. We did approve a shelter in partnership with the school district for unaccompanied minors and youth exiting in the foster care system. So we've really touched on nearly every population that we can. As was mentioned, we're going to be looking at updating our affordable housing ordinance, the housing element. So this work doesn't end here. This is just one component of it. I would like to see staff, I know we've got a lot on our plate, but at some time when we could come up for air, it would be nice to kind of quantify all the efforts, kind of like a bragging sheet, hopefully encourage other communities to do the same. But our staff has been phenomenal, and I just thank you for your commitment, your service. I know the last 15, 16 months have been extremely challenging, but your hard work doesn't go unnoticed. And also want to acknowledge our police department as well as our maintenance department. They have to interface with many of these challenging situations for multiple years now. And this has really been a collective and group effort, and more good and important work to come from my colleagues. So thank you for all your work, and I'm happy to support the motion and all the comments that were made by the callers. We will be revisiting many of those policy discussions, just not here tonight, but they are forthcoming. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first appreciate Councilmember Marquez for those comments. I think she very, very concise, and I think she was I think she captured a lot of the sentiment and the mood that I think we as a council have been working on for several months, and also your recognition of Councilmember Lamnin. I know she's been a champion for this issue for a long time, and in Betty DeForest and Kimberly, God bless both of them. They've been they've been working on these issues for a very, very, very long time. And I can only imagine both Betty, but also I can just imagine Kimberly would be probably on this call, and she would certainly be, just deeply, deeply happy about what we're going to be voting on tonight. So, thank you for those comments. I wanted to. Just a couple of responses. Ashley J. If I'm not mistaken, I think I might have even caught that. I think you were a student, and so I just wanted to thank you for keeping students front and center in this. The University of California published a report a few years ago and said and reported that the single greatest population in the state that is housing insecure are students. And, and I think the University of California, the Cal State system, and the community college systems, I think they've have been doing, the best they can to respond to this. And so I think, and the fact that we're home to two of those institutions, I think, it just shows both on the advocacy side and on the policy side, the impact that they're having. The other thing is, and I'm glad Councilmember Marquez brought this up, the work of our school district, the fact that, we were able to support them and, really fast track a development over there behind the SEAC Center. And that will be supporting students, young adults. And for those, adults that are older than 18, they're still will be getting wraparound services and being connected to both education opportunities and employment opportunities. So, we've no doubt the work that we've been doing, I think, we have been front and center. Students have been front and center. And so I really appreciated Ashley J's comment. So thank you for that. And also I believe it was Jonathan Russell. Thank you for your comments. And I think those are, those were poignant, and I know that's what I think that's where the spirit of staff is, and I think that's certainly what we've been working on, making sure that people acknowledge that this is a regional issue, and we're in this together. We're and so I think that was good. Just a couple of high, in addition to all the congratulatory comments to staff, right on. I know we've been working on this for a long time. I wanted to also, again, acknowledge Councilmember Lamnin and Councilmember Wahab. We've been in these meetings and sort of ushering this thing through. And so I wanted to acknowledge that, staff, we've been up with staff up into the evenings, even when even pre-COVID, we were walking through this. So this is great. The report is great. 53 pages of, some of the best page gripping document you can ever read. So I think, this document is a great document, and I think all the positive comments you're getting, I think, is a reflective of that. And so, just a few things. One, the vision is clear, and I think that that's on any great initiative, any great campaign, clear vision, and I think our vision to eradicate or reduce homelessness, I think, is is on deck, and that's what this plan is going to do. And I think will there be tweaks along the way? Absolutely, but I think the vision, I think, is great, and I think it's going to be our guiding light. Our goals and our strategies, they're clear. There's metrics connected to them. And so, we will, I know we'll be taking inventory on our, in our journey down the road to make sure we implement this. And as we implement this, so I think that's great. I just wanted to re-highlight the stakeholders that were involved in this. I mean, we had the faith community, we had nonprofits, we had schools, we had educators, we had neighbors, we had the police department, we had, if you look at the list of stakeholders that contributed to this, I think it just shows our commitment to making sure we have, as much input from as many different perspectives. And I also wanted to highlight the perspective of the lived experience. And, oftentimes, you read reports about, we see this in schools a lot where, say, well, have you ever asked students what they wanted? But I think this report, covers that. I think it includes that. And really the other area that I really appreciate is the emphasis on coordinated services. And, we are not in this alone. And whether they're state, county, or even interagency, intercity relationships, I think is outstanding. And then lastly is, at the end of the day, this document is solution-based. Is it, will we, as we move down this path, continue to tweak it and adjust it and calibrate it? Absolutely. But make no mistake, this plan focuses on solutions. It's the city of Hayward's attempt to solve homelessness. And to prevent homelessness. And I think at the end of the day, we all can say we're on the right path on that. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And, I'll just add, probably echo a lot of the comments. I really do want to thank everyone involved in this, the staff, leadership, our community partners who are vitally important in this effort. And, the input from the Community Services Commission, the Housing and Homelessness Task Force. And so it's just a very good job, a very thorough report. It's going to be with us for quite some time. And I hope that we can really see it through, get it implemented, work out some of the kinks or, look at some of the things. People have made very, very good comments this evening, and I'm sure staff was listening and taking notes. I think that the thing that really strikes me is that it does begin to give us a holistic approach to this problem and look at the whole thing, and not just how can we get that person off the street right now into something that isn't on the street, but how can we help people who are, not that approach, but rather how can we help people who are in this situation? We need to understand why they're in the situation, what their needs are, what their desires are, what we can expect from them, and then find the right place and the right services. And I know Councilmember Andrews particularly talked about some of those issues and needs, especially in the wellness, in terms of healthcare and wellness, and so and it made me think of the Hayward Promise Neighborhood program that I know Councilmember Salinas is involved in his work, and that I'm involved in as, a member of the, I don't know what I think, the steering committee or executive committee for that. It's a large grant that we have received from the federal government over a number of years that approaches services that community members may need in a way of sending out trusted communicators to make people aware of what's available and to really address the full needs of families in particular neighborhoods in our city. That's how that program works. But I see this in a similar way. And I think the meetings, you don't want to have any more meetings than you really need. But the thing is, you do want all the service providers that can be involved and can be helpful to kind of know each other, to know about each other, and to be working together to address the whole needs of especially families who are in this position of not having housing. And I tend to want to say, help children first. I don't know that but I do think that's very, very important, is for especially children and, youth, emancipated youth who are in this situation. I mean, they're the ones who have the longest future ahead of them and who probably can most benefit from a lot of help. That doesn't mean I want to leave the others behind, but I just want to make sure we're really looking at those issues and providing the full round of variety of services. I know years ago, before I became a Hayward City Council member, I was on the board of FESCO, one of our homeless shelter providers, longtime shelter providers in this city, that, as I said earlier, does focus on families and particularly people with children. And I know that one of the tenets there, and I'm sure it's practiced by many of these other organizations, is to stay in touch even when families move on into some hopefully permanent affordable housing. Continue to have events that help those families. Like for an example was backpacks before school, and things like that. Stay in touch, stay supportive, make sure they continue to know that that they are part of a community. And many of those people have come back and spoken at FESCO events about their own experiences and their gratitude for FESCO for helping to see them through that. Of course, the big obstacle to doing any of this is funding, as it always is. And, I want to say, I think the issue was raised about comments by a couple of the council members about whose responsibility is this. But truly, there are responsibilities that our county has. And also there is going to be funding available. You can see it in the new federal, the state budgets. I have a press release today from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and ABAG that Council Member Zermania mentioned about that the governor has signed a budget that includes $20 million to start with for the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, which is an invention of and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the Association of Bay Area Governments to initially will be used to seed 5 new pilot programs designed to ease the Bay Area's housing affordability and homelessness crises, including things like an online platform known as Doorway, which connects residents with affordable housing opportunities, financing and technical assistance to increase acquisition and preservation of affordable housing, database to track development pipeline of affordable homes, anti-displacement services network that goes with the protection part, protecting people and avoiding displacement. Those are just some of the things. And so that's a start for that. So there is money coming. We have to get it. And I think in particular, the county is very important. And it's why the mayors are working together, because a lot of the funding will come through the county. And we have to make sure that we're in line to get that funding, to get our share of that funding to help support the funding of some of the recommendations here. So it is very much, we do have to work with our partners to make this all happen. And I know staff included a section on suggestions for funding. Some I liked more than others, but they're there. And so these are topics that I think we're going to be hearing about and considering as we go forward. But again, I will be joining everybody in supporting this motion and thank everybody for the enormous amount of work that went into it. But it doesn't mean it's over. I mean, it's a start. It's really a start. And I think we'll be seeing items come forward for the next many years, that stem from this plan and the work here. So thank you all. And with that, I will ask I don't see anyone else wanting to speak here. So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Cermeño to support the staff recommendation. I didn't hear any amendments to that motion. So Madam City Clerk, will you do a roll call for the vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes. And the motion passes with 7 aye votes. So thank you, everyone. And thank you for everyone in the public who tuned in, made comments, or is just watching. And this is going to take the whole community to move this plan forward, not just us. So we welcome the support of everyone involved. So thank you all. And we will now move on to item number 2, which is an item where we will get at least some of that funding, or hopefully, as is proposed, some of that funding to get some of the things started in this plan. So with that is, of course, the an action on the adoption of a resolution approving City of Hayward federal stimulus expenditure plan for the $38 million in stimulus funding that we are set to receive, and authorizing appropriation of $18.9 million for year 1 projects and programs. And I will turn this over to our city manager, Ms. McAdoo, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. I will kick off the presentation, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to be here this evening to present this expenditure plan. As you'll note on the agenda, we've flip-flopped the consent calendar to come after this item because in our attempt to be as efficient as possible, there are already contracts on the consent calendar, assuming the Council moves forward with this expenditure plan so we can get to work and helping our community recover. So I'm going to kick it off, do some background, and then Assistant City Manager Ott is going to share some of the more specific projects that are recommended for year 1 of the funding, and also some of the feedback and modifications we've made based on the outreach we've done over the last couple of months. So tonight we're here, as the Mayor mentioned, to approve the proposed stimulus expenditure plan for the $38 million that we've received, and then authorizing and appropriating the $18.9 million for year 1 projects and programs. Next slide. So for those who are not familiar with the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA, or the stimulus plan, this was signed into law March 11th, 2021. It was pretty historic in that it was the very first time that the federal government has provided direct federal relief to cities to address economic and fiscal impacts to the tune of $65 billion. And so that means for Hayward, $38 million in local relief, the $19 million, which we've already received, and another $19 million that will come within 12 months. These funds are flexible, but must be needed to address city needs associated with the COVID-19 crisis. And explicitly, we cannot spend these funds on pensions, employee pensions, or pension obligations, or on rainy day or rainy day reserve funds. Next slide. We did receive draft guidelines released in May. The council has had a number of work session discussions on this plan, and we've made some modifications. Apologies. Made some modifications based on the guidelines that were released in May. And these were, we had to change the formula that we were looking at in terms of replacing our lost public sector revenue and some of the other elements, making some changes there. So next slide. So we established a framework and some city guidelines for specific projects that obviously they would need to fall within established categories and are consistent with Treasury guidelines, address needs created due to the COVID crisis, are meeting multiple public purposes or cross-departmental. They fill a funding gap or leverage other funding sources, help us create more sustainable sources of funding, things that might be ineligible for other sources of funds. We must spend all of these dollars by December 2024. So projects that can be completed in that time frame are important. And then also trying to figure out how we implement programs with existing or one-time staff. These are one-time dollars, so we didn't want to add programs that might continue our funding obligations. Obviously, during the last discussion around homelessness, we are starting some of these programs and have started some of these programs. And I think every year we're continuing to have those funding discussions to figure out how we can create sustainable funding models for those homelessness solutions. But I think we didn't want to stop providing those services in the interim while we're trying to figure out the funding. Because if we have the money, let's do some good for some people while we're trying to figure out the long-term funding solution. Again, here's we've updated the expenditure plan based on the council and the committee feedback over and also commission feedback over the last couple of months. It was just a series of other input that we've received. Next slide. So here's just the expenditure plan review process. We had 2 council meetings in April to provide general guidance and also to adopt the resolution allowing the city to accept the funds. These plans have come to the Infrastructure Committee, the Housing and Homelessness Task Force, the Economic Development Committee, and the Community Services Commission. Next slide. And I'm going to let Assistant City Manager jump in here, but I wanted to just make one comment. I know the council has heard from a number of our labor groups over the discussions in the past couple of months regarding the concessions that many of our employees made as to help with the city's budget crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic in the last couple of years, and particularly last fiscal year. And we are making good progress on the council's goal of making employees whole from those concessionary givebacks last year, and hope to have side letters completed and hopefully even have those side letters on for a council agenda next week if we can pull that off. So I know there's been a lot of progress on those discussions, and I'm anxious to have the council be able to make those take those actions for our employees. So I want to thank both Assistant City Manager Ott and our Finance Director, Dustin Clausen, who really took the leadership role on putting this plan together, working with our department heads and other city staff, as well as a number of other stakeholders to help structure a plan that is really going to provide much needed assistance, both internally to our city organization, but then also to our community. So I just wanted to thank them for their leadership, and I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Ott.
Great. Thank you, City Manager McAdoo. This is a little different than the one that the council's seen before. Some of the committees have seen some aspects of this, but we did end up reorganizing this based on the Treasury guidelines. So this first category is supporting public health expenditures. There's also a provision in this that we really are focusing on here, but related to capital investment in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs. And so you'll see a lot of these items are really focused on that aspect of this. Obviously, technology investment, a huge jump. I think the Hayward, we were ahead of other cities, but really needing to invest more in technology and facilitating hybrid meetings, ways that we can continue some remote participation, also building safety upgrades, finding ways to make sure that our buildings are safe as we all come back to work, and also that our, we're open City Hall and all of our facilities. Looking at facilities that are like the animal control facility, that are older facilities that need to be expanded or have expanded locker rooms or expanded facilities to be able to address some of those issues. Our library, our fire training center that has a community paramedic kind of program within it, and then the stack, which is really obviously a facility focused on creating better access for public health for South Hayward. So you'll see I have there's two columns here. One is the total budget. It's close to $7 million under this category, and then a year one appropriation. I just want to emphasize, and this is something that came up at the CIC, and we're asking that the council approve the overall expenditure plan, but we do expect that plan to be a working document. And so while we think it's important to approve the whole plan, we're really asking for appropriation of just those year one projects. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the mayor's cat there for a second. Sorry. But so that So really, I just want to acknowledge that even though you're adopting that larger plan, we do expect it to change and to morph. And some things, for instance, as Measure C funds, are and where we anticipate there might not be a need to fill the fire training center gap, and then that would free up other funds that we could use elsewhere. So just acknowledge that some aspect of this is kind of a working document. The other really big category is addressing negative impacts, and this is really that community-facing category where we have a lot of the economic development business recovery programs, all of the housing and homelessness programs that you've seen previewed in the previous item, and then also blight and addressing the issues related to blight in the community. These were all, we went into a lot of detail. I'm happy to answer questions. I know we have a long agenda, so I'm not going to go over each of these, but I'm happy to come back to these slides if there are more questions. But as you see here is really trying to address some of the negative impacts of homelessness and trying to make sure that we keep the city clean. And so there are some expenditures here for that, as well as just, a clean sweep, clean citywide enhanced cleanup, really focused on our gateways and corridors and really trying to remove the blight that as a result of the COVID crisis. Replacing lost public sector revenue. So this is very strictly determined by the Treasury in terms of what methodology the city can use, but there is a methodology that we can use to recover lost public revenues due to COVID, and it kind of takes a pre-COVID kind of revenue baseline, and then we can kind of project our losses over those last few years. We've done that. The finance director did that, and so we have a $14.5 million amount that we have in here that is using the Treasury guidelines methodology, and then we recommend, in the interest of trying to balance all these different priorities, allocating that over 2 years. So the first year appropriation would be half of that, and then the second year would have the remainder of that lost revenue. And then investing in water, sewer, and broadband is the last category in the Treasury guidelines. And we are looking at tech lending library, 500 Chromebooks and hotspots and data plans for 3 years run through the library. The courtyard renovation and the fleet shop expansion, we see both of those as support roles to our utility workers and our workers throughout the city, and really the very old facilities that need to be upgraded and expanded to address the needs of our employees. And I will say there was an exhibit and an attachment related to broadband in the staff report. So I know there's a lot of discussion over the work sessions about how we can do more. There's a lot of other efforts going on. So you see the tech lending library here, but we do anticipate other federal funds, state funds, really focused on broadband and bridging the digital divide in our IT department and our library, and a number of our departments actively pursuing other funds that will allow us to continue to address the broadband issues outside of this. So this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of all the other programs that we're working on. So just wanted to acknowledge that. One of the comments that we received, especially I think from the council, but also especially from the CIC, was what are some options? What other needs assessments are there? Like what's not on this list? And so we went ahead and looked at needs assessments that are done on our other city facilities. And talk to department heads. And so we do have a list that we've started. This list will probably grow, but looking at ways that, and so these aren't currently in the expenditure plan, but these will be the items we'll be looking at when money gets freed up because maybe there wasn't as much of a need or there were other funding sources that came through. These will be the items that we'll be looking at to potentially allocate additional stimulus funds to. So one of them that we heard is a priority from the CIC and some of the council is expansion of the locker rooms in the police building. We need additional funds for animal control. So what's in the expenditure plan is just kind of the beginning phase. So potential additional funds here might be looked at. There's a week's library assessment in the plan, but there might be the need for funds to actually renovate. And so we have other programs that we've laid out here that we could be looking at as contingency options if additional funds become available or funds get shifted around. And then we just want to acknowledge there were a lot of feedback. And while there's a very detailed exhibit in the staff report, I just wanted to highlight some of the major changes. One I just talked about, which was from the CIC about providing more information on other unfunded city building facility needs and contingency options, which we did include. We added $300,000 for the animal control facility renovation. So originally that wasn't in the plan, but in response to the CIC review, we added that. There was comments from the CIC about the police facilities and the potential for allocating funds for the locker room expansions. That was added to the contingency list. We included daytime hours to the year-round warming shelter in response to comments from the task force. There was also a wealth building first-time homebuyer program that we presented as a potential focus on a reparations program for Black households. And I think there was just this program warranted more discussion. I think general support for first-time homebuyer wealth building programs, but the need to do more community outreach regarding the reparations angle and whether or not we just do first-time homebuyer versus wealth building. So that's one that's presented in a later year. So it gives us time to do more community outreach and come back to the council and the task force with further recommendations on that. A lot of comments about expanding broadband, and that's why we added that attachment that really shows that there's a lot of other ways that we're addressing this through the Comcast lift zones, the Hayward Promise neighborhood, the federal funds, other stimulus funds, state funds that are coming down, ways that we're addressing the broadband access and the digital divide. And then we had a number of meetings with the Community Services Commission and ultimately decided to propose a $500,000 augmentation to the community agency funding process that we already go through. So not have a whole separate process, but add that as part of the next year's community agency process. So a lot of work with our commissions and committees and community. So next steps, we will start, as you already seen with some of these contracts on the agenda, implementing the year one projects and programs immediately. We'll be working with the finance department to really make sure we have great compliance and accounting procedures set up so that we're keeping track of these funds and compliance with federal requirements. Conduct additional outreach where appropriate. So for instance, on that wealth building program or first time homebuyer program, and then we'll return to the council every 6 months. And I do anticipate there will be updates, reviews, adjustments to the expenditure plan, and possibly additional appropriations as necessary to continue to have this be a working document as it evolves over the next 3.5 years. So this is our recommendation. I think we're happy to answer questions. Do you want me to stop sharing, or do you think there'll be a need to reference these slides, Mayor?
I don't think so. I think people have that from the staff report. So yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
You can stop sharing. Well, I hope you don't stop sharing altogether. Stop sharing the screen.
Okay, well, hopefully you see that I have stopped sharing, and then we can pull those slides up easily if you have questions.
Okay. And yes, we do have some questions. So I will go to Councilmember Zermeño.
2 questions. Kelly and Jennifer, thank you for the report. Question number 1, the funds address blight, getting rid of blight. Okay, so that's positive. So my question is there, if addressing blight is one of the priorities or objectives, why can't we use some funds for murals, which defeat blight, and why can't we use it for security cameras, which also address blight?
There's not a bright line here. I think we felt that we do think that under the economic development programs, there were quite a few comments from the Council Economic Development Committee about art and how we could incorporate that into placemaking as part of those economic development recovery programs. So we do think that that is eligible. I think we want to be careful. We don't think it's just doing a public art mural program by itself. But if we do it as part of kind of placemaking, as part of a downtown effort to help recover, we think that is, there's not a perfect book here on yes, it is or not. And so we have to make some judgment calls. And I think we felt that an art program by itself wouldn't be eligible, but something that was part of a larger downtown placemaking economic recovery would. So we're trying to get at some of those issues, but we're just making some judgment calls. And I just think we thought that wasn't eligible. And then the City Hall cameras, it was purely security related and not, some of the blight stuff you can really tie to the reduction in services we had to do with employee reductions just to kind of space out our maintenance crews. And so we think we can tie that much more directly to COVID, whereas security cameras for safety is just a little more indirectly related. So, it's not perfect, and we're not perfect, but we're trying to make some judgment calls about what we think is eligible and what's not.
The mirrors I would refer to would be the ones that would be painted where in areas that are constantly tagged. And then the cameras are the ones that we would place in places that are continuously being used to dump. And there are at least 7 places that I know of. So they're not security per se, but they're trying to control blight. And my other question is, I like the fact that we can use funding to acquire tax defaulted properties. Can we then perhaps use funds to buy properties that have been vacant for decades? I'm thinking one right across the street from the hamburger joint on B Street. I mean, it's ridiculous. That thing's been there for 50 years or longer. Is that a possibility?
It's something we can look at. We were really focused on housing displacement and people who were at risk of being displaced as part of, COVID because of the defaulting on a loan. And so those were why we focused on the tax defaulted homes and residential properties. We can look at commercial properties. They're obviously more expensive, and so it might be more difficult, but I think it's something we can explore. And I'm happy to explore the public art, especially graffiti abatement, if that's what you're referring to specifically. Right. And let us explore both of those a little more as part of our next 6-month review. We can talk to our legislative advocates and get a little more information and see if something we think we can expand to include in the program.
So, for example, the empty lot on B Street, could that place be turned into a 5-6-story building at the bottom retail and on top 1-bedroom units for students, for unhoused individuals? So that's, thinking outside the box. Thank you. Thanks again. So let's work on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I just want to clarify, are all future appropriations going to come back to the council, or is it just items above 75,000? Can you clarify?
It would be just the projects above. So any project that's appropriated in the year 1 appropriation, we would come back with any project that had a contract over 75,000 or required additional appropriations of some sort for something specific.
Okay.
So for instance, you heard on the shallow subsidy, if we enter into a contract with a provider that's going to manage that shallow subsidy program, that's a $500,000 annual program. We would come back to the council with a contract for that.
Okay.
Is that it?
No, I'm just waiting. I think she got distracted.
Sorry, my child just got home. Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question was, are we working with our legislative advocates in DC and closely tracking the infrastructure bill that's we're hoping to have passed in September?
Yes.
Is that closely tracked? Okay.
Yes, we are.
And then do we know if money from that act will trickle down to the local level, or is it just designed for state? I mean, it's supposed to be for infrastructure projects, but do we have a good sense of whether or not Hayward can essentially compete with some of our shovel-ready projects?
Yeah, we don't know all of the details. I mean, I think we're hoping that even if it doesn't trickle down directly, it might, like there used to be the Tiger program, which was the federal government had, that we could then apply for, compete for. So it might be some of that. We also, sometimes there are earmarks now that we're looking at trying to get projects included. So we're constantly looking for those opportunities, but I think it's still evolving, and we're not entirely clear yet how it's all going to funnel down.
Okay, but that is being closely monitored.
Absolutely, yes.
Updates will be brought forward to the city.
Yeah, or the CIC and City Council, yes.
Okay. Other than all the vetting that occurred, I appreciate the CSC and the committees that vetted this, but did we do any kind of town hall surveys other than public comments? Did we do any other type of outreach?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was hard because I think so what we did is we used the residential surveys that we've done before that are obviously representative of our community. We used the strategic roadmap, which included a lot of community outreach. And so I think we really drew on a lot of other documents like the Let's House Hayward plan that was extremely inclusive, and similar on a lot of the housing stuff that we've done a lot of community outreach. So I think we depended on a lot of the other documents that have our CIP program and budget. And so we didn't do a specific on the stimulus, but we did do a lot of other outreach, or, relied on documents that had a lot of extensive outreach. And it was, and we did talk about it, I will say. I mean, it was hard, to imagine like a survey going out to the community, like, do you want to see this program versus this program? It just was so specific that I think we felt comfortable relying on all these other documents that had a lot of community outreach to be able to assemble such a specific document and recommendation. So that was our kind of judgment call on that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. So, granted, I've seen this before, so I'll get back to one piece I did want to highlight is that we are definitely going to be investing in renovating the courtyard, and that was moved up, correct? I know that was something that I, asked for earlier this year too, just because of the way it looks. And that's in addition to the animal shelter. I think Councilmember Andrews brought that up as well, like a combo. And when I visited, I emailed you guys about it. So I just want to know if that's included.
Yes, there's $600,000 for the courtyard, and then there's $300,000 for the animal control. There's additional. We did put that in some of the later years. Our hope is to either find additional funds for that, or hope that some other funds from this might break free through some of the changes I'm talking about, so that we could allocate additional funds. But yes, there is a first phase of the animal control renovations, and the courtyard is pretty significant, $600,000 for that.
Okay. And then as far as, I did have some questions about Zero Trust Network security software. In particular, what is that?
So I don't know if Adam.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah. So that software that helps us manage incoming and outgoing traffic for the network. And so it's helping us protect all of our multiple connections that we get from everyone doing remote access, hybrid meetings, et cetera. And so that is just another layer of filtering of the traffic to try and protect our environment. I can't go into a lot more detail than that in this session.
The council chamber upgrades, I'm assuming this is tech related. So I'd like to know a little bit more as to what you have planned there.
Right. So with that, it's replacing a lot of the equipment that you have at the dais. It is adding additional camera. It's getting technology for us to test to try to figure out how we best match the sound for when you have someone that's in person versus individuals that are going to be connecting via Zoom. Right now, there'd be too much feedback and echo and a lot of other challenges. So we're trying to get the right equipment to allow for that balance.
Okay. And then the SD-WAN implementation?
Yeah, SD-WAN is traffic balancing software. That allows us to take all of our various connections we have throughout the city and balance the utilization. So if things are being heavily utilized at PD, we can shift our various connections to allow for more bandwidth to be shifted there, or at City Hall, or like for council meetings, we can adjust there as well.
Okay. Now, I know you and I and our city manager have met on this a number of times. I want to know, equity around internet access has been obviously a pressing issue and an issue that I've raised a number of times. We've met with different folks. Are we potentially trying to figure out if we can actually provide broadband access to low-income households? And I kind of want to know where that is, in particular, some of the discussions we've had in the past.
Yeah, it's something of where on our own we can't very easily or very economically. We've met with several other of these smaller players in the internet space and haven't had the connection work out as of yet. On the larger scale, you have Comcast and AT&T who provide their programs, but those programs are often viewed upon as like a government assistance program. So you get households who aren't necessarily interested in pursuing the lower rates for fear of being a government program that could affect their status. And so we're trying to figure out how do we close that gap and provide solution sets readily. That's where the library has been coming in and providing some of the hotspots, as well as like the Chromebook checkout. So we can try and hit those gaps very targeted and quickly versus a massive implementation that we're struggling to get appropriate partners on board for.
And Adam, just correct me if I'm wrong, but we are talking to Comcast about 3 lift zones in South Hayward. Is that correct?
Yeah. And Genty and I have been to several meetings with them and trying to figure out what is the right use of that. It may be something of where we can provide it in some of our facilities, and then in partnership with HARD or the school district also assist them in leveraging some of their locations.
Okay. And the COVID-19 abatement fund.
Yeah, this is from our code enforcement department. This is something that wasn't included in the staff report. It was just through further conversations with staff just to kind of emphasize the evolving nature of this. And similar to the tenant relocation assistance, where we find that some property owners, when there is a quick move out, don't have funds available for tenants displacement, and that we can then kind of, if they can't pay it over time, then we can lien their property or do something. There was just an interest in exploring with our code enforcement department some, given COVID, some property owners that are low income or are having trouble abating an issue, that we might have some criteria available for helping with some financial assistance, maybe even something that gets repaid as a loan. So we're in it's on the contingency list. It's something I just wanted to acknowledge because it seemed like a program is worth exploring. So we're not asking you to fund that at this point, but it's something we're going to talk to our code enforcement because they do see a need that some property owners through COVID have not been able to maintain their properties and may need a little assistance to help do that. And we might be able to still recover those funds over time.
And it was referenced that only the lockers were being taken care of in the police building. Is that all?
At this point, I mean, we're still exploring it. You know, it's a project that's on the contingency. We think it may cost about $3.3 million, and the need to actually build an outbuilding to be able to expand those locker rooms. So at this point, that's our understanding, is the need to build a whole new building that expands out. And so that could be very expensive. And that's what we're looking at. But I think there's still more to come on that. And we can brief you on that as part of a 6-month review. But we're not recommending funding that right now, so that but it is something that's on that list for us to continue to look at.
Okay. And then as far as the first-time home buyer program, and obviously this is something that I've been interested in, I just want to make sure that we are, one, allowing it for all residents, regardless of race, ethnicity, age, so forth, as long as they're a first-time home buyer, with, obviously a consideration to Hayward residents and renters. And then number 2 is that how long would that particular program potentially need to be built out?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that program is still in development. I think we want to do something for wealth building, first-time home buyer. I think the task force had kind of mixed. I think generally it seemed like the task force is supportive of some sort of either home ownership / wealth building program. And so I think we'd like to come back to the task force and later with some more ideas and thoughts and do some more community outreach on whether or not that should be wealth building. So that might mean helping in a lot of other ways to build wealth, or it may just be, I know your recommendation from that task force meeting was to just do a first-time home buyer. So I think we still want to explore that further with the community and then come back to you for further direction. So I don't have that all figured out. I mean, we're exploring both, but it is a later program to give us more time to do community outreach and incorporate the task force more in that process.
Okay. And the clarity that I wanted to ask in particular for that is, the home ownership, obviously a huge piece of something I want to do. But the part that I had concerns about on the task force was the fact that these funds were being utilized to create, I'm going to say, business owners and very specific, type of business owners, in particular landlords, and so forth. So I just want to clearly understand, has that been kind of separated and reviewed like that moving forward, or what? Because particularly these, for me, is to move renters into home ownership opportunities rather than creating landlords.
Yeah, and that may be where the program ends up. I think we'd like to continue to explore, based on the feedback from from the task force, a wealth building. What we heard was that there are lots of ways to build wealth. They're not just through home ownership, but through business, through school, investment in yourself in terms of school, educational attainment. And so one idea was to have a more expansive wealth building program. And so we would like to still keep that on the table to explore further, or the alternative is just to take those funds and just do a first-time home buyer program. And so I think we're still open to both options, but would like a little more time to do more outreach, come back to the task force and have further conversations with the task force and the council about whether or not we do wealth building more generally or just home ownership wealth building.
Okay.
And I think either way, I think we would, initially our thought was to really focus on lower income households and not have that be to everybody, but to be to lower income households.
Targeting and the details, but just business versus actual home ownership is very different. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. And Ms. Ott, one question is lowbrow and the other question is highbrow. So the first question is when we look at enhancing some of the technology in City Hall, will we be able to purchase a sound system for the rotunda?
That is in there, right, Adam?
It is in there. It's going to be a portable system that allows us to kind of configure based upon crowd. Because if you put in anything permanent, there's a lot of varying issues. So yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's my lowbrow. But next question is. One of the central concerns that I've been hearing, and I'm sure all of us have regarding our commercial corridors, B Street, A Street, Jackson, Tennyson, are there funds available, and will there be funds available for just a thorough cleaning? Whether it's, sidewalks, storefronts, landscape enhancements, just a general elevating of appearance. And, because, we've all been sheltered, we've all been indoors for the last year and a half. And so, what are some of the plans for that?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I think if the maintenance services director wants to jump in, is that those funds that we have, the Operation Clean Sweep, are adding staff to do exactly what you're talking about, which is to enhance the cleanup, especially in those really high trafficked corridor and kind of gateway areas, to really enhance the cleanup in those areas. So I don't know if Todd wants to jump in. I don't want to put him on the spot, but if he wants to jump in to confirm that or add anything.
I think you nailed it pretty well. I think we've had the flexibility to really go district by district, is what we've tried to do in the past, kind of as COVID began. I think these funds give us the flexibility to really target, areas that are in the most need. And I think the business corridors are definitely one of those. So I think those are conversations we would have as a team and direct resources there.
Great. Thank you. That's it.
All right. And I think I'm not seeing any other council questions at the moment. So I'm going to open public comment on this item. And then so it looks like we do have at least one hand raised, and that is from Suzanne Phyllis. Are we ready for that, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Suzanne Phyllis, and I'm a 27-year Hayward resident and an 18-year City of Hayward employee, currently working as a senior secretary supporting both the Economic Development Division and the Communications and Media Relations Division. I'm also president of the City of Hayward Clerical Chapter of SEIU, representing approximately 200 clerical workers. I want to thank the City Council for their support in using ARPA funds to reimburse city workers for the furlough hours we agreed to give up when the COVID-19 pandemic first hit. We were all unsure of what was going to happen to our jobs, our families, and the economy, so we gave what we could to help the city make it through this most difficult time. SEIU workers have always stepped up to support the city, especially through this pandemic. And now we are asking you to recognize our hard work and sacrifices by supporting our current negotiations for a better contract. Every Hayward resident depends on the core services provided by SEIU workers. We answer the phone when you're having an emergency. We keep the streets clean and the landscaping beautiful. We staff the libraries that promote lifelong learning and education for the community. We help process economic development initiatives that bring new businesses to Hayward. We get the bills paid. Day to day, we keep the city running smoothly and efficiently. We want Hayward to be a destination employer in the Bay Area, but right now our members are falling behind the rising cost of living. Just over the past few months, we have seen the cost of gasoline, food, cars, and sales tax go up. Our pay hasn't kept up, and now the city is asking us to cover their costs for benefits some of us won't realize for years at the same level as other bargaining groups, making a lot more. We understand that these federal ARPA funds are one-time funds, but isn't that the exact reason you should take this one opportunity to help make us whole and recognize the sacrifices we've consistently been asked to make through stagnant wages, more reductions, and reduced staffing? As one of the most diverse and lowest paid groups of city workers, all we are asking is that you respect us, protect us, and invest in us. We are your future. Please support us with a fair contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Elena.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
But you
go
ahead. Yes. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. No, morning. No, good night, everyone. Sorry, I wait a long time. So I have questions. So I have one question first for vouchers, for hotel vouchers. So what company or what organization provide the vouchers for people? And the second is, what is the support have for new homeless? For example, you have a income, for example, in Santa Clara Street in Hayward, I see more people in the homeless. Maybe after the pandemic, maybe I see 2 people. Now I see more than 5 people in the Santa Clara Street. I have questions. So have more space in the resource center, or how many space you have in the resource center? So who is in charge to check the system? So the other is I have who is conduct the organization for cleans in the street in Hayward. This is my 4 question. I have more questions, for I think I have a lot of time today. So and the more important is on the community. I have a lot of communities who need support for the rental assistance and rental assistance for more support, specifically now for the COVID-19. The COVID-19 is up now for includes the children. Very important for support, so for money directly for pay bills. So any I have people ask for the more support for pay bills and the home and the mortgage. If you have more resource for the people, please share. I have the organization El Puente Comunitario, work community every day, every time. I listen all the time. The community, please, if you have all support for this specific resource, can you share me? Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to ask the city clerk if you have a record of, or if you have the information regarding this caller, the number where she can be reached, and perhaps somebody from staff can follow up on some of the questions that she asked.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, we don't have contact information for Elena, but if we ask her to call the city clerk's office tomorrow at 510-583-4400. And Mayor, if you allow me, I'll repeat the information in Spanish.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Señora Elena, si nos puede llamar el día de mañana al teléfono 510-583-4400.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have David Watley.
Hi, Council. Good evening again. David Watley. Thanks so much, Mayor, for making that translation. I really appreciate that. Coming from a Spanish-speaking household myself, I appreciate that effort that you made. So thanks for that to the previous caller. I wanted to, just a couple things came to mind. One was there was this mention of $2 million contribution for something called the stack. I've kind of heard that like in like slang around the city, having, born and raised in the area and stuff like that. But it mentioned something also about going towards like behavioral health. Is there some kind, I just would like to find out more information about that, because I looked at the staff report and I just glanced at it. Perhaps I missed something, but I didn't see a lot of anything pertaining to that. So I actually have the city clerk's email. So I'll send her an email right now. And if maybe someone can just get back to me and I could just look at that information at some point. And let's see. Oh, secondly, about the homeowner program, I noticed there's rental subsidies. I think, again, that's echoing people aren't being paid enough by their employers to, even rent in Hayward. And, Hayward's not necessarily the most expensive part of the Bay Area. As we know, there are more expensive communities within the Bay Area. So I think that, we need to really tighten, increase I know there's a lot of relationships that folks have with our state legislatures and even our federal ones. So I think we really need to address that. I don't know if the city has a lobbyist. Some cities do, but to work with our state and federal legislators and officials to really address this income inequality that really I don't think is the responsibility of city government to solve via subsidies, but I think it's the responsibility of city government to solve via working with officials at various levels of government to create good policy and law that creates jobs where folks can actually, afford to pay their rent and even have a mortgage. And, I don't know who these rental home buying programs going towards, but I just looked at realtor.com. The average home price is $850,000 in Hayward. I don't know who can afford to buy that. Hayward's, my family has lived in Hayward for 60 years. It's a working class town. It's always been blue collar. I don't know who can afford these homes, but I would be curious to find out more information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And please do go ahead and follow up with the city clerk, and we can maybe get somebody to call you with some of that information. And that was the last hand raised among the public that I see. Nope, another one just went up. Saad Muhammad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Saad Mohammed. I'm a field representative with SEIU Local 10-1, representing the maintenance and clerical workers of the city of Hayward. I wanted to echo what we heard from Suzanne. And just listening today, we're very fortunate, I would say, from the call to hear, the ARPA, even the CARES, how the federal government has stepped up during this tragic time, and, presented a situation where Hayward can begin or continue to do some of the great things that we've heard about tonight. And we're hearing, about, invigorating our economy. And, the workers of the city are the ones who will be making a lot of these projects successful, who keep, our neighborhoods clean, who provide the quality services. And part of investing in the economy, investing in the community, is investing in the employees who make the city of Hayward work. And so we, from the presentation tonight about the ARPA funds, we see this as an opportunity for the city, to be that beacon in the Bay Area, to be, ahead of the curve, and Hayward employees want to be a part of that experience as well, in terms of keeping up with the cost of living. We know right now the cost of living, or the CPI, is very vibrant at about 3.8%, and that's projected to continue. And your employees are also part of the community. We experience the raises and costs and everything, and we just want the city to take this opportunity to help our community and help city workers. Our message is to, invest in your employees. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak tonight.
Thank you. And next we have Laura.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Gomez, and I am an administrative assistant for the police department in Hayward. Just echoing again what Suzanne and Todd said about this being an opportunity to invest in our Hayward employees. Especially, I want to point out we have majority of our SEIU employees who remained working through the pandemic. Being at the PD, all of us remained working this entire time. We have our jailers, our dispatchers, crime scene technicians, admins, records clerks. We all put the community and the customer service of the community and the needs of the community over ourselves and our safety. So I think this is a great opportunity for the city of Hayward to take care of the employees that are taking care of the city. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comments and go back to the council for comments and a motion. Councilmember Wahab.
Definitely. One, I again want to thank our city staff working on this report. I also know that, all the input that was provided by all the different stakeholders. I also agree with some of the comments that were made, and specifically even the questions. I genuinely do want to focus a little bit more on this piece of it. Last piece was a little bit more on the housing, economic development, and economic development is, for me, two ways. One, it's not only helping the businesses that are there and making sure that we sustain the businesses that we have, attract new businesses, but then also more specifically is also upskilling our current residents, right? Whatever we can do, whether that's providing the technology and, trying to reduce the technology gaps there, the tools, even our own city. One of the things that I'll be honest with you, I do appreciate the chamber being kind of looked at, just because if we want to make sure that people can stay home and make comments and so forth. So I do appreciate that. But I also think that when we talk to organizations, for example, AT&T does have something. They have told me that they would be willing to underwrite certain fees and so forth, and would be willing to kind of expand some of the services. I do think that areas in Hayward that are targeted very specifically in lower economic statuses, whether we want to target South Hayward, Jackson Triangle, things like that, needs to kind of be really looked at as we try to move into technology pieces and reducing the gaps there. Overall, I actually think that this is, we're kind of chipping away at multiple different things. And I want the public to understand that if you take a look at the list of items that we want to tackle, it's not only internal in regards to city function, it's also external to residents as well as businesses, as well as some of the needs that the employees have been asking for that have been on the back burner for a very long time. May not seem significant, but if you take a look at all the items that were listed, including the backup slides that you guys did not show, that we have access to, it's quite a bit of progress, I will say. So I'm genuinely happy to move the item and appreciate all the work and kind of the input gathering from a lot of different stakeholders. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So Councilmember Wahab has moved the item. I'm going to go next to Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will second the item. And if I could just speak briefly, I concur with a lot of the comments made by my colleague, Councilmember Wahab. Staff did an amazing job at really providing a comprehensive plan. I wholeheartedly appreciate the fact that so much money is going to be invested back into our community, the people that are most vulnerable and most impacted, and the reason why all of us serve and are here today. Along with those efforts, this council has been very intentional in listening to the discussion, the concerns of all of our employees for several years now. And that is evident by many of the projects that were swapped out and given higher priority. The question I asked earlier about the infrastructure and the reason why I wanted to expand the list with respect to needs assessment for Weeks Library, the police department, the animal shelter, because if this infrastructure money comes in, then we can revisit and reappropriate these funds. So it's really important to have this kind of long wish list, so to speak. And this is a really, really good effort for the first set of funds. More to come, but this is a really good start. And I'm very pleased that we are going to be getting a 6-month check-in, and the fact that we will have to reconvene for any further appropriation or reappropriation of funds gives me a lot of sense of security. And I know there's been many comments made tonight about our employee groups with respect to making them whole. Please look at the guidelines, specifically how these funds can be appropriated. We are following those guidelines, and happy to hear the comments made by the city manager that discussions are occurring with all of our labor groups to resolve that. So I'm really pleased with this motion and all of the great work our staff has done in a very short period of time, and just really want to thank our president and the administration on the federal level for making this historic funding opportunity a reality for our community. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I will certainly be supporting this. And also, I just wanted to make one comment about this afternoon. I read that Congressman Eric Swalwell was able to secure I think it was $1.5 million for the Stack Center. So, with our two, I think just by today, I think we're plus 3.5 million. So we're doing pretty good.
And if I could just jump, Senator Padilla also has 1.5 in his appropriation too. So that hasn't been approved yet, but so it looks like there's a lot of money that we're getting for the Stack.
So there you go. So that's 5 million, and we're short what, 20 or something like that.
It was 15 the last I heard, but yeah, we're making progress, right?
Making progress. So anyway, thank you, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, and thank you for the news. I know that many of us were involved when he came to visit several weeks ago, and we were over there touring the center or the site with him, and so thanks for the news on that. I don't actually see any other hands raised at the moment. I'll just thank staff for listening, because we've had work sessions on this. We had discussions on how we want the money to be used. As Councilmember Marquez pointed out, there are a lot of restrictions on this money, and I think it is, we definitely don't want to violate those. We want to use this money for the purpose that it was appropriated for, which is COVID relief and to to pay back for what we put out specifically due to the pandemic. And this city did put out a lot during the last year to help people through this, this crisis that the whole world was experiencing. And we know that the suffering isn't just ended just because, the case numbers are very down right now here, and I hope they stay that way. And I would once again take the opportunity to remind people to get that vaccine if you haven't already. But in any event, I'm really grateful to the federal government for putting this money out there, and it is going to be very helpful. I'm thankful to staff for really carefully looking at the restrictions and requirements that it comes with and using it in the right places. And then as council member, Salinas pointed out, that 1.5 million is not coming from this pot. It's coming from, there's a lot of action happening at the federal level and at the state level. As I mentioned, the budget was signed today by the governor. There is a lot in there, more than what I just mentioned about the BAFA funding. So, I think we're ready to take advantage of all of these opportunities. And this one in particular is one that I just really want to thank staff for the quick effort in figuring out the best uses. It looks like I hope that this motion passes. I will be supporting it as well. So based on the people who have spoken, I think it is going to pass. And with that, I will ask our city clerk to please call the roll for the vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And this is the first was Wahab and second Marquez.
Yes, sorry. Yes, the motion to support the staff recommendation was made by Councilmember Wahab and seconded by Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. We're certainly having a unified evening here tonight. And with that, we have been here for 3.5 hours, and we have 2 more items, but I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. I think everybody probably could use a little bit of a break right now, but yes, let's keep it short. So please be back by 9:36, according to my clock here. Okay, I see, I'm pretty sure I see at least 6 of us back. Councilmember Salinas, are you there yet? And City Manager McAdoo? City Manager McAdoo. Councilmember Salinas? There he is. Okay. All right. So I think we are all back and can resume our meeting. And so the next 2 items, even though they are listed as separate items on the agenda, we're going to take them together. So we're going to hear the staff reports. The item number 3 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the purchase and adoption of an unmanned aerial system, a UAS, otherwise known as a drone program for the Hayward Police Department. And item number 4 is an informational report on data transparency and protection for police records. And we're going to hear from our IT director, Mr. Kostrzak. So anyway, we will hear those items and then we will have council questions, public comment, and then discussion of those 2 items together. So I will now turn this over to, I believe, I'm going to turn it right over to our police chief, Chief Chaplain, who will start us off on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Halliday. I know the schedule tonight is full, so I'll be brief with my intro. Tonight, we are before you to present on and request approval for you to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of an unmanned aerial system, or UAS, or what's commonly referred to by most as drones, for the Hayward Police Department. Captain Brian Matthews will do the PowerPoint presentation, providing you all an overview of the drone program. Also present is Lieutenant Mark Ormsby, our subject matter expert, to answer any deep dive questions regarding the drone. We are not asking for brand new technology, but technology present throughout our county and used in most modern police agencies, a technology we currently have to borrow to utilize and hope it is available in our hour of need. I know there are privacy and abuse concerns, but I hope this presentation will put at least some of those to rest. This body is the ultimate oversight body. And just as you can authorize the use of this technology, you can rescind that use if this valuable tool is misused. I promise to be brief in the interest of time, so I will end my remarks and turn the presentation over, or turn this over to Captain Matthews for the PowerPoint presentation.
All right, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present. Do I need to share my screen, or is this presentation coming up?
I know you should share your screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right. Before I get into the presentation, I want to publicly say thank you to Lieutenant Mark Ormsby. Over the past year and a half or so, he spent a lot of time and effort putting in his heart and mind into the research on this program, doing some outreach and authoring staff reports. So I just want to thank him for his hard work. For our presentation tonight regarding the UAS program, we're going to get into some of the background, some of the discussion that's taken place, some of the outreach that's taken place, and then some of the policy points that we've discussed here. So beginning with the background, this is the UAS is a technology solution that's commonly used during public safety operations, and it first surfaced in policing in the mid-2000s. Currently, there are programs in a number of Bay Area law enforcement agencies. Many of the agencies that surround us have active programs, and these programs are well established. They've been in place for years. We currently use UAS in the field when they're available. We're in a position now where we have to request them from another agency, much like we would a helicopter. And if they're available, they come. If they're not, we have to move forward without them. Simply put, UAS is a cost-effective equivalent of a helicopter. It's a small, remotely controlled aircraft capable of collecting images and information during incidents in the field, and it's an effective, affordable option for air support. A UAS allows our officers to safely respond to in-progress incidents, and when appropriate, it allows us the opportunity to slow things down to create time and distance, which is an important component to de-escalation. It allows us to gather real-time information, which informs decision-making. The more information we have going into a situation, the higher the likelihood of a positive outcome, which I think we all agree is important. It allows us to avoid physically placing HPD officers, offenders, or community members in positions that may compromise safety, and it reduces uncertainty, which has a potential to lower probability of use of force. In this day and age, there's an ever-growing need. Let me advance the slide here. In this day and age, there's an ever-growing need to leverage technology to address public safety issues. We've had conversations about staffing before. I think as it stands, we're over 20 vacancies on the sworn side of the house here at the police department. Those are vacant positions. That's not including the folks who are out on injury, who are off on protected leave, or who are in training. We are dealing with increasing crime rates. I think for calendar year 2020, all of our crime types were up with the exception of residential burglary and robbery. And that's because folks were sheltered in place because of the pandemic. And a UAS allows for offender apprehension and evidence collection to help solve crimes. And I know we have conversations on a regular basis about solvability, and that will increase with this program. So for our discussion tonight, some of the law enforcement uses for a UAS: in progress, incident response, and de-escalation. And an example I'd like to provide is one that followed a vehicle pursuit where we had an offender flee into a neighborhood, started hitting fences, and ended up hiding in a backyard. We requested a UAS from Fremont PD. They responded, put the UAS up. It was in the middle of the night, and they were able to not only locate the subject hiding in the backyard of a house, but they were able to use the UAS to communicate with that individual, provide direction, and that person ended up walking out in front of the house and surrendering to our officers with his hands up. No use of force, and we didn't have to put officers or a canine into the backyard to apprehend that person. It can be used for search and rescue operations. I think that anybody that watched the news in the last couple of days, the current example of the missing jogger in the Pleasanton Ridge area, the Sheriff's Department, some of the other folks that have UAS programs are out there actively searching for that individual using this technology. Evidence collection and crime or accident scene documentation. One of the examples that we can provide there came in the aftermath of a shooting we had last year. There was a shooting at a music studio where we had 4 people shot, and there were over 100 rounds fired in that particular case by multiple individuals. The crime scene, as you can imagine, was extensive. And with the drone or the UAS technology, we were able to physically clear most of the building before we had to put police officers in there. And then the county sheriff responded with their UAS and processed the crime scene, which took a total of 2 days because of the magnitude of it. Had we not had the UAS technology, that would have taken much longer. UAS can be used to support and coordinate operations with fire and EMS. Can be used for disaster response, management, and recovery. I think everyone listening to this is aware that we sit on a fault line. One of the concerns that we have from a public safety standpoint is if we do experience a major earthquake or some other disaster and we're required to respond, as it stands, this tool will not be available to us because we don't have our own program. Other agencies will be using their own program, their own UASs to address issues in their own cities. UAS can be used to protect HPD officers, offenders, and residents, keeping us safe. We had one event where we had an offender firing a high-powered rifle in his home. We used Alameda County's UAS to make contact with the subject and to negotiate his safe surrender. And then UAS can also be used in offender apprehension. Some of the outreach that's been conducted since we've been researching this program. So we went before the Council Infrastructure Committee and did a presentation in September of 2019. The members of the CIC at that time expressed support for the UAS program, but also expressed concern regarding data retention, which would mirror the existing body-worn camera program that we have in place, and that's been in place since 2015, and we'll talk about that later on in the presentation. And the CIC at that time requested some additional community outreach. And so in response to that, Lieutenant Ormsby advertised and coordinated in-person community meetings to provide information and listen to some of the concerns. So one was held with the neighborhood alert groups, one was held at the Northern Resource Center, and then another was held at Glad Tidings Church. Additional outreach. So the chief and the command staff met with the community advisory panel in December of 2020 and January of 2021 to discuss this program. Prior to the meeting, we provided a draft staff report and a draft policy so that could be reviewed and guide the conversation. And then we engaged in dialogue regarding the program. Some of the concerns that were raised by the community advisory panel consist of the following. There were concerns regarding the ability to redact images, concerns regarding data security. There were concerns regarding language in the draft policy, particularly some vague language. So we made some modifications based on the community advisory panel feedback and included language that prohibits facial recognition technology and using this technology during a peaceful demonstration or protest. We'll talk about that a little bit later. There were concerns regarding the use of data and the Fourth Amendment issues, concerns regarding use of a UAS during protests or demonstrations, which again is prohibited unless there are security concerns that exist or criminal activity that's occurring. And then concerns about program oversight. And so staff is recommending ongoing periodic reporting to both City Council and the Community Advisory Panel on the program. There was a draft UAS policy that was included as an attachment to the staff report. And some of the authorized uses are listed here and also in the policy that was attached. So public safety and life preservation missions, mass casualty events, lost or missing persons, search and rescue, disaster response and recovery, suspected explosive devices, fire suppression or investigation, hazardous material releases, post-incident crime scene preservation and documentation, can be used pursuant to a warrant, can be used at a mass gathering or special event where security concerns exist or criminal activity is occurring, where there's probable cause to believe the UAS will capture images of a felony or felonious conduct by an offender, when a person is using a UAV to impede emergency personnel, during training missions to support the Hayward Fire Department when the underlying mission meets criteria in this policy, and during mutual aid operations when underlying mission meets this policy. And just for folks that aren't aware, this program is governed by the FAA. Much like an airplane, we're required to keep a detailed log anytime we fly this technology. Some of the prohibited uses for UAS: it shall not be used to conduct random surveillance activities. That was very important to community members and to us. It shall not be used to target a person solely based on actual or perceived characteristics. So both state and federal protected statuses apply. It shall not be used to harass, intimidate, or discriminate against any individual or group. It shall not be used to conduct personal business of any type. It shall not be weaponized. It shall not have facial recognition technology, and it shall not be used to conduct routine monitoring of a mass gathering. So any place where security concerns do not exist or when criminal activity is not occurring. And I'm going to turn it over to Nathaniel now to talk about some of the data related to this program.
Thank you, Captain Matthews, and thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to briefly touch on this companion report. So what this item represents is really an IT facilitated effort to combine information from the police department, the IT department, and the city's attorney's office to really talk about how data is secured and protected. So as we touched on earlier, some of the items to highlight are first the data retention policy. This is consistent with what we already do with the body-worn camera program. As Captain Matthews mentioned before, some of the items here about how long data is retained, that's consistent with the categories that are already in the body-worn camera program. Moving on to the IT contract language, again, the staff report touches on ways that data is secured and privacy issues are addressed through clauses, and that's also captured in contract. So really the goal here is just to cover these items briefly as we move on to the next slide, which I believe is the Q&A portion.
And that concludes our presentation, so we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Sure, I'll get us started. So thank you for the report. So this has been in the works for 2-3 years now, and the feedback from the last time from a few different conversations about this has really been this push for policy. And I know there's a draft policy here, and it's been updated since based on some feedback. So I appreciate that, but there's still some key pieces missing. Especially looking at like section 610.4, the program care coordinator section, a system for public notification, protocol governing deployment, protocol for documenting missions, reporting back to the community. The intent is to be periodic. Do we have a set time for that? And I'm just not seeing that level of specificity. So can somebody speak to that, please?
I'll take that. I've been in conversations with the city manager. It's a little bit of a spoiler alert. We're coming before this body soon, and we would be looking at reporting the use quarterly. Most agencies across the nation are doing yearly reporting. We'd look to be reporting out quarterly to the city council about any and all uses of the drone program in the city of Hayward that's managed by the Hayward Police Department.
Okay, thank you. And what about the other levels of specificity, like public notification, governing deployment, protocol governing deployment? So
one of the tasks, if this is approved, is going to be building the program. One of the things that, so this particular section of the draft policy outlines what the responsibilities of the program coordinator are. We didn't want to dedicate staff time developing a list of protocols or guidelines in a manual without knowing that the program was going to move forward. So that's work that remains to be done. I envision that there's going to be a separate document that is developed that will have more detail. But again, this is just the roles and responsibilities of the individual overseeing the program.
And one of the things we're also looking at, Councilmember Lamnon, it's funny you brought that up. One of the agencies that we research is Chula Vista, and they have an extremely robust reporting out. They actually have it up on their website where they're extremely transparent, and it's an outward-facing website where it does detail their use of the drone and what they've used it for. That's something we'd also be looking at in the phase that Captain Matthews just talked about, is looking at what some of the agencies that have met with a little bit of success in their communities are doing, and Chula Vista is one that we're definitely looking at.
Okay. Thank you. And so in that process to develop the level of specificity that you were just talking about, would the drones be used? What's the, sort of quickly lay out the timeline for me. So if council were to approve this tonight, then this policy development happens. What's the community input for that? And then when would drones actually be used outside of the ways in which they're already used? When would our own program start?
Brian or Mark, do you want to answer? I mean, it's a long process because there's a lot of training involved in identifying pilots because there has to be 2 operators for this. So, I'll let either Lieutenant Ormsby or Captain Matthews talk about how long. It's not anything we'd be able to hit a button and start immediately. I think the earliest estimate would be the fall. That's extremely optimistic. I don't think this tool will be used. We'd probably be looking at going into calendar year 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, some of the things that the pilots would need to do is they'd have to go through a course in order for them to get their Part 107 license, and then there would be some additional training with their observers and things like that. So yeah, I think the chief is absolutely correct. I think the fall is optimistical, but I think it's probably closer towards the end of the year before we'd have a program up and running to include all the requests that have been mentioned tonight.
Thank you.
Just for the council, in a time of dwindling resources, we've heard about coming in intermittently throughout the night and listening to the earlier presenters. This is a tool that's estimated right now to cost us under $20,000 to get started. But it's an incredibly useful tool. That's a great force multiplier. And again, looking at the things that we can utilize this tool for and not rely on other agencies. And it's no secret to anybody, we've had a lot of tremors lately. And at some point, we're going to run into a problem where we're going to ask a neighboring agency to borrow their UAV. And to Captain Matthews' earlier point, we're going to be told no because they're utilizing it for the same issues we need it for. So I think it's something that's imperative that we take seriously at this point. And Councilmember Lavin is right. This thing has been tolling for at least 3 years. And I think waiting any longer, we put ourselves in a position where at some point it's going to come back and bite us that we don't have our own program up and running. And as I just stated, we're still talking about being several months out before we could even get the program up and running.
Okay. Is that Councilmember Lim? Okay. Councilmember Zermania.
Thank you, Captain and Lieutenant and Police Chief and Nathaniel. Just a couple of questions. Let's see. Search warrant was mentioned. Can you give me an example of when a search warrant would be needed for the use of a drone, and maybe an example of when it would not be needed? I just want to make sure that's clear.
So an example it could be included in the language of the signed search warrant and used in the execution of it. I know that other agencies, without getting real detailed into tactics, if there's a search warrant for an address, it's not uncommon for people to put something up in the air to provide real-time information before police officers have to approach a location. So that could be an example of a use related to a search warrant.
That it would be required. And an example of usage where it's not required.
So I think with exigent circumstances, there's an exception in the law that allows for unfolding critical incidents, right? And so when we don't have time to author a search warrant and go to a judge, we have to act immediately. We would be able to deploy it in circumstances like that. And the example that I gave of the individual up in the hills who was firing a high-powered rifle in his house, there was no search warrant. That technology was used to actually enter the house and to negotiate his surrender. So that would be an example of, absent a search warrant, but exigent circumstances exist.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if this question is for either of you three or for our city manager, but we do have a policy 610, and thank you for including it. So do we as a council have control of the use of the drones, especially if 610 is not followed to the letter?
I would say that yes, that's the benefit of the city controlling, our own drone program is, each of the use cases, as the chief had mentioned, is going to be reported to the council on a quarterly basis. And so if there's a particular incident that raises a red flag or causes concern, the council could flag that incident for review. I can flag incidents for review, and I'm sure the command staff will also be reviewing use cases to ensure it's consistent with policy. I think also this is a role for the community advisory panel. They can go into more of a deeper dive on the uses of the drone and really look at each case. I mean, I think, at least from what I've heard, it's, there's not going to be hundreds of deployments of the drone a year, but, maybe a couple handfuls of uses each year. And so I think it's pretty easy for us to keep track of, the use cases and what's been going on.
And not just for the tracking for the city, we will be required to report our usage to FAA. And so that's a requirement in itself. We could lose our program if we didn't follow those guidelines. And so there's no we'll record this one, but not that one. The FAA is going to know when we fly our drone, particularly because we're so close to an airport here with our Hayward Executive Airport. There's no way around that. We have to keep strict logs of when we use the drones.
And also built into the technology, much like our body cameras and our tasers, are recording mechanisms so you can't game the system. It knows when it's being utilized and it records when it's being utilized. So there will be no gaming the system. We'll be able to go on board and pull the data to see how many times it's been used. So if we have a log, for example, that says we took 8 flights, but we have an onboard computer that says there were 10. We'd have to audit and find out what the additional 2 flights were for and why they were not. And so there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there is no gaming in the system.
Yep. And Lieutenant, you beat me to my question, because as a member of the airport committee, I was wondering about FAA. So I'm glad that you clarified that. So I'm sure that especially we would need to be very careful around that area. So is this policy enforceable? I don't know if that's for our attorney or for our chief.
At any point, if there's a violation of the policy, I can direct the police department to stop using the drones under my.
Okay, so it is enforceable. Okay. And I believe that my last question is, so colleague Lamnon wonder about reports. There will be reports. And did I hear that they would be quarterly or every half year? I don't think we need it every month, certainly not. And I don't see this being used. But what are the thoughts as to when there would be a report on the incidents of drone usage?
Again, if we go to a quarterly reporting system where we're updating the council quarterly on basic crime stats and police activities in the city of Hayward, I would incorporate the drone usage in that report quarterly.
Thank you. Thank you all for the report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Chief and Captain Matthews on your presentation. And I just had a question. You did mention Chula Vista, and I stayed up all night studying and researching this thing. And one of the things that I wanted to know about was what's the annual cost of it? I know you mentioned $20,000, but I believe Chula Vista had a $1.4 million annual costs to operate 2 drones, and I didn't know how that worked within this program, and just wanted to see if you had an idea of future costs for operating the drone.
So I see Captain is also unmuted. I'll give him some time, but part of they have a specific use for their drones, and they have officers assigned to dispatch that are part of their cost, and so that they incorporate that cost into their program. We are looking at making it more of an ancillary duty. And so that $20,000 to get it started, as long as we keep our drones healthy, there are limited costs. And it's going to continue to stay under $20,000 as we continue with this program.
Okay, great. And I don't know if you heard my background, but that was fireworks, and just wanted to hear how would a drone address the firework?
Wow, July 13th, and you still got them going, huh?
Oh, I hear them all year unless it's raining. So I see how it all works.
Well, and that actually it's funny you bring that up. There's going to be a robust discussion about that, but I know there's been a lot of discussion with cities about moving to a program where when they're being launched out of a residence, holding the property owners accountable. And with your drone up, you can see what property these fireworks are being launched from. We still have issues with parks and some on the street, but you also have a lot of property owners that are going in yards, and neighbors are calling in, and because the way the law is written, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds about it, but the way the law is written, we physically have to see the persons lighting the fireworks. But in a posture where the city takes and says we're going to find property owners or hold them accountable, then we just need to know where the property is located, where the fireworks are being launched from, and a drone will be instrumental in that, because that's the only way you're going to be able to determine where the activity is occurring.
All
So
right.
theoretically, to your point, you could definitely use it for enforcement of fireworks ordinance.
Okay, and then I see that you, in the PowerPoint, you mentioned addressing the community advisory panel's concern, or at least trying to address many of their concerns. Has the report been sent back to them, and what was their reaction after you explained your responses to their concerns?
We explained to the panel. Some folks were pro, some were I don't want to say specifically calm, but they had opinions about what should be in the report. In the first review of the process, as Captain Matthews stated earlier, they had some specific concerns that we addressed. And then late in the process, we had a second request to make additional changes that were I think we're to the point to where it would almost cripple the program as it was written, and kind of damage the usefulness of the tool for the purposes of protecting the city. So we read them, and the things we could incorporate from the advisory panel, we did incorporate, and there were significant changes and definition upgrades that we made based on the advisory from the advisory panel. But again, it's it's a negotiation. Everybody's not going to get what they want out of the thing. And, I think we came up with the best case scenario to get this thing going. And as was mentioned in an earlier presentation before we presented, it's going to be an ongoing process, and we can always adjust on the fly if we see things we need to do. But as of right now, just getting it off the ground, I think is paramount for the public safety aspect of this. But we did incorporate a lot of the changes recommended by the advisory panel.
Okay.
Not all of them, because we incorporated a good majority of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our chief, captain, and lieutenant for your presentation this evening. I know there's been some references made in the presentation as well as a staff report, but can you just kind of give me a recap of the last 3 to 5 incidents that required the use of a UAS from an outside department? What were those specific reasons?
Well, one of the most recent that I remember is we had a burglary over at the Toys R Us property, which is an empty property, has upstairs and downstairs, fairly large square footage. And we were able to utilize Alameda County's drone program to go and clear 90% of the building before we had to send any officers in. Prior to that, I think some of the ones that Captain Matthews used as examples for in-progress crimes of people fleeing that were dangerous.
Okay. And was there ever an incident that you can recall in the last year where a UAS was not available? I know there was talk about future disaster issues, but in the last year, has there ever been a time where there wasn't a drone available?
I would probably say a dozen times over the last year, if not more. And that's probably being conservative because we don't necessarily track that number right now. Maybe we should have, but we've had plenty of times where we've had to call several agencies and they were unavailable.
And one of the challenges with that is that when we request the technology from another agency, it's not just the technology. They actually have to send us trained staff members to be able to operate and to be able to observe. And so if they don't have folks that are working, or if they don't have folks that are readily available because they have things going on in their own city, we get denied, and then just, we lack that technology.
Okay. And in this proposed program, will the pilot be required to wear a body-worn camera? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you elaborate on the use of facial recognition? It looks like there was an update that technology will not be utilized. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. One of the points of feedback was a concern that language was not in the draft policy. And so we wanted to make sure that was very, very specific in the policy that, this technology will not include facial recognition.
And then the use of the UAS at a protest, I think there was mention of it would only be deployed if there was criminal activity or safety concerns. So can you elaborate on that? Give us some examples of what that would look like.
Well, Councilmember Marquez, and I don't think it's a big secret. We've seen a lot of issues where peaceful protests, there's been some issues with white supremacy, sovereign citizens, and some other things across the country where counter protesters show up and it turns into for lack of better words, a free-for-all. Things of that nature where there's a huge safety issue, where we've developed information that maybe someone is posting online that they're going to drive through and run protesters down, and we're looking for that particular vehicle. As we've discussed before, Hayward has almost 300 miles of streets, and this would be a huge asset to us to be able to find a specific vehicle if we had developed intel that was going to happen at a protest, say in front of City Hall or somewhere.
And I think that, our stance and our responsibility is to help facilitate safe demonstrations, right? And to allow people to exercise their First Amendment rights. And we're committed to continuing to do that. And part of that is, in certain cases, providing safety for folks that are demonstrating. So if we saw it in Berkeley and Oakland in the past couple of years, where you have protesters show up and then a counter protest shows up in the same space, and violence erupts. And so that would be an example of a time when we would be able to deploy this technology.
Okay. And to go back to your earlier point that you made in the early example outlined by Captain Matthews, there's an agency that's to our north, still here in the East Bay. Bless you. To our north, still in the East Bay. And one of the issues they had was they did an analysis of their foot pursuits, which we have a lot of. Unfortunately, people run from us often. And one of the things they saw was, when these folks get in backyards, there's a lot of issues with use of force, ambushes, and things of that nature. And if we get a situation where we can contain it, like the incident that was outlined where we were able to send a drone in, we can minimize any issues with injury to the suspect, to the officers, or worse. I mean, it's an incredible tool that I think if we get one of those things where we can use this tool for that, I think it's worth it. If it stops one person from being hurt or killed on either side of this equation, I think it's worth the technology.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, I don't know who's going to take this, but I think I do want to direct it to the city manager. I was on the infrastructure committee. I believe, I know for sure, as former Councilmember Al Mendel, and I believe Councilmember Mark Salinas. Is that correct? I think you were part of that discussion back in September of 19. And there was direction to come up with a policy in terms of retention and the use of the drone. So just help me understand why tonight we're being asked to approve the purchase, but we still haven't formalize the actual policy. So if you could just, I think Councilmember Lannon asked some of these questions, but just kind of give us your perspective on that.
I think Captain Matthews explained a little bit about, we need to get the program actually initiated and have some experience so that we can actually put some of the final details of the policy together. And it didn't make sense to do that without having sort of having those details in place. I think on the data retention, we are using our existing records retention policy that is consistent with how we retain body-worn camera footage and access to it. So those are existing policies, and I think that was the goal of the informational report, was to share like that we manage data privacy through our vendor contracts and through who has access to data and files through some of that contract language, which is actually more enforceable than a sort of policy statement from the city council. So it was trying to just clarify what we already have in place. We use, the government code, state government code on records retention, and that's all managed through the city clerk's office through our records retention schedule. So there's a lot of different pieces that are already kind of in place. And so we're trying to capture those different elements in that informational report.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. And good evening, Chief and staff. So before I ask my questions, I wanted to ask the city manager, have we ever, I was trying to think about it right now. Have we ever approved a policy in draft form before we launched, before we implemented a policy fully?
Technically, this is a little unique because this is something that we actually probably could have implemented administratively. Typically, these kind of administrative procedures don't usually come to the council for approval, but because of the political sensitivity around this, we've brought it to the council. So I think that's why we're, trying to figure out like how to strike that balance of bringing forward a policy, but also like we need some more time to actually work with the equipment and be able to actually understand who in the department's going to get certified and how do we manage all of that. So it's not a great answer, but that would be.
So let me say this. So yeah, I see what you're saying. And, there's a couple of ways of, evaluating policies, right? There's formative and summative. Summative is you evaluate it at the end of its completion, or formative is when you evaluate a program or a policy as it's ongoing. And so my question, I guess, to either you or maybe to Captain Matthews, or Lieutenant Ornsby would be, we plan on evaluating this. We're buying the technology. You're planning on buying the technology and evaluating and calibrating the policy as we train and as we, get familiar with the device and so forth. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, I would say that that's correct. One of the things that is true of any policy, particularly in the police department, is that, it undergoes ongoing review. There is no policy that's set in stone. They're consistently updated when, laws change, when best practices are identified. So, just because there's language in this draft policy, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to stay there. We're always constantly doing those evaluations.
Okay. The other question I had is, so walk me through this. There's an incident, and a UAS is determined that it's needed. So what happens? The officer calls the watch commander, and the watch commander makes the decision. So it is the decision to launch the UAS protocols. I don't know what you would call it, but to launch the UAS, is that the watch commander's call?
In most cases, yes. One of the functions of the managers and the supervisors in our organization is, ensuring policy compliance. And so, when you have, that level of review of a deployment, it's a safeguard against misuse. You want to make sure that, the folks who are in charge of, watch commander is typically in charge of all police operations in the city. And so having that person be responsible for determining, whether it's an appropriate usage or not, will help alleviate.
And part of the training is being trained on when are the appropriate events, right? That necessitates a UAS.
Yeah, there has to be extensive training that is delivered to everybody in the department, right? I mean, I think that people need a clear understanding of what is a qualifying event and what is not. So that's part of the rollout of this program. And that's dependent on, we can't do that piece until the policy is finalized, but that definitely is something that would take place before any implementation.
Yeah.
And just for clarifications, even though we're training the entire department, there will be a small cadre of officers authorized to operate the UAV. So that group will have even more training and even more title and policy. So even though we're training the entire department on what necessitates the drone call out, there will be a small cadre of officers that are actually authorized to utilize the drone and to fly it.
So that was thank you. So that was my next question about, how many will all the watch commanders be, trained to make this call, to sort of make this determination? And the second question, part two of that is, will there be a drone operator always on duty, or will we ever have to call somebody and, even if it's wee hours of the morning, that they would have to come in and do this?
Brian, you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal would be, to have folks who are certified to operate spread throughout the organization so that there's coverage, right? In a perfect world, you have somebody on each squad who's assigned to be able to step into that role. Now, whether we get there functionally, people take vacations, people take time off. There could be a circumstance where, we need to call somebody in based on an unfolding event. But in a perfect world, you would have folks that are readily available because we just can't predict when things are going to happen, right? We don't know when a disaster is going to happen or when a major catastrophic incident is going to take place.
And that was a discussion we just, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Salinas, we just had the discussion about that. It's kind of like having officers that do translation for us. The goal is to train enough folks across watches to cover those gaps that Captain Matthews mentioned about vacations and about time off, so that there is overlapping coverage, so that you always have somebody available, so that you kind of don't run into the problem of requesting it from somewhere else, where you have folks on site. And, ultimately the fallback will be, if there was an issue where we didn't have anybody, ultimately we get to fall back to a call out. But one of the benefits of having our own program is, again, it falls under the control of us and our city team here to make sure that our policies reflect what the community wants.
And will you train officers who speak more than one language, just in the event of, if it's a situation where, someone who is a non-English speaker?
Yes. And just for the record, when we're having these conversations, you can bring the bilingual officer to the scene to have that conversation, to speak with the subject with the drone. They don't have to necessarily be the operator or the pilot, but we can get them on scene and have that conversation. It's just like deploying a phone or a loudspeaker.
Okay. My last question is, can you explain to us the I don't know if it's a theory or if it's the sort of a best practice, but what's the idea behind the concept, time and distance, and how it de-escalates, how it could potentially, time and distance de-escalates situations, particularly say, critical, perhaps violent situations?
Well, San Diego, for example, did a study many years ago where they had a graph, and it showed that the longer the contact lasted, the greater the likelihood of a peaceful resolution. Literally, most of the shootings happened right instantaneously, and as the time increased, the likelihood of violence decreased. And that's where the theory of time and distance comes up, because it gives folks time to slow things down and calm things down. And it gives everyone on scene time to reflect and think about what these actions could lead to. And so there's been a lot of studies about the longer the contact, the greater the likelihood of a peaceful resolution. So, and it's a tough call because in a mass shooting, we teach our officers to rush in like a Columbine type situation. We teach them to go in immediately and engage the threat, and usually the violence stops, kind of like what just happened in San Jose with the officers rushing to the scene. But then we also have to teach them in cases of mental health issues and crisis that, you have to slow things down and try to create that time and that distance to try to get the right folks on scene and the right resource on scene, or even just to give that person time to kind of calm down, or a parent or somebody to get there on the scene, or a good negotiator. So the greater the time gap, the more likely of a peaceful resolution.
Lieutenant Hornsby and Captain Matthews and Chief Chaplain, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I just want to ask, it was not very clear, primarily in the number of times that this was listed on City Council, the cost has changed significantly. The first staff report states that this would cost $80,000. And then it dwindled to another staff report to about $50,000. And now it's below $20,000. So I want to understand how this has dwindled down so much.
I don't know that I don't recall seeing the 80,000. I know that when technology is new, it's typically more expensive, and as it's developed, it becomes more cost friendly to the consumer. So that could be an explanation for it, but I'd have to look back at. I know there's been multiple versions of the staff report over, I think, the last 2 or 3 years.
And without full information, I'd have to say the same with Captain Matthews. I mean, just even in a private market, when drones were first developed, you were talking about $800 to $1,000, and now you can buy those things on Amazon for a quarter of that. So we'd have to do a deep dive into the older staff reports. And, again, as the technology has been made available and competition is fierce out there, prices do tend to come down.
Yeah, and I'm particularly talking about in the last 6 months. On December 1st of 2020, the staff report clearly states how much it was, and it was significantly more expensive, I should say. And as we moved forward, it almost seems it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And in 6 months, technology doesn't drop in cost that much. So I do just want to highlight that. And I will even reference it, December 1st, 2020. It states $50,000. Prior to that, another report that was pulled said roughly about $80,000. So I just want to highlight that these are significant changes in cost. I find that a little bit surprising as a person who works in technology. The other thing is, I wanted to ask, how many times have we used a drone in the last 12 months?
Brian, do we have any of those stats available?
I don't. I think in order to get that information, we'd have to go through individual police reports. I know for a while there, we were calling and asking for them, once or twice a week. I don't know that, obviously they weren't always readily available, but it's not uncommon for folks to request that resource when things are unfolding.
Which is another problem when you don't have your own program. With our own program, we'll be able to track this better, and hence the reporting out to the council quarterly on the use, and we'll be able to keep those numbers and be able to talk about with specificity about the use and about the footage and what we obtained and what it led to.
Well, I bring the question as to the vetting of the need of it. That is something that should be in the staff report as to how many times has it been requested in the last 12 months, 24 months, and so forth. Do we know why we've asked for these drones in those times, as you said, weekly and not rarely?
It's usually for an unfolding event. So when we have somebody, for example, flee into a neighborhood, we'll request it then. We'll request it to use Lieutenant Ormsby's example. When we have to clear, a large structure, or in the case of the shooting that I highlighted, when we have to clear a building where there's been gunfire, we'll use it then. We've done quite a bit of reconstructive work on fatal collisions. We've done quite a bit of crime scene documentation on homicides and major incidents. So things like that. It really just depends on what's happening in the field. That kind of dictates, how often we request it.
Definitely. And I'm still a little stuck on the use cases, from homicides to clearing a building. How would documentation on a homicide, how would a drone be useful? I'm so sorry.
Can I jump in and just say, let's use the technology drive shooting. Over 100 rounds fired, and Alameda County sheriffs who've had a program going for a while, a pretty robust program, it took them a day and a half to catalog that crime scene because it was so expansive and so extensive. If we use personnel to do that, it would have cost us the equivalent of probably running a drone program for 5 years. So, I mean, you're talking about a lot of work, and I'm just kind of throwing that number out there. It's an inflated number, but it's a lot of hours for a person to stand out there and try to do what a drone can do in that period of time. And with a crime scene like that, you tend to miss things. The drone was available to do this in a day and a half, and it would have taken a significantly longer time to map that crime scene because of how extensive it was.
So I specifically want to understand, what did we use it for in a use case? What would a drone in regards to a homicide, and what is it doing?
So in a major event, one of the things that our crime scene technicians do is they try to obtain overhead photographs of a crime scene. It memorializes for us and for later court purposes where evidence is located, where vehicles are parked, things like that. So in years past, what we've had to do is physically call the fire department out in a ladder truck, send the crime scene technician up over a crime scene, and have them take aerial photographs of a crime scene from above using that technology. And depending on who you're sending up there, some people aren't fans of heights. The drone is something that you can put up and take images of a crime scene for the purposes of conducting measurements down the road, doing reconstruction, and using it as a piece of evidence that can be critical in a court proceeding later down the road.
Okay.
And I'll give you another example. There was an accident. I was on my way home one day on 2nd, right in front of Hayward High. Because of the young lady who was run over in the crosswalk, she had a compound fracture. It was gridlocked. You couldn't get a vehicle through there to get to where she actually was located. Eventually, we were able to get through there. I mean, it's things like that. And when I was in San Francisco, the UPS mass shooting, we had people, a street locked down for an inordinate amount of time because we could not clear the rooftop of that building because they didn't have a drone program in San Francisco. So with a drone, we could have quickly put it up there and saw that no one was on the rooftop. I mean, it just saves a lot of hours. And like I said, a resource constrained environment that we're operating in, this thing will really free up folks faster. And with all the traffic issues we're having in here with the gridlock we've all seen and been parked in, this will allow us to look at accident scenes and see, major points of ingress and egress. What's the safest route to get to these locations? Is it safe? Is it unsafe? And again, with the crime scenes, human eyes will miss some things that we can track with a drone and go back and look for. Maybe there's a gun that was lost and, we want to find it before school's in session tomorrow or before we open this thing up to the general public. And it'll allow us to cover more area.
Another example that I neglected to mention was the 187 that happened at City Hall. We responded fairly quickly, and we were able to get ACSO's drone out there fairly quickly also. We were able to use that not only for crime reconstruction, but in trying to locate and apprehend the suspect. And so it's a very useful tool.
For those who don't know, the 187 is a homicide. And literally, it's the same reason that your local news is using a drone, and that is to report out and give a complete and total picture of what happened and what's going on now.
So one of the other questions I do have is that, one, I still question how many times a year we've requested it, but on top of that, I would like to also know what is the amount of time when we do request a drone to the time that we receive it. What is that usually between agencies?
I think it depends. It depends on whether or not the agency has staff that are actively working and on duty, or whether or not they have to call people in. So, generally speaking, the time frame for calling somebody in, you're looking at by the time they get dressed and get in, get their equipment, you're looking at least an hour.
Okay.
But if we're talking about Union City, Fremont, Newark, Alameda County, the neighboring agencies that have this technology, if they have staff, on duty and they're available, we could get the technology much quicker than that.
How many years have you guys been asking neighbors for their drones?
Gosh, since they started their programs. So I think Alameda County's had their program for probably 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
The others are a little bit less than that, but.
And so in 4 to 5 years, we've had officers be able to use drones, put drones in, the sky, search for things, so forth. And we don't have a program kind of set up as to how we would use the drones.
I mean, I think the use would remain consistent. It's the availability. There's a lot of events that have taken place where a drone would be beneficial, and as luck would have it, everybody ended up okay. But again, we're to the chief's point. It's a tool that can be used to increase the likelihood of safe resolutions to a lot of these things.
And I hear what you're saying about the number of uses. But in one example we used about the young man in the backyard, not deploying the K9, not going back there, to me, that one use alone justifies having a program and the utilization of this tool, because that's one life that we don't put in peril, or life of on the other side of the equation of an officer that we'd have to send in that backyard to do a search that we don't put in peril.
Definitely. And when we, for example, when we do take photos of different scenes and, search for things and so forth, are we scanning license plates and being able to tag them and say, okay, this car was at this scene? And let's say as new evidence arrives and you guys are interviewing witnesses or things like that, are we able to go back and take a look at those license plates or run those license plates in different databases and so forth?
I mean, I think it depends on the crime. I know, for your homicide scene, yes, because there could be a potential investigative lead that comes from that. Mm-hmm. And if a vehicle is parked, let's say on a city street in full view of the public, there really is no expectation of privacy. But it does happen on certain occasions at certain crime scenes, usually the major violent crime scenes.
And I ran homicide for a while, and I will say this to you, that is, to that point, it's paramount. And one of the things you routinely do is you canvass. You go door to door. You also write down the vehicles, because witnesses do turn up 48 hours later, 24 hours later, and suddenly provide information. And it's rough to go back later after everything's been moved. Folks have taken cars out of the scene. This will avail us the opportunity to still see it as it was at that particular time.
Definitely. And you guys know I care about privacy, and I wanted to know, do we have a privacy ordinance in place?
I don't believe there is a citywide privacy ordinance that's in place.
Okay. Do we have a privacy officer?
No, we do not have that position in the city's classification schedule.
Okay. In the last 5 years, were we ever hacked or data breached in any capacity?
None to what we can recognize. We have not seen anything come in. We've had attempts that we've been able to block, but we've not had any in which we can recognize, because someone could have come in, gotten data, and taken data out. That's often what nation states will try to do. That doesn't mean that it's being leveraged. It can be just collected. But up to our recognition thus far, no.
Okay, not even the data hacks that were in the news regarding the police data from a third-party vendor?
If there's something that I'm not aware of relative to the police department themselves, I'm not aware of anything that within our control.
All right. And did the Supreme Court rule that we need to require a warrant to track individual locations from even a cell phone, even if involved in public activities?
Yes, there are exceptions to that. So if we have a missing person at risk or a criminal offender and we're tracking a cell phone under exigent circumstances, but we are required to circle back and author a search warrant and have that reviewed by a judge. So yes.
All right. And Captain Matthews, you mentioned earlier to a question from Councilmember Salinas that policy language can be changed. So this is not necessarily solid. So what we are looking, even in the staff report of item number 4, these are all drafts and informational items. Again, we don't have a privacy ordinance in place, correct?
That's correct.
And City Manager, you stated that that if a violation were to occur, that you could say stop using the drones, correct? But that's under your purview, not under a citywide ordinance, correct?
Yes, I mean, that is my, I have administrative authority over the police department. So if there's violations of a program or protocol, that's usually how that works is.
How are we or the public going to know if the violation occurred or if there was a complaint?
Well, I think that's what we talked about earlier in terms of the quarterly reporting. I think if we have a complaint about drone usage, my commitment to the council has always been transparency. And so I would fully intend to bring that forward to the council as part of our quarterly reporting. Frankly, if something happened, I tend to send council email on major incidents or issues. And so I'm guessing I would probably share that information much faster than on a quarterly basis if there was some concern that came up.
Okay, but we don't have a framework for a resident to make a complaint currently that a violation was made, nor an enforcement.
There's a lot of different ways that residents can make complaints. They can obviously file a complaint with internal affairs. They can file a complaint with my office, with the city attorney's office. There's also, as part of the policy innovation workshop, we are going to be hiring and looking to hire an outside sort of third party that could accept complaints as well. So I think there's a lot of venues other than going to the police department internal affairs where folks could file a complaint against the usage of drones.
Councilmember Wahab,
I have one last question.
A number of out of consideration.
One last question. Apologies.
Okay.
So it was mentioned the Chief Advisory Panel in the staff report as one of the vetting processes. The Chief Advisory Panel is not a public forum where people can view these questions. How do we know what were the comments made and the discourse at those particular sessions?
I think if we still have them somewhere, we could forward some of the things we changed in the policy to the council if they wanted to see some of the changes that we made to the policy.
All right, thank you.
Spoken to.
Thank you. Okay, my apologies to the people who have been waiting very patiently, I think, to hopefully to address us on this item. And so with that, I will see no further council questions. I will open the public hearing on this item and call on, are we ready, Madam City Clerk? It looks like Pastor Chuck Horner is the first in line. And, I'm seeing a lot of hands pop up now, and I'm very sorry that we took so long with this, with all of the council questions. So I'm going to have to call for a 2-minute time limit on these comments, I think, because it's really getting late. Yes. Okay. So go ahead. Pastor Chuck Horner, is he still with us?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I am Chuck Horner, 30-year resident of Hayward, serving our city as pastor of Calvary Baptist Church and many other agencies, including Hayward Neighborhood Alert and Clean Green Task Force. And I just want to say that with this UAS system, please show your support to our police department. Our peace officers need this to save lives in many ways that were already described earlier today. We're not like Ferguson. We have a lot of trust in our community, even though a lot of the media has sucked up the oxygen in the room. So we're in the top 1%. We've been CLIA certified for 7 years now in a row, and maintaining it despite all the other stuff going on. Anyway, I remember Sheriff Ahern being really frustrated with not being able to get a drone system up as soon as he wanted. And so spoke to our Rotary Club and others. And I just want you to know we appreciate our police department, and I feel that they need to be equipped with everything we can give them and show our support and encouragement with them to continue to be the best peace officers in the country.
Thank you. Next, we have Selena McManus.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Selena McManus. I'm calling as a member of Hey Coco. This was really a bizarre presentation. I just felt like there were no stats and a lot of fumbles. Where are the fire department? Where are the members of the fire department? Because last time I checked, they're the ones doing the rescue. Last time I checked, they're the ones that would be needing this type of equipment. And I haven't heard anything from them. So I think that would be really important to hear from them. Last time I also checked, there are also members on the police department who have harassed women, stalked women, girlfriends, wives, and misused their, benefits, I guess you can say. So no, we don't trust Hayward PD with drones. No, crime is not up, poverty is. So maybe try using the funding for housing, maybe try using the funding to feed those in need, and then maybe crime will go down if it's even up at all. So no to drones. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Gunn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So September 23rd last year, I was downtown in front of City Hall, and we were having a candlelight vigil because of the lack of charges against the killers of Breonna Taylor. And there's a few dozen of us. I got there a little bit early just to make sure there was no other events happening, anything like that. And from shortly after I arrived, an officer came to the parking garage and stood at the parking garage watching us the entire time we were there. Well, most of the entire time, because there was actually a stabbing a few blocks away that he was not at because he was busy watching us. And so the idea that these drones would not be used to monitor peaceful protests is absurd, because I'm going to use Chief Chaplin's favorite line that he spoke the last time we were supposed to be having this discussion on drones, was that there are rules. We have a strong prohibition against this, but there's exceptions to every rules. every rule. I'm paraphrasing as best as I can. And that was the day that the Hayward PD shot somebody. So, and I've already heard that line tonight as well from, I believe it was Captain Matthews, was there are exceptions. So given that we have not even received like an actual policy instructions on what they would even do. And they're already saying there's going to be exceptions. It's just a common thing. I have no faith that this is a good idea. I also think that if this were any other time in history, most conservatives would be against this idea, but instead, they're coming out in support of, or actually I should say against reforms and accountability for the police. And this is just simply a tool to that end. And I'm not happy with it. I'd love to see this topic just disappear from our discussions in the near future. Thank you.
Next, we have Cynthia Nunes. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cynthia. I am a member of Hey Coco. I'm calling in to strongly oppose that the police department get drones. I think this conversation keeps coming up and like folks are continuing to tell you that like we don't want y'all to have the drones. There is history of Hayward Police Department using police surveillance in inappropriate ways. Specifically, Officer Philip Woolley, who was working for Hayward Police Department, who used police equipment to stalk his girlfriend and also women in the police department. There's a lawsuit that was brought up because of this and because of other men in Hayward Police Department using surveillance equipment for similar things. And fact of the matter is, no repercussions happened. Nothing happened. Philip Woolley kept his job. And then guess what happened later? He murdered my cousin. So y'all are asking for surveillance and you don't even know how to use it appropriately. And you're letting murderers handle these things. So that's a hard no from me. And Chief, you said this has been 3 years in the making. And like, I hear you. And like, I also know you weren't here 3 years ago, but you're here now. And this presentation is crap. You haven't even brought enough information to us to, like, you have half of this council, I'd argue even more, telling you that there's not even enough information. Like, that's a problem. Like, you needing the drones first is crap. Like, you've been borrowing them, borrow them. You aren't doing the rescues, the fire department is. I want to see the fire department in this conversation, especially since they're going to be doing the pilot program. So I'm a little confused why it's only a bunch of police officers in this conversation and not one person from the fire department at all. Like, even after all these like community groups that y'all keep praising that you had, and also like publicize what CAP's concerns were. Thank you. Publicize what CAP's concerns were. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Salah El Bakri.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I'm asking to vote no on this measure for multiple reasons. Number one, as a person of minority, it really such technology really scares me. It scares me for multiple reasons. Number one, there really isn't a clear policy that substantiate guardrails for how and where and what we're going to use these equipments for. So number one, lack of privacy policy or a policy privacy ordinance, as was just revealed a few minutes ago. Number two, no guidance and no policy for how we're going to move forward. It seems like little by little, we're constantly losing our privacy. I'm an activist. I'm constantly going out for different causes. And I don't want to be monitored because some police officer deemed this as a larger than what needs to be gathering. There is no measurements. There is no quantifiable measurements for how and when and where we're going to use this. The other thing that really terrifies me here is that as a threshold manner, we should never approve unforeseeable policies enacted by unforeseeable resolutions. Although internal discipline, as was described by many of our officers tonight, is a possibility without an ordinance, the legal way of a law necessarily leads to better compliance. Without the ability for a member of the police accountable for a violation, the policy is essentially meaningless. Secondly, the resolution.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thanks.
Next, we have David Watley.
Good evening, Council. David Watley again. First off, I just want to say thank you to Chief Chaplain. I just wanted to share something very private, but just to publicly acknowledge and thank Chief Chaplain and his team. Last year during the pandemic, a family member of mine had a medical emergency, and they helped get him to a hospital where he was able to receive the treatment he needed. And it basically saved his life. So I definitely am thankful to the chief. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge you for that, Chief. Now, with regard to this particular staff report, or this particular this item on the agenda, I want to start off by saying I do agree with the sentiments of Pastor Horner. By the way, Pastor Horner, if you're still listening, it's great to hear your voice, and thank you for the service of Calvary Baptist to the community and to your service to the United States Navy. I agree with Pastor Horner that we do need to do everything we can in our power to support our law enforcement officers. However, having said that, there are some concerns that I read in the staff report pertaining to the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. I also heard some questions that I think were very valid raised by Councilmember Wahab pertaining to privacy, which is another important component of the Constitution. I have not heard any comments from the City Attorney's Office this evening as to the constitutionality of this particular item. I've heard a lot from the City Manager, but she doesn't have any training in law, from what I know. I think probably a specialist in constitutional law is warranted with regard to this item. So I hope you will take that into account as you decide your vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Katz-LaCobb.
Good evening. My name is Mike Katz-LaCabe, and I'm the Director of Research for Oakland Privacy. First, I don't think there's any need to apologize for the amount of time that council members took asking questions. That's their job, and I'm glad they're asking some insightful questions, so thank you. While this item includes a draft policy for the drones, it's notable that council members appear to be confused about the policy that's on the agenda. If you read the agenda, it's clear that approval of the policy by the City Council is not part of the agenda. You're approving the resolution. Furthermore, I think you'll find that the City Council has never approved any police policy. When surveillance technology has been deployed, history has shown that it's been abused, from stalking former love interests with law enforcement record systems to looking down women's shirts with surveillance cameras or disproportionate targeting minorities. It's important that we have not just appropriate policies, but also effective oversight. How will the public know if the drones are successful or if they were worth the monetary cost or the cost of residents' privacy? There's been no discussion or information about what constitutes success for this program. The police chief mentioned providing quarterly reports to the City Council. So why is that requirement not included as part of the policy that's before you tonight? Instead, the policy states that there will be, quote, periodic reports on the program to the chief of police, whatever that means, but not to the City Council or the citizens of Hayward. And since there's no requirement for public reporting that includes when the drones are used, for what purpose they're used, whether exigent circumstances were invoked, or whether they were successful, the City Council and public are unlikely to know whether the program is successful. I'd like to offer kudos to the member of the Community Advisory Panel that recommended the city develop and adopt an ordinance governing the use of technology. We strongly encourage the City Council to adopt an ordinance governing the use of surveillance technology and ensuring public vetting, control, and oversight of this powerful and potentially invasive technology. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Alondra.
Hello. So my name is Alondra and I'm part of Hey Coco, and I am strongly against these drones. I just think that, like, just in general, just hearing the whole presentation too, there's no clear plan where these drones are going. Nobody knows any like background to these drones. And apparently there's like other cities that have them, but we have like no plan as to how we're going to use them. And then there's so much like background, like history on these drones being used like against women. And I'm a woman and like, I do not agree with whatever is happening there. So I'm strongly against that. And I don't think there's any privacy if I'm like chilling in Hayward and I see a drone pass against me. And I have like a thought in the back of my mind, like, oh, like the police have used these drones, like, you know, to stalk women. What am I going to think when I'm walking down the street? And then also like as a person of color, like we're constantly getting like racially profiled like every day, like just adding on to like our everyday struggles. And we don't need drones. Like this is something that we have lived without and we could continue living without. So I strongly suggest all of you to vote no against the drones and to use the money towards funding our community resources. Like, I know it may seem like the pandemic is over, but people are still struggling. Like people still need these funds to go towards their family, to go towards like rent, to go towards health, like wise. Like we need money towards that, not towards drones. And that is all I have to say. So vote no against drones.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan.
Good evening. I wanted to say that I totally support the purchase of drones. I know there have been concerns over the issue of privacy, but if you take a minute and think deeply about it, you'll realize that the concept of privacy is really a myth in today's world. Nearly every neighborhood has homes with security cameras that monitor our every activity. If you're walking or driving by, you will be on someone's camera. And then there are those with their cell phones that don't hesitate to video any event they see. If you happen to be present, you will be on their cameras. There are traffic cameras, retail cameras, bank cameras. The police themselves now wear body cameras. Police use of drones should not be politicized. This is an issue of public safety. Criminals who break into our homes, cars, and businesses, who invade our space, whatever it may be, have taken away our right to privacy and feelings of safety and security. That, to me, is a bigger threat to my privacy than the use of drones. I know there'll always be a few vocal dissenters with their own agendas, but I hope the council realizes that the good of the entire diverse community that we live in is what matters. And your votes will reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Claire Dugan.
Sorry. Good evening, Council and Mayor. So I'm a member of Hayward Concerned Citizens. I absolutely support the use of the police department getting the drones. And I think that Hayward is so lucky to have Chief Chaplain. He's very experienced. And when he says he needs drones to do his job and help the department do their job, I think you should pay attention to that. The people who are so concerned about the Fourth Amendment and the privacy issues, I haven't heard of any big issues coming out of Union City or other areas around us. Nobody's being sued. And the lady who's concerned about the drone flying over her, it's most likely her neighbor's drone. I think it's pretty clear how the department is going to use the drones and why they need them. I don't need to repeat that. Captain Matthews and Police Chief Chaplain and Lieutenant Ormsby did a good job of explaining all of that. All of this is just kind of stonewalling, which is what's been happening for the last over 2 years. It really is coming down to the safety in crime situations and when the earthquake hits. You know, people who live up in the hills, when your house comes crashing down and you're buried underneath of it, you're going to need all the help you can get. And those of us on the flatlands, when we go sink into the fill, we're going to need all the help we can get. I took that CERT training and they made it very clear. This had nothing to do with drones, but between the fire and the police, it would take 3 days for help to get to the citizen.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up, but thank you. Next, we have TJ.
Hello, Council. I'm TJ with Hayward Concerned Citizens. In May of 2013, there was an incident in Hayward that involved a police standoff with a suspect who threatened officers with a gun. It started at Winton Avenue at 2 p.m. when the suspect fled to avoid arrest. He jumped a fence into the DMV parking lot on Jackson Street and headed on to a nearby cul-de-sac where there were residences with backyards where he could hide, eluding authorities for what ended up being a 4-hour ordeal. The police set up a perimeter surrounding the neighborhood, guns drawn, prompting the DMV and several surrounding businesses to evacuate. Winton Middle School went into lockdown and would not allow parents to pick up their kids. The incident continued into the commute hour, slowing traffic with distracted drivers and bringing the attention of news crews. Police used a canine unit, tear gas, and even a robotic ground camera device to attempt to apprehend the suspect. If this 2013 incident occurred today, the police could have deployed a drone to safely survey the area and successfully detect the suspect's whereabouts, involving less time and resources, less disruption, and less impact to the surrounding businesses and neighborhoods. This would equal a quicker resolution with a safe outcome. A drone is a police body cam with wings. Let's not make this a debate over race, politics, budget, or spying. It's about transparency. It's about accountability. It's about safety for all parties involved. And it's about time Hayward gets up to speed with the technology and tools that other cities across the Bay Area already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Villalobos.
Hi, everybody. This is Alexis Villalobos. I know I only have 2 minutes, so I'll be short. I just got to say, like I said in my last comment, my new role as research chair, what I'm trying to do is gather information for the group that I represent, the group that has asked me to gather information for them to make the best decision possible. In part of that, I pay very close attention to the questions that you ask. And each council member actually in this round, and I was impressed by the questions that you asked, all of you, even the ones that I usually don't like or the ones that I criticize. You asked pretty good questions, but I think that what I noticed is that most of you seem pretty disappointed by the answers that you got in response to those questions. You didn't get really good responsive answers to the questions that you asked. And I think that goes to the comments that I've heard so far in the last reduced 2 minutes each, that we don't really know what's going to happen next. This isn't a policy that's really well thought out. This is a policy that needs more consideration, needs more public comment, needs more deliberation, and should not be decided tonight. I think that we have reactionary groups like the Hayward Concerned Citizens that were created in response to the Hey Coco, almost kind of like ironically in the same acronym HCC being Hey Coco, HCC being Hayward Concerned Citizens. in a way that I think that you all should understand, like, the term bootlicker, being someone who is deferential to authority and just really wants to appease the police state and the police department. Don't fall for these sort of comments that they make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diva G.
After waiting over 5 hours to make a comment, I'm not going to address any of the comments that's opposing my view or attack anyone for their views. But I do wish that this was not put at the end of the agenda where people had to drop off and are not going to be able to make a comment. I'm asking the city council members to vote no. Any other vote would open a Pandora's box. I understand the drones are cheaper than a helicopter and cheaper than possibly hiring, obviously, 20 more police officers. I understand the law enforcement's wishes to have a cost-effective tool at their disposal, but unfortunately, there are many serious issues with these drones that has not been resolved. Unfortunately, history has taught us otherwise. Just listening to the presentation and to the list of possibilities and the terminology, all I can hear was loopholes and loopholes of this and that suspicion, a feeling of this and that threat. That's going to open a lot of doors for liability. And, I hear that this is not going to be used against demonstrators, but if 100 demonstrators go out there and one kid or two kid acts rudely, is that going to stop the police department from sending out the 4 drones in the 4 corners of the demonstration? Probably not. I don't know. This is not only going to be used for earthquake readiness or crime scene pictures. The list of the usage was several pages in the presentation. And, it really made me really frustrated. And besides being up for, waiting for 5 hours to make a comment, that there's just this lack of basic framework for the usage after 5 years is not being thoroughly acknowledged. The lack for privacy and lack of policy, the lack of data storage and retention, surveillance, especially surveillance of minorities, communities of lower socioeconomic. We're opening the doors.
Your time is up, but
my time is up, but I waited over 5 hours for you.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, but we have to be fair to everyone here.
It's not fair.
Our next speaker is Brian Hofer.
You've actually unmuted me. This is Samina Usman. Do you want to go to Brian first?
Well, let's go to you then. And if we can get Madam City Clerk, do you have Brian on the line?
Not yet, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so go ahead, Samina.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Samina Usman. I'm the Senior Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations. I have some serious concerns regarding this issue. I think, first and foremost, from a privacy perspective, as you may or may not know, the Muslim community has been under a lot of issues and instances of surveillance across the country. So when we hear of such technology to be considered, it is concerning to us, especially given the amount of surveillance that has been used against Muslim communities. That being said, I think many people have brought up their concerns regarding the lack of a proper policy in order to address privacy issues and concerns. You may know that several cities across the Bay Area and even across the country have passed surveillance ordinances to address this, to ensure that there is some transparency, that there's accountability, that there's use policies, that there's an impact report associated with the acquisition of such type of technology. And the fact that Hayward does not have such a policy in place, does not have a privacy advisory commission like Oakland, like San Diego, it is concerning that we have such technology being considered without such protections in place. the fact that if we have, even if the equipment is acquired even for free, although this one is not, there are other costs associated as well that are ongoing, whether it be training, whether it be maintenance or whatnot. I think our taxpayer money should be going elsewhere. I think that, we need to make sure that our privacy is protected, and please consider, before acquiring any more surveillance technology, please make sure that you do have some type of a surveillance ordinance in place before acquiring anything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, tonight I'm going to talk on earthquakes. We've had some concerning seismic events recently. Just last Friday, there was a 6.0 earthquake on the Nevada-California border, and it was felt from the Bay Area to Bakersfield and all over the state of Nevada. And 2 weeks ago, there was a 3.9 earthquake right next door to us in San Lorenzo, and we totally felt it here in Hayward. A major earthquake is considered a 6.7 or higher. The 1989 Loma Prieta quake was, which was on the San Andreas Fault, was a 6.9, and that was a big one, as most all of us remember. According to the USGS, the Hayward Fault has an earthquake every 95 to 183 years, and the last big earthquake on the Hayward Fault was 153 years ago. So there's a big earthquake coming, and it's overdue. The city needs to operate as if it's going to happen any day, because it is. The devastation that this coming earthquake is going to cause is going to be catastrophic. Catastrophic as in the Florida condo collapse. And guess what? Drones are going to be critical tools in saving lives in the search and rescue missions that will take place during this catastrophe. That's why I am in full and complete support of HPD having a drone program. They already have a policy in place. They've done their community outreach, tweaked and adjusted the draft based on community concerns, and have done all the other footwork to produce a complete and secure policy. And this program is going to cost under $20K. That's a drop in the bucket compared to what you are spending on all the projects that were presented tonight. Spending with free money from the federal government. This program will ensure social distancing, so it qualifies for federal funding. I implore you to please, please vote for this policy.
Thank you. Next, we have Omar Arsala.
Yes, this is Omar Arsala. I'm a Hayward resident, and I'm definitely for pro-security, pro-police, and I think that's one of the reasons I would say vote no for this, because if you think about, one of the biggest reasons that cops have, problems that we have today with cops in the community is the mistrust that there is between cops and the community. And we all live in one community. And I think, by having a tool like this, especially when there's not clear policy, it actually creates additional mistrust. And that's what you don't want to have, right? So if I want to support cops, I want to be able to do things where it creates less mistrust in the community. So I think it's a benefit even for our cops and the police department to have a really good, clear policy before we approve something like this.
Thank you. Next, we have Amelia Mendoza Ronquilla.
Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm asking Hayward leadership to reject the request for purchasing these drones. There just isn't anything close to a plan right now that lends itself well to transparency or accountability. The potential for the decreased face time between law enforcement and suspects sounds appealing, but at the end of the day, drones are just another form of reactionary safety that don't prevent crimes that have already been committed or are being committed. As we've seen with body camera footage, drones and drone information can easily be misused or misinterpreted. And that's really a big problem when HPD has had accountability problems in the past, as Cynthia said earlier. Negligent or malicious use of this information can lead to unnecessary monitoring, police interactions, and increased danger for people, especially people of color and protesters who have done nothing wrong. The money saved from rejecting this request would be better spent on addressing topics like reimagined public safety, housing, mental health, and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Teresa Rezentes.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I am now a member myself of Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I do want to express my support for Police Chief Tony Chaplin, and hoping that you will approve the expenditure of drones for the city of Hayward. As you know, we are short a lot of officers, and all over the country, there is a shortage of police officers. There's a lot of young adults now that don't even want to become police officers, as you know. And so it's going to take some time to get up to speed with that. It seems like drones have been really successful in their usage in Union City and Fremont, and Alameda County endorses them. And as other people have expressed, that the information the police department has provided tonight sounds very thorough and sound, and is enough to move forward with drones, at least on a trial basis, with good quarterly follow-up. Finally, something in particular that I want to talk about regarding the need for drones is I'm all for our First Amendment rights to protest, of course, but during the latest protests, we've had problems with looting of our businesses in Hayward. And if we had drones with good video footage, it would really help support the police department and combat this organized looting of businesses, which is at a crisis point in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rick.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, how you doing? I'm Rick, president of the Hayward Police Officer Association. Thank you for your time. I wanted to call in just to talk about a couple things here. So, you know, we talk about technology and innovation and being the leading law enforcement public safety agency, and we're lacking in it now, not allowing us to have a drone. There's many benefits to having a drone. I think a lot of people are losing sight of that. We have to remember what the ultimate goal and the mission is here. The core mission is to save lives. It's to allow us to get into areas that physically we can't. For example, you got missing adults, missing children, missing elderly people, missing people that are autistic. You have people that are having mental health episodes. This allows us to get closer and being able to locate these people and being able to avoid any kind of heated escalation of having use of forces or officer-involved shootings even. You have to look at the bigger picture and stop narrowing it down to one thing. We're not here to violate anybody's privacy. This is a tool that we need so that we can safely do our job, not only to protect ourselves, but to protect the citizens of Hayward that we currently serve. So we talk about de-escalation all the time. We have to remember this is another tool for us to use that so that we can get closer to people who might be combative, closer to people that are having mental health crises, where it'll give us the time and distance to be able to allocate the resources and slow everything down. We have to look at the bigger picture. I'm asking you guys to please vote for this to pass. We have to look at what it is, and our core mission, like I said, is to save lives. When it comes to crime scenes, I know that you guys asked about it. This is another thing that gives us a bird's eye in live view picture of the actual crime scene for detectives to do their job and give them leads and help them to solve these types of crimes. And lastly, I know you guys mentioned the fireworks being a big issue. This allows us to go up and pinpoint where the fireworks are coming from. There's a lot more to say, but respectfully, I'm asking you guys, please pass this. This is going to help us do our job safer and move along and being able to protect the citizens of Hayward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Hofer.
Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Brian Hofer, I'm the Executive Director of Secure Justice. I also chair the City of Oakland's Privacy Commission. I've helped establish 7 vetting frameworks around the Greater Bay Area, and I've written or co-written over 50 use policies for different surveillance technologies. I'm not anti-drone per se. I could see the utility in a high-risk situation, but your incomplete policy goes far beyond such use. I am anti-lack of sufficient guardrails in place. I urge a no vote tonight until you can put sufficient guardrails in place and make a truly informed decision. I think the very questions raised by a number of the members indicate that they have not been provided sufficient information. When only positives are provided and no negatives, it's really hard to weigh whether this is appropriate for Hayward. It's also disheartening to hear your staff say, well, let's just release it out into the wild, and if we identify red flags later, we'll deal with them. Those could be 6 or 7 figure lawsuits. Yes, you have a duty to ensure public safety, but you also have a fiduciary duty. Your incomplete policy is far outside the norm of other Bay Area jurisdictions that have a use policy in place. Lexipol is intentionally vague and ambiguous. I recommend you do not use it at all. We have other templates you can look to if you do decide to pursue this. Finally, it is extremely concerning to hear that your police department is looking to Chula Vista as a case study. I consider them probably the worst in the country. They've used drones to harass the homeless. They fly 30 to 40 missions a day. They feed data to ICE. They are probably the most heavily surveilled city on a per capita basis. So I hope you don't go that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'm calling in as a concerned member of the Hayward Police Officer Association. I'd like to draw the City Council's attention to the definition of de-escalation according to the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. De-escalation is defined as techniques, strategies, and tools used to reduce the intensity of a situation. A drone has been used countless times in the city of Hayward that we've had to request from other agencies, that we had to wait time for, and that we've even had denied in certain circumstances due to a lack of resources and the unwillingness of those agencies to help in order to achieve de-escalation. If we can prevent one injury, one death, one circumstance which could lead to endless liability and civil litigation after the fact, is that not enough to approve this policy, to approve the drones as they are right now for these pennies on the dollar that we're asking? I hope that you'll consider that this is the cutting edge of what we can do to achieve trust from the community and to safely perform our jobs so that everybody remains safe, both the public and ourselves. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zachariah Okenda.
Hi, Council. Zachariah Okenda here. I sit on the City Planning Commission. I also am a member of the Community Advisory Panel to the Chief of Police. We had several meetings. I was one of the panel members who participated in those meetings, reviewing this policy. We did have 2 meetings on it before City Council, before this meeting and the last meeting on City Council. I just wanted to speak out to say that I appreciate a few of the tweaks that I have seen the police chief make to the program that he's proposed. I do like the additional quarterly reports, including uses. I have to say I'm a little disappointed in the process of our sort of debate or conversation over the drone policy. Frankly, as a CAP member, I just want to name a couple concerns here that I have, just for the record that I've raised. I think I kind of want to reiterate my position that in alignment with the ACLU's domestic drone policy recommendations, it's a report on the ACLU's website, it's public, that the proposed Hayward drone policy should rest under a broader citywide drone authorization ordinance passed by the Hayward City Council. I don't think that the police officers should, the police department should oversee the drone program. I don't, as a matter of policy, not against drones, but I think you have to have the right kind of safeguards. You need to have more directly defined or explicitly defined or clearly defined usage limits and authorization limits. I think I do like that we don't have, there's obviously weapons and facial recognition technology and other technologies that are going to be banned from use with it. But I do think that the policies need to be written clear in advance. I actually did propose alternative language to the chief, and I would like the opportunity to have public review those and see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, Ian. Yeah, this has been a tough conversation. I could see both points, and I would be more inclined if there was more transparency. I really do believe the chief, captain, lieutenant, and city manager have good intent, but the presentation as presented left a lot to be desired, and that's part of the reason of why I feel it creates the distrust. It comes with that with great power comes great responsibility, and there's still a lot of unknowns there. And like even with the cap, what ideas were accepted and what the HPD thinks would cripple the program, having that insight would be something that would be desired. With the example for the 1993 incident, I see that as, okay, you can borrow, that would be a opportunity where we could borrow from another city. So I just feel like the meat wasn't there of addressing a lot of the concerns. Like, I think I would be okay with it if there was more of a robust plan, but I'm not seeing it from this. So I just wanted to share my thoughts. But I really appreciate your time. I know it's late, so thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Bruce.
Hi, I'm speaking on my husband's behalf because he had to go to bed.
Is there a way we can eliminate the echo there?
Yes, I just did.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay, good.
So he said he's officially requests that council and mayor dismiss and in no way consider the July 12th letter from Secure Justice. They are located in Oakland and have no ties or associations with Hayward or its residents. They are not stakeholders and should not have any impact on this subject or your vote. He also wants to say that he is in support of his chief of police and his Hayward Police Department. And he wants you to know that the adoption of this drone program is a matter of life and death, and he appreciates your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That brings us to I don't see any further hands raised from the public. So, Madam City Clerk, are you aware of anybody? I know we had someone who wasn't, but anyway, are you aware of how? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have spoken before. Okay.
The gentleman who I'm not aware of anyone else.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and entertain comments and or a motion from council. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I should put council up there. Council member Zermano.
Mayor, thank you. And also thank you to our police officers who presented this. Thanks to the folks on the committees and all the folks who gave input on the various meetings, and then also the public, all the folks who gave us public comments. I'm really not that conflicted about this particular issue. I see it essentially as a public safety issue. There are just a couple of points that I want to point out. As it has been pointed out, it is used by very many agencies. We've had to use it before. It will allow our officers to evaluate situations better with the goal of reaching peaceful resolution. It will help save lives. I think that's very, very important. As far as the particular policy is concerned, I think that there are enough checks and balances. I believe that the data will not be used unwisely or against any people. I am convinced that they're not going to be using these drones to spy on me in my backyard or to take photos of me when I'm protesting something at City Hall or attending some kind of an event. I know that we have control over the usage or the bad usage. That was one of my questions. I know that there will be reports, quarterly reports, and the minute that these policies are unused or used unwisely, we can simply stop the program. Two matters. One was mentioned a little while ago, that it would help us with the firecrackers, the fireworks. I think that's important. And then also the cars doing donuts, where we have certain locations that are prime for donuts, certain locations prime for fireworks. And we can place certain drones there and make sure that we catch these. They need to be caught in the act, and that's important. The other important point was FAA control. So they can't just be flown over at will. They need to be controlled in that situation. We have a good plan, checks and balances. The important words are public safety, transparency, accountability, and those are extremely important in my book, and I think that's very, very important. But the main objective, the main usage is saving lives, and I think that's what everybody is most concerned about. And I believe that is all that I have to say, and with that, I'm going to move the item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. All right. Would you like to speak to it, Councilmember Salinas?
Yeah, I would. Spent the weekend thinking about this, and and I appreciate the city manager for bringing this to us. This is far below the expenditure that that we typically hear on, and but nonetheless, there are things that there are city purchases that we make that I think it's wise that the council hears and listens to, and also listens to staff, and so I appreciate the city manager and of course the chief of police bringing this to us. But after thinking about this, and I have a couple of points, but I do have a friendly amendment, and I'm gonna frame this a little bit and see if I can put some context to this. I think over the past year or so, we've and particularly with our budget, I think we have come a long way in meeting the goals and really sort of responding to some of the arguably some of the most sharpest criticisms against law enforcement, just generally speaking. And I think our police department, the command staff, I think have done a good job at working with stakeholders, working with us, working with the city manager to respond to those much larger sort of national issues that we're all grappling with, and I think it's a discussion and that quite frankly I think is necessary. I haven't spoken to I haven't spoken to anybody in the PD that have been hesitant or reluctant to addressing these, to addressing these issues. And so, and I think over the past several months, particularly as we went through our budget process, I think we have made some really significant strides in protecting people with a very strong equity lens, and being mindful of racial reckoning, being mindful of equity, being mindful of the negative impacts that that communities of color, youth of color, have experienced with law enforcement. And I think it's a conversation that I'm pretty comfortable with. And so, and I'm convinced, that that our command staff and our police department are willing to engage and talk through, right? And I think in order for us to solve what we need to solve, we got to talk about it, and we have to sort of be real honest with each other about these issues. One of the reasons why I'm supporting this is because at the end of the day, I think we're all interested in achieving safety, right? For me, it's about a tool that complements all of the other tools we have to do exactly what we have been talking about: de-escalating highly charged situations.
So I'm just going to ask you to move. Did you say that you had an amendment to offer?
Yeah. So, but let me finish here for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think one of the crucial concepts in de-escalating is time and distance. When there is time and distance in some key situations, in some critical situations, it not only does it de-escalate a situation, but I think it lowers the probability of something something seriously bad happening. And that's just in on one aspect, one use of this. But on the other use of this is that all of the other uses, the diverse uses that this could be used for in terms of search and rescue, in terms of safety. And, we forget that we have 3 large institutions in our city. We have a university, we have a community college, we have, with large populations of people that we are responsible for at the end of the day. And so, with that said, what I'd like to add as an amendment to this is that I understand that there's, this isn't going to be implemented tomorrow. This is not going to be implemented, by December or maybe by November. But when the technology is purchased, and before we begin the process of deploying it, or before we begin the process of moving forward with, even with training, that that PD comes back to us with a final draft of a policy. And I know tonight we're only voting on the resolution, and I know one of the callers brought that up, but bring back to us a policy, and because I think it still gives us enough time. I mean, it's to do this. So I'll second the item with the amendment that before we deploy it, before we start moving forward with it, we have a sound policy that we can move forward with.
All right, Councilmember Zermania, do you accept that as the maker of the motion?
That is fine, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll ask the city manager or chief chaplain if you are understanding. It's before we authorize the purchase of the drone through this resolution, but before the drone is deployed, a fuller policy come back to us regarding its use. Does that correctly summarize it, Councilmember Salinas? Okay. Yeah. Do you all understand that and have any comments?
Understood.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep my comments brief. Thank you to everyone who's participated in this process, for calling in, for emailing, for being engaged for the last couple of years. I don't know where I'm going to land with this amended motion. I do appreciate the approach because my hesitation is I feel strongly that we need a deployment policy in place. We need to have clear understanding on the retention policy, privacy issues, all of that I strongly feel needs to be properly vetted. So it feels a little bit premature. So I'm just kind of struggling with the timeline in the process. I will say that I appreciate a lot of the comments that were made tonight, and I hear everyone's sides, but I think we need to really start being a little bit more honest with one another. I would just speak from my perspective. Our community is over 40% Latinx, and I keep on hearing the word citizen used. Even the group that's calling in tonight, Hayward Concerned Citizens. So just to share with you, a lot of people take that word in offense because it's seen as anti-immigrant, anti-US citizen status. So when we use these words so easily, I feel like we're automatically excluding people from the conversation. And then it's very disappointing when I hear staff use those words so easily. So it makes me feel like none of us are truly really hearing each other if we're aware of this level of sensitivity in our community. And I'm just putting that out there because I feel like that is the huge disconnect with this issue. No one is really taking the time to truly understand the other person's perspective. So I feel like we need more time to build trust. Trust came up a lot tonight. I'm very pleased and happy with the police innovation work we've done, but that work hasn't been implemented. So this, even though it's been an ongoing conversation, it is very disappointing that the policy issues, the concrete guidance that we want to see as a council isn't in place, that we're not fully adopting the program along with those policies. So that is my struggle. I'm not sure where I'm going to land, but we still have a lot of work to do in this area. So I'll just wait to hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. So I'd like to try putting some more teeth into what Councilmember Salinas, you suggested by putting some language to it. You had some words, but I'd like to consider amending the resolution. I have some rationale about where I'm coming from this, most of which I won't say tonight in the interest of time, but I'm happy to talk with people offline about that. I do want to add my appreciation for a really productive conversation tonight. I know it's late and maybe not everything that everybody wanted to say got said, but I do feel like everybody was heard and that this was helpful in continuing to flesh out this issue. So thank you to the community. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to everybody who participated, to my colleagues as well. So the language would look like sorry, I'm just going back to the resolution. Currently, it's very simple. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Hayward authorize, and the city manager is hereby authorized to direct directed to authorize a program, a UAS program for this Hayward Police Department and purchase UASs. I would like that to read to authorize a UAS program for the city of Hayward, and purchase the UASs pending CAP, CIC, and council approval of an operational protocol for their use.
Okay, let me get that. So you're talking about the now therefore be it resolved paragraph.
Mhm.
And it should say, instead of for the Hayward Police Department, the city of Hayward. And then what was the rest of it?
And purchase the UASs, that's the same. And then pending the CAP, Council Infrastructure Committee, and council approval of an operational protocol for their use.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at here is that I am, again, I'm not going to go into rationale. There's a tool here that I think is useful for our city. It is a tool that could be abused. And so I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying it is a tool that is a powerful tool. And I want the policies, and we've been trying to get them since body cam footage was approved. And if getting this moving forward is the way to get those policies, then I'm willing to go down that road, although I don't love that they haven't been written beforehand, but I'm not going to fight about that tonight. So that's my suggestion. Does the maker and the second accept that?
Councilmember Zermania? And Councilmember Salinas?
I do.
So let me.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
So let me ask this. Maybe the city attorney can chime in on this. If it says Hayward, if it says the city of Hayward, where does the drone live? Does it live in PD, or does it live, or even, the city manager can comment on this, where, is that important? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, it can be deployed wherever, whichever city department. I mean, I think we would, the goal is to have the police department be able to have the drones. So we would work on a policy specific to the police department. I guess one question, and just maybe clarification, I guess, if the community advisory panel vetoes the program, do you still want staff to bring it to the CIC to hear those concerns?
Well, well, first of all, the city council we're the ones that make the decision whether to.
So I guess the way that Councilmember Lambden has written the language, it says subject to CAP approval. So that would just be my concern, is your basic, if they don't approve it, it doesn't move forward.
So thank you for bringing that up. So if Councilmember Lambden is putting per CAP approval, then I won't accept it. I mean, I'll accept CAP review and comment. I mean, because that's even like the CIC. I mean, that we don't even have that power, right? I mean,
that was going to be my recommendation. Excuse me, colleague Lambden, but that was going to be my recommendation also. Were the deciding folks, I would certainly like CAP to have an overview, to have review of it, and maybe some yes, we like this, or this needs to improvement, but approval by CAP, colleague Salinas is correct. No committee has that power, but can we convince you to change CAP decision, or just simply review or recommendation?
Yeah, so per CAP and CIC review and council approval?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
More consistent with our practice.
And if I'm catching the spirit of what you're saying, and let me just say it just so it's said and it's out in the open, is that we want to have a discussion, and we want this process to take place. We want the discussion to take place, and we want these bodies to have input to shape the policy. So that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah, and that is a way to get the community input as well.
Yeah.
Mayor, may we ask the chief his thoughts on this? I think it's doable, but I'd like to hear from him on this. Chief, do you have any thoughts on this? Is something that I think it's a good idea. Your thoughts, if we could.
I have to agree with the council member Germano and Salinas. I think ultimately, as I said earlier, the authority rests with this council, and I don't have a problem with sitting down with CAP and going over the policy again. Again, I thought we went through that process. The first go around, there were some edits, and they wanted a second bite of the apple. Unfortunately, there were some things that I thought that would put the efficacy of the tool in jeopardy, but I'm willing to sit down again and do that again. But again, I think that you've had a CIC infrastructure committee that went through this process before, and if the will of the council is to do it again, then so be it. But I think we've been down this road, and I think if we have to go down it again, so be it. But I appreciate the fact that the ultimate decision does rest with the council.
Mm-hmm. And if we go down this road, I think it's be better, more transparent, and people will bite more into the system. So I think it's fine. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lamnan and colleague Salinas.
Then I'll go ahead.
So let me just get it straight then. It is, the amendment is to have basically the language of the whereas part of the resolution,
now therefore be resolved.
After to U.S. Okay, let's do it again. I believe what you meant, what you want to say is now therefore be it resolved that this by the city council that the city manager is hereby authorized and directed to authorize purchase of a UAS for the city of Hayward, pending and with implementation pending until the the advisory panel, the infrastructure committee review, and the city council approves. That isn't well stated. Sorry. Go ahead. You try.
I'll give it a try. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the city council of the city of Hayward that the city manager is hereby authorized and directed to authorize a UAS program or to implement a UAS program. No, sorry. I'm doing it. Sorry. It's midnight. To authorize a UAS program for the city of Hayward and purchase UASs with implementation pending review by the CAP and CIC and council approval of an operational protocol for their use. So we're not just talking review the same policy again. We're talking about the actual operation component.
Okay. I got it. Madam City Clerk, do you think you have that for the record? She can listen to the tape. I know. You're muted, but I thought I saw you.
Sorry. Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So we got that. And that is an amendment that is accepted by Councilmember Zermania, the maker of the motion, and Councilmember Salinas, the seconder. Correct? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all. And we'll go to Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all the speakers. I know that, we have talked about this kind of on and off. Sometimes it was pulled from the agenda item, things like that. I also want to thank our staff for being able to kind of cover this and, answer some of the questions. And I agree with our PD that we want to provide tools for our PD to de-escalate a situation. I specifically want to thank the Police Officers Association for highlighting some of the bigger picture items. I've continuously stated that as a person in technology, I do believe that, you know, you can't fight technology. It's everywhere, it's changing rapidly. And one of my frustrations as a policymaker is the fact that policy doesn't change as rapidly as technology. With that said, you know, tools are at the same time dangerous. And it's dangerous if it is not clearly defined as to how we are going to utilize it. You know, what are the frameworks? And I'll be honest with you, you know, I don't necessarily agree with some of the discussion thus far in the sense of making kind of policy on the fly. You know, Councilmember Mendel and I submitted a policy request in 2020 in February. I know I've spoken to our police chief about policy being one of the key drivers of this particular item. Policy and privacy are the two biggest factors of this item, and I still don't see that. You know, we had no numbers on the number of requests made to utilize, you know, these drones, no clarity on the transition of cost of why, you know, it was hitting 50 and 80,000 to now, you know, 18,000. We had no clarity on what does a complaint look like? What does enforcement look like? What does the violation of usage of a drone looks like? We have no ordinance citywide. The language in a contract is very different from an ordinance that is enforceable, that is our city law. It's all under the purview of this or in the consideration of that or the circumstance of that. No clear definition. I genuinely care about our civil liberties. And, you know, that is the biggest reason why I talk about privacy. And to the people that stated, yes, you know, privacy is harder and harder to maintain. And that is the reason why, you know, 26 states in the nation have pushed privacy policies. You know, they're not all robust. They're not all as great as it can be, but 26 states have been pushing this. And there's a huge movement out there in regards to data, privacy, collection, transparency, sharing of data, selling of data, you name it, we can discuss it. And in this tonight, the way the motion is made, even with the slight adjustment, there's no framework for establishing the clarity on privacy and protecting every single resident's right to privacy. So I genuinely cannot support something that is not clearly defined. You know, I think one of the considerations that could have been made prior to the motion being made was that this be tabled until a privacy policy is fully in place in the city. And to the people saying that just because a stakeholder group, such as a privacy-focused group, nonprofit, shouldn't be discussed with because they're not from Hayward, that's completely wrong, because even the ACLU has significant concerns about this, right? We don't have to agree on every single bullet point around privacy, but I do believe that this is a big growing concern, especially to Councilmember Marquez's comments in regards to having a large immigrant community, a large people of color community. I do think that, you know, many of the callers stated that they are uncomfortable for one reason or another. And largely it was stated that it's because there is no privacy policy in place. There's no framework for the use of drones. And this is one of my biggest concerns about it. There's no review. I know one of my frustrations on council has been that we will review quarterly, and I almost never see reviews quarterly. That's the honest truth. You know, it's almost just a statement. It's not written in the policy either, right? So just saying that to kind of just appease people is frustrating. And you know, I think it was Benjamin Franklin, and I'm going to loosely quote him, that people that give up a little bit of privacy for security deserve neither. And I'm genuinely concerned that this is still an ongoing discussion. And, to our chief's point of having this ongoing for a number of years, I can say the same thing about the privacy piece. It was very clearly stated from my perspective that privacy is very important. If we have that in place, we can kind of move forward with some of the other considerations. I fully support our PD. I fully support the work they do. I do trust our PD in the sense of, what I believe that their intention is in making sure that, we can move forward and protect citizens and de-escalate as much as possible. And that's the work that we've been trying to push forward. However, at the same time, ordinances and policy make sure that that is a mandate. So that is where I'm going to stand on it. And I hope my colleagues consider, how important privacy is to so many of our residents.
Thank you. And let me ask you, Councilmember Wahab, because it does occur, there are a lot of drones in use right now. I get calls all the time about PG&E having drones in my area to, look for, to inspect their power lines. There are a lot of private citizens that have drones. So when you say you want an ordinance and a private privacy policy, I assume you are talking about all drone use by everyone.
I would be very open to that. I'm not a big fan of drones, flying over people's yards and so forth. I will also say that people with mental health considerations, when they see something flying and they are having hallucinations and so forth, it also doesn't necessarily de-escalate a situation. So
I just wanted to be clear on that. That is what you're, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I think maybe it is time to look at how we regulate the use of this new. At first, it seemed like a toy. It's not a toy now. It's a tool in many cases, but it's been of a concern for a lot of people for a while. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what you're talking about.
I am specifically talking about a privacy policy, a citywide ordinance regarding privacy and the use of data that we tend to have. That's genuinely enforced, and as well if we do discuss a drone policy, I'd like to discuss that as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, chief, captain, and PD for your report. And thank you also to the residents. And I'll just say HCC and HCC for now, and the Hayward Collective for writing and calling in. And I want to thank the chief specifically because he reached out to me personally about, this item coming up. And he knows that we have a lot of tough conversations, and I really appreciate him explaining the issue, explaining this item, because I know it has been a long time coming and I am new coming in, and he took a lot of time to discuss the issues with me about this particular item. So I just want to highlight that. I will say this vote, it may pass, and that I'm not necessarily against use of drones. And I appreciate PD bringing an unarmed emergency response solution. I think that needs to be acknowledged more. I think a lot of PD departments I'm hoping that they're turning a corner, and this is showing to me that we're starting to see a different approach. And I just want to say that I appreciate that. But however, I spoke to residents and they are concerned about drones, and beyond search and rescue and lack of oversight, I think they're concerned that the fire department wasn't part of the conversation when they have the experience of being EMT. And, in the policy, it does say police department or fire department, but I'm concerned that they're not here tonight in solidarity or representing or something that says the fire department is going to also be a part of this if they're EMT emergency response. I do appreciate the policy as it's a lot of work to write policy. I recognize that. I have some concerns about the foundation of it being Lexipol and so many lawsuits against Lexipol from the ACLU. And a lot of community members are concerned about Lexipol as well. So I would have loved to see a policy that was based off of what Hayward wants and what the community advisory panel wanted. And I have some concerns that a community advisory panel participant called in against what was being presented tonight. And that's a big concern for me, as they're supposed to be helping with recommendations. So I mean, even if this passes, I'm happy to coordinate with PD and HCC, and figuring out how do we get this to be a more transparent policy, and how can it work for our community. But I'm having a hard time accepting a draft of a policy right now on something like this. But I just want to also acknowledge that we do have this technology available. Yes, it requires more coordination if we are working with other agencies. And I'm happy that PD is working with other agencies, because we've been talking a lot about regionalism and working with other regions to solve issues. So I'm glad that is a resource for us. But I'm a little concerned about a draft policy on something that a lot of community members have concern about. So, if it passes, I would be happy to talk to HCC about how do we, make this work. And if it doesn't pass, I would love to continue to work with HPD, HCC on how do we reduce gun violence, ensuring emergency resiliency and community safety. So I want to continue the conversation no matter what the vote is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wahab, did you have more? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I also wanted to state that, as I mentioned, technology moves a lot faster than policy. However, also technology, there are huge giants that are moving in the space of privacy. Apple, for example, their latest iOS, which is the operating system on phones, will tell you who is tracking your data, right? Whether it's Facebook still logged in, whether it's, FaceTime, still being utilized, they're giving you triggers now. They don't want, cookies following you as you look through, catalog on a online shopping list or something like that. They're making it harder and harder for people to be able to share the data, track your data, monitor, what you do, and so forth. So I do want to say that also, I think the tech giants are also noticing that this is a request from residents, whether it's super obvious or not.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's very irritating to have to know that you are being followed. Basically, I really am tired of getting, the question of how did you like such and such place? And yeah, it's very startling. So, but that's a larger conversation than what we're about to do tonight. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to go ahead. And I'm just going to, I guess I'm going to make a couple of comments. I do appreciate the discussion, and I do appreciate the concerns that people have, but I have concerns about, lives and safety. And I am convinced and have seen so many examples of how drones have been used to keep people safe, to de-escalate situations, to find people who are in trouble. I absolutely agree, and maybe I'll just ask the city manager because yes, there is kind of a void here tonight with the fire department not having been part of this conversation, when clearly their role is, included in one of the reasons that we should have this drone, and that it would be good to have it in the city of Hayward. I know there is excellent cooperation and collaboration between the fire department and the police department. But I just wondered about your comments on that particular issue as why there were no fire department personnel here tonight to add to this conversation.
Well, I think this is a program specific to the police department drone. So it isn't actually being proposed for the fire department this evening. I think what I'm hearing from the council and what we're probably going to have to do and bringing back, I know several other, like our GIS department and our video and community media relations team also actually have been using drones. And so it sounds like the council is more desirous of a sort of overarching city policy around that. And so I think we will be, the fire department is still testing out or thinking about what their drone program entails and what it looks like. I would recommend that the police department goes to the CAP and then comes when we bring everything to the CIC, that it encompasses all of the different city use cases for drones and not just the police department. And at least that's the concerns I'm hearing from the council.
Okay. Well, and so I'll just say that I do think there are enough the situations. The person who spoke about the possibility of earthquake, we know that is always a possibility here, and other kinds of disasters, as we've very sadly recently seen the type of thing that happened in Florida, and the use of drones in that situation to help with trying at least to identify some lives that may have been saved or may not have been lost. There are a lot of ways they can be used, but yes, the concerns about making sure that we have policies in place that don't allow them to be misused is important. So I think the motion, and I appreciate the makers and the amenders of the motion, and I'm definitely prepared to support the motion as it is written, which I do think is what a lot of people were calling for, which was further consideration of the policies and protocols under which we're going to use this drone. But probably the more important thing is to go ahead and get it purchased so that we can move on with completing the program, which actually there's a fairly substantial program here. But one more review by the CAP as well as by the CIC would not be a bad thing before it comes back and before it is actually deployed by the police department. So with that, on this motion by Councilmember Zermano, seconded and amended by Councilmember Salinas, and further amended with an acceptable amendment by Councilmember Lamnin, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Unfortunately, it's going to be no for tonight, but I appreciate the approach that PD took and look forward to working with you if this moves forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnin?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
Yes, because I am in support of the process of digging deeper on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salinas?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Wahab?
No.
Councilmember Zermano?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Halliday?
Yes. And the motion carries with 5 aye votes and 2 no votes. And I very much appreciate everyone's contribution to this discussion, including all the people who stayed up late to call in. And sorry that it turned out that way. We have had a number of very important issues on our agenda tonight, though, that, are moving our city forward here in a variety of ways. So with that, now we're going to move on to our consent calendar, which consists of items 5 through 11. And Councilmember Lamnin, you had requested to start us off on that consent calendar due to your wanting to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And do you want to go see if there's any public comments on that, and then I'll come back on the consent, or if anybody wants to. I don't want to pull an item.
You don't want to pull an item?
I don't want to pull an item. I would like to make the motion with a comment.
Okay. All right. Is there any member of the public? Okay. You want me to call for a public comment on whether there are any items that the public wants to pull off the consent calendar and comment on? All right.
Thank you.
So I will ask if there are any attendees who would like to do that.
And this is 5 through 11, correct, Mayor?
What?
Items 5 through 11.
5 through 11, yes. If there is anyone who wants to pull up or comment on, I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we'll go back to you, Councilmember Lamnan. What would you like to say about items 5 through 11?
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Marquez. So within the consent calendar is item 8, which is the authorization for the funding for the aggregation center and specifically the winter shelter program. And I just wanted to take a moment and to make the motion to approve the consent calendar, but to make it in honor and memory of Joseph White, whose passing instigated the first winter shelter program in Hayward. It was started with about $10,000 and maybe 8,000. And the day program, which ran originally with about $20,000. And here we are looking at approving far more than that, and due in part to the work of a lot of us, including names that have been said already, Betty DeForest and Kimberly Burks, as well as all of the staff in those programs, the staff of our city, and many, many others. And so just wanted to make that motion honoring some of the history that brought us to today, and with a lot of appreciation to where we are now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for mentioning that. I do recall that. And yes, we've come a much further way from that start of the winter warming shelter to where we're about to go if this motion is approved. Do we have a second to this motion?
Mayor, already second.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry. Okay. With no further comments or requests to speak, I will ask for a roll call vote on that motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnan.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. And I hope Joseph would be happy with us this evening for doing that. That brings us to council reports and announcements. I'm not seeing any hands. I am. Councilmember Wahab.
Sorry. I know it's late. I've been meaning to do this, and I as late as it gets, I keep forgetting. I do just want to shout out, and we are going to be doing a proclamation down the road. I just wanted to highlight Natalie, who is a Hayward resident, who grew up in Hayward, went through K through 12, so forth. She works very, very hard and is incredibly kind and humble. And she is now working at the White House, as Natalie Areola Maurice was just named the Special Assistant to President Joe Biden and White House Director of Partnerships. Natalie is a graduate of Eden Garden Elementary, Ochoa Middle School, and Mount Eden High School. She was a Puente summer, scholar, if you will, and she's been part of Upward Bound, and she grew up in the Jackson Triangle. I did just want to highlight her specifically. And like I said, I will be working with staff to making sure that she gets a proclamation hopefully mailed to her. And she just said she has to, earlier this month, she had to move to DC. So we'll be mailing that out to her. So I just wanted to say kudos to her and Hayward Made.
Yes, thank you for letting us know about that, and we are very proud of her. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to remind folks that we will have a Keep Hayward Clean and Green event July 24th in front of Giuliani Park near Heritage Plaza. And also wanted to give a shout out to the Economic Development Department and all those involved in the downtown reopening. And also wanted to give a shout out to PD. I did see some PD in polos, which I enjoyed seeing at the downtown party. And I also wanted to thank the housing department for also being there to give out information on the resources that are available to everyone. And again, with the PD, my daughter enjoyed all the goodies that you gave. And then also another shout out to La Familia, who gave second shots for those who received their first shot at Juneteenth. They were at City Hall to give the second shot. So thank you to La Familia and the maintenance department for setting that up on Saturday. Thank you.
Great. I talked to some of the police officers there and I didn't get any goodies. So, wow, your daughter is lucky there. Okay, no, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with that. That's a big shout out to the economic development team. They did a great job out there. Of course, streets, maintenance, they were out there in full force. And so it's always good to see those guys out there. There was also another big meeting of two constituents right on the corner of B and Main Street. And that was between Zito and Yuma. And so, there was, of course, Zito being Councilmember Marquez's dog, and Yuma, of course, being my 5.5-month-old puppy. So, she just yawned right now. I don't know if you heard that, but I also wanted to report that next Saturday, if you live in South Hayward along the Gadding corridor, the Hayward Promise neighborhood is going to be having a neighborhood cleanup. And just to, I hate to one up Councilmember Andrews, but, we're going to be barbecuing out there in the front of Glassbrook Elementary School. So you're more than welcome to come to Glassbrook at noon. And we'll be doing drumsticks and elote. So coming out for lunch. So anyways, it's from 9 to 12 is when we'll be out there. That's it. Thank you.
All right. And we do have the opening of our Heritage. I'm sorry. Well, Councilmember Marquez, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Salinas, for acknowledging the love of my life, my dog. So I have the honor of saying that now. So I do want to speak briefly on a lot of comments were made earlier about pets being family, and I just want to acknowledge HARD. We have an amazing dog park near Southgate, and they've made some repairs to the watering system there for the pets to actually access water. So that's been amazing. And just kudos to the economic development team. But one observation I do have, I really think we as a city could be doing little things, low-hanging fruit things, just to make activate spaces. And one thing is, bowls of water for dogs. You see that in other cities. We got to get our downtown merchants to support that concept. But people are more and more bonded with their animals in light of COVID. So on that note, just encourage people to frequent our animal shelter. Our staff is amazing there. Recently read that they had a flood there, and they pivoted and dealt with that quickly. So just want to really acknowledge everyone's efforts in trying to find balance and be a little bit more calm in the last 15, 16 months. So my pets do that for me. We hear the mayor's cat throughout the meetings, but thank you for that, acknowledging that. And it was just really exciting for the reopening when we were doing the banner hold to see Greer there, to see dogs there. Like the council itself is growing and our family is expanding in other ways. So that was really refreshing to see. And I want to just thank everyone for putting that event on Saturday. and for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think my cat Teddy would have done too well at the actual event. He just likes to see people virtually, I think, and he checks in on the meetings. But yeah, they have, I think for a lot of us, pets have brought great comfort in the last 16 months, especially. And I'm glad that many of our shelters for unhoused people do accommodate them, because I'm sure they bring great comfort to them too. I was going to then just mention the program we're having on Saturday at Heritage Plaza, which is now open. Do you want to give the details of that again, Madam City Manager?
Sure. It starts at 10 a.m. on Saturday. So please join us.
Yes, please join us. That's going to be a special program too. And with that, and seeing no other announcements from council, that brings us to adjournment this evening, and therefore here at 12:31 a.m. on
July 14th.
July 15th. Oh, July 14th now. Yes, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Night.
Happy Bastille Day.